Okay. Hi guys. So someone said something about like where they got their music the other day when they were streaming. I don't know. They had like some place where they like pay monthly or whatever, and they have like a bunch of music or whatever that works for them. That's royalty free or whatever. And so I couldn't remember where it was, and so I just Googled to see if Streamlabs, because I'd paid for their garbage now, $20 a month. So I checked to see if they had some sort of music deal going on, and they do. So I added it today, but I think just because the way I have my audio set up, it's weird. So it acts like it's going through two different channels. So is it as loud as my voice or close to it, or is it quiet enough that you can hear me okay? Definitely not an ominous stream. So it's almost the same. It's as loud as my voice. Okay, so I turn this down, and that's better probably. Why about there? Okay, yeah, is that balance better then? So now it's much quieter. Like too quiet now. Now the track's over. So now it's definitely quiet. Yeah, the track got over. There it goes. What the? I literally just played a different playlist. And now it says it's playing. What? I don't think I like this. I think we're just gonna go back to YouTube. This is supposed to be their cozy soundtrack. This doesn't sound cozy to me. Also, just a heads up. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that off. Oh. Just a heads up. Jana has to go do some PTA stuff today, and so let's go back to this music. Make sure it's not too loud. Okay, is that better? Let me know if it's too loud or not. I think that should be good. Anyway, Jana has some PTA stuff to do today, so she needs like a little bit of time to like get up and get ready, and it's hard for her to do that with the baby. So there will be a time in the next like hour or two. I don't remember what time her PTA stuff is. It could be, I don't know. I'm guessing it's like around noon, 1 o'clock, when it's like in an hour or so. I'll probably need to take like a 10-minute, 15-minute, 20-minute break maybe to watch the baby. Maybe I'll try to do that on stream. I don't know. Probably not. He doesn't really like sitting here very long, so we'll see how that works out. But I will be taking a break to do that, and then I'll be back. She's leaving with the baby to do the PTA stuff, so I'll have another few hours after that. So I probably won't end the stream. I'll probably just do a quick break time, and then I'll be back as soon as that's over. So I was like Bloodborne. Yeah, baby time. How's your baby time going, Arrow? Is it getting easier? Are you guys finding like a groove? That was the hardest part for us, was it just felt like no matter what we did, like we're never comfortable for like the first like 3 or 6 months or so. It was just kind of like we couldn't like, it just didn't feel like normal yet. It felt like we were just babysitting for like months at a time. That has a fever this morning, which isn't fun. Oh no, hopefully it's just a cold. Hopefully it's just a cold. That's been going around here. I don't know what it's like over there, but yeah, Abby got it, and then Jana got it, and then Quinn got it, and then I got it, and then Quinn's barely just getting over it. He's still got a little bit of a runny nose, so just trying to get him to sleep in the bedroom right now. Nice. It gets easier, it really does. And then by the time they're like 2, you'll look back and be like, what was our life even like without this baby? It's weird. Anyway, okay, we have a couple of people in here now. I guess we can talk about what we're doing. Oh, also let me say hi to people. What's up, Matt? Yeah, I agree. It's not my type of music. I don't know. I was just trying it out. It said fantasy, so I clicked on it, but I guess it was pretty dark fantasy. Not exactly our vibe. At least not for this project. Depending on what I'm making, I guess we can change the... Oh, now I'm getting like really bad frames. Is the stream lagging for you guys? No, that's better. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, what's up, Joe? Scardy? Yeah, doing a new project. What's up, Coco? Another stream. A boss, welcome in. Like the art style? Yeah, so I didn't make the art, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna replace it. I like it a lot too. So I'm thinking I might just supplement it. Obviously, I need more art than just what this has. And it's kind of a shame because the guy who made this also made a whole bunch of like cool like RTS units. Like this little dwarf guy on a thing. These are the same pieces I was using for the healing game, the healer game. So I like them, but this is about the extent of the art. In fact, they didn't even like these pieces up here, these like resources up here. Is it? Let me know if the stream's like lagging like crazy for you guys, because it looks like it is on my end. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It's perfect. It's running perfectly smooth on my end, but it looks like the whole stream is lagging. Dropping tons of frames. Is that better? Nope, still bad. What's going on? Every time I click off of Streamlabs, it starts lagging. Maybe it's just, nope, it's just doing it. Maybe it's a stupid music thing. Okay, I removed the music thing. Is that better? Yeah, that looks a lot better actually. If that's really what it was, that is the dumbest thing. Try clamping the FPS. Oh, in game? That might be it. I don't think it is though, honestly. Let's hit play and see. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is because we're dropping frames again. Oh, how do I do that again? Project settings, I think. Frame rate log. That's iOS. Is there not a way to do it in project settings? Smooth frame rate, use fixed frame rate. In the T max FPS, thank you. I knew that. I knew it was the way to do it somehow. I could probably do 30 because you guys are probably not gonna. Is it better? It looks better. No, it's not better. It's a little better. I hope it wasn't the music thing, because it's like an app you like add on there, like an extension. I just removed it, but it's still like installed. Yeah, it's still looking pretty bad. Let's do 30 and see if that changes anything. That looks a lot smoother. Okay, hopefully that works. You won't be doing a ton of testing. We'll be doing a lot of work today, probably. Oh yeah, that's better. Okay. All right, now we know. I don't know, that's weird. It's so funny to me that like with Swords and Magic too, like the title screen, you get like such terrible performance because like just because there's like nothing in it, so you just get like your GPU's like, okay, I got this, 200 frames per second, here we go, and then it just like lights on fire, and then everyone complains about it, and it's like, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. I guess that's just game dev. Anyway, okay, so I don't know if any of you guys have caught my late night streams. I've been doing a couple of them here and there, and I was working on a different project than this. I do hop around between projects a lot. I have noticed that. I only have like, I don't know, 60 or something like that in my library right now. Anyway, it was a like top-down RPG exploration game thing, and it was mostly I was focusing on like world building. I'd been spending some time playing with world building using GPT and stuff just for fun, like when I had time, because I had an idea for like a cool fantasy world, and so I was playing with it. It was like lunar punk themed, and like a planet or a world, like a fantasy world where there's no sun, just like 9 different moons, and they're all like worshipped as gods basically. I don't know, it was a cool idea. I'm I'm probably going to keep it around and play with it, maybe, you know, kick it around every once in a while. But the problem with it is like the game in general was just like, it was going to be like a 6 month to like a year long project probably, and I don't have the time to do that right now. So I just decided to shelve it for the time being. So I started thinking about like game jams, and I started thinking, okay, so here's the goal. Like, here's like what I'm trying to achieve here. Swords Magic not making as much money, as I've talked about 100 times. So we're kind of struggling to make ends meet over here, and so we need another source of income. The art thing was kind of working, but for some reason it just kind of dropped off. Like, it was like as soon as I started releasing other art packs, like I released like 2 other ones, and those got like no sales, and then all of a sudden the characters stopped selling too. Which was like bound to happen over time, and I'm sure if I release a couple more characters, which I've been working on, that'll probably pick back up. But it just wasn't making it, maybe like $100 a month, and it just wasn't enough to like cover it. So we need another way to make money. So I just decided to release another game. Like, that's just what I want to do. That's what I enjoy doing, and I will spend the most time on that. It sucks I have to market another game, but like that is what it is. So yeah, so the plan right now is I was trying to think of another game idea. I have a billion ideas for games. I've had this one a while. I've kind of evolved. It's evolved a lot since I started working on it the other day. But basically the idea is I wanted to make a game that I could finish in like the next month or 2, maybe 3 months at most. I was planning on doing it for the Next Fest, for Steam Next Fest, which I think is coming up in February, but you have to opt into that like 6 months in advance or something, and it's too late now for that. So like, we're just gonna release it when it's done, I guess, this game. So probably like January, probably not the best time to release a game. Maybe late January will be okay. Yeah, so maybe even earlier than that, depending on when we get it done. Who knows? It's just gonna be a small game, probably like $5. Not like nothing huge. I'm just hoping to get like a few thousand wish lists to launch it with, and then enough to just pay for like a few months basically of our bills, ideally would be great. And then yeah, and I'd like to wait for February, but I don't know financially if I can do that, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the problem. Make an 18+ romance game, they do well on Steam. Yeah, I can't do art though for that. I'd have to pay for art for that, and then that's questionable on my taxes for my marriage. Just sell your soul. I mean, listen, I'm not opposed to that because those games do ridiculously well. And I don't have any like moral issues with games like that. Like, I think they're fine as long as they're not like instilling terrible like opinions of people, or like bad, you know what I'm trying to say. Like, if they're like, you know, obviously morally problematic, I have a problem with them. But if it's all consensual stuff, I have no problem with that. I don't see that as like bad or shameful or anything like that. But it doesn't really match the Kindred Games brand at all. It's like big fun. I'm not saying that out loud on stream. I know better. But yeah. It's no time for me to get developing. Yeah, no kidding, boss. If you don't have any moral qualms with that either, that is a good way to make some money. And I would be up for it. I just don't know if I want to make the art for something like that, and I don't know if I would be able to. I'm sure I could purchase models if I wanted to do something 3D, but I feel like, I don't know. I feel like 3D games like that are a little less tasteful than 2D games, but that's just my opinion. I don't know. I haven't played many games like that, so I don't even know where I would even start. So, and there's some romance sim that makes like 20K a month on Patreon. There are a couple. There's also a life sim game that's like Paralives, I think is what it's called. Paralives, not Paralyze. Which is like The Sims, but like The Sims 2.0, I guess. And I think that's been on Patreon for like, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years now. And they still don't have any like sort of playable demo or anything. And they make like thousands of dollars a month on that. Like, definitely, like, I think it's like $10,000 or $15,000 a month. But it's not a romance thing. But there are some like 18+ games on Patreon that make some good money. I think I actually shared one with you. I'm not gonna promote it on here, but I don't know. I also just kind of want to like another game under my belt that can just be earning a little bit of money and just kind of bringing in more fans. I think the more games you have, the easier it is to spread your audience between all your games. Plus, I just want other games. I don't want to just be known as the guy who made Swords of Magic and that's it. Like, I want to be known for other things too. So yeah, all right. I haven't talked about it yet, Suvi, but yeah, let's talk about it. So basically, the idea was, what can I make that would be like an extended game jam, or what can I make during like a 1 week game jam that I can actually finish like the basics of, like the core game. And so what I came down to is an idea that it's a game that I played years and years ago when I had like my iPod Nano, basically. Nano? Is that what, no, that was the little tiny one. What's the, no, that was the Nano. Yeah, like the first touchscreen iPod. It was forever ago. I still have it laying around somewhere. I don't know where it is. But yeah, it's like, it's a game called Cartoon Wars. I think you can get it on Android, but I don't think they have like the original version up anymore. It's like Cartoon Wars 3. I looked it up the other day to see if it was still a thing and if it was like popular still. And I'm sure there's a bunch of versions of it that are like ripoffs now. I'm sure there's hundreds, and that's okay. I don't care. Anyway, it's interesting. It's basically like an auto battler. You have a castle, enemy has a castle. Other way, whatever. It doesn't matter. And then at the bottom of the bar, you have like a list of units and a cost for each one. And then at the top, you have like a mana. And then every like second, you get like 1 mana, and you can level that up so you can get mana faster or whatever. And then you spend that mana to purchase units. When you buy a unit, they spawn near your castle and start walking toward the enemy base, right? And then the enemy base is also spawning units, and they run into each other and fight. No, not, is it like Clash Royale? Is that what Clash Royale is? Please tell me it's not. I don't think that is. Clash Royale is like tower defense, isn't it? I've never played Clash Royale. I've never even looked into it because I just knew it was going to be a scammy, like, or garbage game. Please tell me that's not just that game. Damn it. It is, isn't it? Someone, so... Oh no, I think it is. I think it's like the exact same game. I mean, it's different. I think it's okay. It looks different. Just based on screenshots, it looks quite a different. Yeah, so here, let me just show you. Let me see if I can just find like an image of what Cartoon Wars is. I don't know. I was really into this game when I was younger. This was like way before like big indie games started coming out. This was like when mobile games were like the only like indie games really, and Flash games. And I imagine this probably started as a Flash game. I'm trying to find a good representation of it. Like, okay, this might be a good one. Open in new tab. Okay, so this is Cartoon Wars. You have these little guys down here, right? This is the enemy base. Your base is like over here somewhere. It's not shown right here, right now, because you can scroll the thing over. And then you have your mana going on. And then, so they have 1,200 out of 4,000 mana, your mana caps. And they can like tap these to spend mana to buy these guys. They just spawn and they run forward and like fight, right? So and this thing also spawns. And then like once you beat a level, you go to the next level and it gets harder and harder and harder and harder. Yeah. You have Clash Royale at home. I did not know that's what Clash Royale was. It's very similar, right? Like Clash Royale is actually pretty similar. So my idea was like, it'd be cool to make this and like throw it on Steam, you know, something like this. But I didn't want to do the 2D art, and I don't want to do like, I didn't want to rip it off. I'm not going to just like straight up copy it. So this was the initial inspiration. And a while back, I wanted to make an RTS game. So I already had a project built with literally nothing in it except like RTS units that I'd imported. I didn't do anything else. I don't know what I was doing. I don't remember. I must have just decided to start a project on a whim one night, and I probably started and then forgot about it the next day because I do that sometimes. Anyway, so I had this project sitting around and I was like, oh, I'll just continue on that. I'm not going to start a brand new project for this. So the idea is we have, and this is just a spline I threw in here because I'm experimenting with how I'm going to do the AI movement. So we have a castle over here with your stuff, and then a castle over here, which is the enemy's castle. I don't know how that's going to look yet either. And then you'll have resources. So I want to incorporate like RTS tactics and like the lane based thing. And I was like, you know what uses lanes really well and it's really fun is like a MOBA. And I've been pretty inspired by Odd Oculus, who's been live streaming a MOBA like game development that he's been doing, and he started streaming recently. I've been following his stuff recently and hanging out with him on stream. And one of the things that I really liked about MOBAs when I started was the creeps, which is like the little like mini like warrior guys that would just kind of like, they just march toward the enemy faction and just get killed by the towers, whatever. And you kind of like, you use them as like cannon fodder when you're like attacking towers to try to get to the other base in MOBAs. And I played League of Legends a bit. Anyway, so I liked the creeps idea, and I was like, this would be kind of cool to make like the Cartoon Wars meets like RTS meets like a MOBA kind of thing. So I was thinking, instead of just having one lane, let's do 3 lanes. So we have 3 lanes here. And then how it's going to work is, and I'm still kind of up in the air about how this part works, but you have a little character that runs around. And you go over here and you'll like harvest, right? So I'm just like, boop, getting some stuff here. And this is fun. And this is all set up and, you know, working and everything. And they have like different, I'm just holding F too. I don't have to like tap or anything like that, which is nice. I was also thinking like, you know, a game genre that does really good, that's like really addictive, is like a clicker game. And so I was thinking this could be kind of fun too, because you could like, harvesting could be slow in the beginning, and then you can like automate it or level up your resource gathering capabilities. So this is faster. And then the idea is you come back to your base. The enemy probably won't have like a hero running around doing this. That's going to be too much work to like deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. So they'll just be like randomly spawning enemies to attack you. And you'll come back to base and you'll purchase things. I didn't get enough stuff. I need 10 ore and what was it? I have everything else. And then you like purchase buildings. So once you've purchased a building, that'll grant you like units that you can spawn from your spawners. So you'll click on a spawner, it'll give you like a list of all of the units you have available, and then you can just pick one to queue it up, just like an RTS game. And then you can turn off the queue too, so like it'll like stop spawning them even if you have a huge queue or whatever. I don't know how this is gonna work exactly. So yeah, and then you can like pick which lane that they'll spawn in, and they'll just spawn in that lane. So I'm also thinking, because I really like the MOBA idea, that I want the lanes, instead of just being like straight lines, they're going to be like kind of like maybe like a diamond kind of shape. And so you'll have like different sorts of environments in the different areas. So it's a little more interesting to like run around and explore and follow your units through. So yeah, you can just build a building here. Boom, there's our building. So that like unlocked, this is working, that it like unlocked units, and now I have units in like a data table that does like, I have unlocked. And then this doesn't do anything yet. This is, oh, I guess it does do something, but it's not supposed to be doing anything yet. This is broken. This is where I left off last night. So these guys should spawn the units on a spline, and then they should follow the spline through until they run into an enemy. And when they run into an enemy, they'll just auto battle and deal damage, and then they'll either die or they'll win, and they'll just keep going. They're just pretty much cannon fodder. I was also thinking that we'll have like a farm, blacksmith, and a sawmill down here where you can build, and then you'll get harvester units, and then you can spawn them as well. They won't fight, or they might fight, but they'll probably just do like 1 damage, just like minimal damage, and have like very little health. So you'll want to like spawn them with a warrior or something to protect them, and then they'll go probably like halfway through. So like somewhere like around the midpoint or whatever, they'll have like a group of resources that they'll like get to, and then they'll veer off and go harvest resources. And once they're harvesting resources, they'll be safe. They won't be attacked. But then when they get back on the road to come back, they can be attacked again, but they will be coming back. So it's pretty unlikely they'll be attacked at that point unless they walked right into a bunch of units. And they're not going to like know to do that, to like stop and wait or whatever. So I think that'll be fine. I don't know. And maybe they just sit there and harvest. I don't know. I feel like if they do that, that's kind of problematic, because then like they'll never lose them, and it'll just like, you'll just build that up over time, and you'll have like infinite resources pretty quick. So it's gonna be kind of hard to balance, I think. It's like Age of War, very old Flash game. I don't remember that game either. Plus the art will be different. Yeah. Back to the drawing board. Let me catch up on chat. I missed this. Missed a bunch. Donkey Jam just started. What's the Donkey Jam, Joe? Ever thought of educational kid games? My friend made one in Norway that the government started by his biggest financial security. That's awesome. I have not considered that. Well, actually, I kind of have. I've made something sort of like that. It's not really educational. It was more like the goal was to. So I think we did a game jam and the theme was Abby's birthday, and she was like 4 at the time, maybe 5, and she wasn't really like good at games yet because she was just kind of starting to get into them more. And so the idea was to make like a game for Abby. That was like the theme of the game jam, I think. And so I made a game about like delivering letters that was like almost like it's just an introductory like experience for games. Let me pull it up. No, we're not going to play it. I'll just show you what it's like. So it's this game. Oh, there's only one screenshot. That's lame. Well, yeah, you play like a little character, and then you can like walk around and you can shake trees and eat fruit off them and stuff. And then there's a post office, and you can walk up and pick up a letter, and the letter has a person's face on it, and then you take it to that person who lives in this town here. It didn't get like super expanded on, and only like one person played it, I think. So it didn't go very far. But yeah, it was just like an introductory experience to like for games, like, or for kids at like a really young age. So I thought about doing things like that, and I have kids, so like it's not hard to do that kind of stuff. So maybe that could be something I could look into. It could also be fun to build like an educational game like that. Big Mode Game Jam started yesterday. Okay, so maybe I should just like enter a jam. He's hanging by a thread. I'm not hanging by a thread. I will say that Swords of Magic is in a weird state right now. The person who's helping out is no longer who's doing the helping out like with the performance stuff we were doing is no longer on the team. Mostly just differences. I won't get into it. But yeah, so it's in a weird state where it was kind of broken anyway, and I've been trying to fix it, but I'm pretty sure I have to revert all the changes and then redo all of the fixes that we found in Blueprint instead of C++. Because my knowledge level isn't there. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens. So that's kind of why I'm streaming this today, because Swords of Magic's pretty broken. So we'll get it fixed up, but I wanted to work on this today. So yeah, MOBA manager, sure. Reminds me of StarCraft, but you don't control your units. Yeah, it's really funny because my inspiration was like, oh, it's like a MOBA, but it's an RTS. Which is kind of hilarious because a MOBA came from an RTS, right? People were like, "Oh, it'd be cool if you controlled the hero, and not just like you actually controlled the hero directly, right?" That's why they made a MOBA. And so this is just like a play on that, which is like going backward. Like it's like, oh, it'd be cool if it was a MOBA, but it was an RTS. So yeah, it's sort of like a MOBA, except you're controlling what spawns and when, which you kind of do. Like in League of Legends, you can like do certain things to like get powered up creeps that like then fight for you. But this is like that. Yeah, pretty much just like that. Keep going. Reminds me, I remember building Flash games. I know, right? I made a bunch of Flash games. I have one that actually did okay on Newgrounds. Which is weird. Oh, it's not even like it did so bad actually that it's not even like showing up on Google when I Google the literal name of it. Yeah, we'll find it. Pretty sure it's called Samurai Adventure. But when I searched that, no, there it is. It didn't show up on Google, but it did show up when I searched it. It has 3 stars. This is it. It has a bunch of reviews though. I was so hyped about this when I released this, and it got a whole bunch of plays, and like people were like giving it reviews and stuff. I was like, damn. And I made it in 24 hours, and then I did expand on it and like cleaned up and fixed bugs and stuff. I don't think that this will play. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. And there's no screenshots, so that sucks. But yeah, it's very pixel art. Anyway, I made a bunch of Flash games. That was just one of them. Faith the Dev. It's a MOBA, but RTS and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Mail Time. Yeah. The publisher that's founded by Donkey. Ah, okay. It's the big mode one. Oh, they're the same. Okay. All right. Who has a link to the jam? Or I'll just find it on itch, actually. Big mode game jam. 17 days. Honestly, that's kind of perfect for this. 17 days is like, that's like just the right amount of time to make like a polished experience that's not like too huge. Theme, interpret mode in your own way. Using any definition of the word, just be sure that it serves as the inspiration for your game in a significant way. Okay, so here's the problem. Is that I'm live streaming right now and this game was already inspired by other things and I started a couple days ago. When did this start? December 15th? Oh wait, no, I'm dumb. When did this start? November 26th. Okay, so I literally started this that day, so probably fine there. Like I didn't cheat. But I mean, I don't really have a mode. And I don't really want to like switch like play modes. Because I feel like that's not super, I don't know. I guess I could just follow the rules of the jam and try to finish it by this time and then submit it and just be like, I did a bad job following the theme. And then it'll just get judged poorly and that'll be fine. But it will keep me like motivated to like release something, which would be cool. And you know, if it's really fun, then maybe they'll want to, you know, publish it. And maybe it'll do well even if it doesn't follow the theme perfectly. Only 2,300 people joined so far, so not too many, honestly, for what it is. I'm surprised that it's that, like, we only got like 100 people join our jam, so that's quite a lot, but I guess I'm surprised it's not more. Yeah, based on what you're saying. The Warcraft 3 nostalgia is hitting hard. So, yeah, my friend and I bought Warcraft 3 a while back because we were like, cool, let's play this. We want to play like a co-op like RTS game. And we're just apparently very bad at RTS games because we couldn't beat the first level and we tried like 3 times. And then we refunded it because it was just kind of bad. Like, I don't remember it being that bad. I remember I played as a kid and I liked it a lot. I probably also didn't beat the first level, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we just couldn't beat it. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the first. Maybe it wasn't like a campaign. Maybe we just like generated a game or whatever, and we put the AI on like easy or medium or something. I don't remember, and we just got wrecked. Like every time we tried, we like tried it 3 times, and we just could not do anything. Anyway, so I'm a big fan of taking game genres that are a little bit unapproachable, like, you know, open world RPGs and RTS games and stuff, and making them approachable and like something you can accomplish in a shorter time. So like in Swords and Magic, for example, a lot of inspiration comes from like World of Warcraft. And so what I love about World of Warcraft was like knowing that there was like these epic like mounts you could obtain and like this really cool armor and stuff and really awesome like weapons. But I know that they take like thousands and thousands of hours to get to those really cool epic things for good reason, right? They're, you know, paid or like paid service games or whatever. So it makes sense. But I wanted Swords and Magic to be similar to that, except, you know, for people who don't have thousands of hours. So like in like 5 or 10 hours of play, you can get the coolest stuff in Swords and Magic if you're dedicated. Or you can play for a lot longer. Hey, Safiro, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. 2-month streak. Thank you. 5 months total. Excited for a season of Discovery. Yeah, I paid for WoW again last month and then I regretted it. I mean, it's $15 for a month, and I was like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna try the hardcore stuff. And so I've been trying it. I played twice, and so I just canceled my sub yesterday because I was like, if I only play 3 or 4 times in a month, it's not worth paying $15 for. And I only play for like 3 or 4 hours at a time, and those are like very rare. So hardcore is fun because So I started a hardcore night elf character, and I climbed to the top of the tower in the tutorial area, or the the intro area, and I was like ready to leave to like turn the quest in. I went to leave, and I was like, oh, I almost just jumped off the edge here, because I remember doing that as a kid when I played World of Warcraft. But if I did that now, I would have to start the whole game over. So I didn't do that, and then I walked down like a coward, where I watched all the other players just like jumping down and through like the branches of the tree to get down, and I was like, I'm not risking that, no thank you. So, and then I love playing healers and tanks in WoW, because I like being an important part of the team. I like DPS is fun, but it's like kind of, I don't know, everyone can play DPS, it's just kind of boring. And then when I made my hardcore character, I was like, cool, I'll be a healer, because everyone's gonna want me around for hardcore. And then it clicked that if I screwed up at all and I let somebody die, then their entire character was going to be deleted and they had to start over. And I was like, I don't want that responsibility, so I'm not playing a healer. And then it hasn't been as much fun for me because of that, because I really love healers. So I don't think if I do keep playing, I don't think I'll play hardcore. I'll still play classic, but I probably won't play hardcore. Anyway, so this is the game. What I'm struggling with as far as design goes is you have this character running around, but the plan is you just click on one of the portals, and there might even be buttons at the bottom for them, just so you can do them wherever you're at, because it'd be kind of annoying if you had to run back here just to see them every time. So you'll probably have buttons at the bottom for the 3 portals. Maybe it'll be on the side like this so you can see their lanes. It'd be actually kind of cool if I had like a mini map on the side over here where you had like the 3 portals and you click on them to spawn units, and then you could see like on just like a line for each one to see like where your units are and where enemy units are. That would probably be really helpful. That'll be like a polish thing. I'm gonna add that to my polish for my to my to-do list. A lane mini map. Cool. That's a really good idea. Teldrassil is dangerous in hardcore. Yeah. Did you see that griefer that ended entire guilds hardcore characters? Oh my god, no. That's rough. I watched Asmongold watch a raid on, what was it? I don't remember what it was. It was one of the raids, one of the endgame raids. I never got to endgame when I played a long time ago, so I don't know anything about the endgame stuff really. I have like probably 5,000 hours in WoW, at least, but I never got to endgame. I started like 15 different characters and got most of them to like level 40 or like 50, somewhere in there, and I never like got to endgame with any of them, which is weird to me. I don't know why. I don't know. I also did a lot of role playing. I was in a role playing guild, and that was really fun to like, I don't know. We had like war meetings, and like we like role played with. We were Alliance. We had like Horde who were also like role playing with us, and we had like a whole faction thing, and then we had like allies in the Horde, and we'd like meet up, and it was, I don't know, I was a kid and it was fun. It was cool. Nathan, sorry, I'm totally missing. Yes, you are seeing an RTS style game. Have you played Warcraft and League of Legends? Yes. Sorry, I missed your messages. I'm really bad at catching the YouTube messages. Have you thought about creating a text D&D style game which can be played online? I have not considered that, but that would be fun. I've considered things similar to that. I grew up playing, so like around my MMO days when I was playing World of Warcraft, maybe even before, I don't remember the timeline now. I'm getting too old. But I did play MUDs, mostly this one called Alter Aeon. Or I think Denton Mud at the time. I think they changed it to Alter Aeon. And I loved MUDs. Like I remember one night I stayed up like all night playing one, and then I had school the next day, and I just decided that I was going to stay up all night, and then got up in the morning, and instead of like showering and like, you know, like doing my hair and stuff and getting ready for school like I normally do, I decided I would just play for a couple more hours and then go catch the bus. And I got on the bus, and my brain like clicked out of like you know, playing video games, like not video games but playing games mode into like school mode, and I realized that I was probably gonna get bullied that day because my hair looked like crap, and I just like threw on clothes and I didn't shower, and I was like, what have I done? And I just felt like such an idiot. So I never did that again, but I was really obsessed with MUDs for a while because of like, yeah, I was pretty addicted. 20 is the highest you got? Yeah, I think my character's level 12 right now. My hardcore character. What happened to the assassin game? So Omega, I kind of shelved it. So I was working on it and I kept like, I couldn't figure out what it was going to be. And like, I didn't really have a good direction for it. And it was really just like, I was kind of just world building out like an idea for a fantasy world. And then I decided I wanted to make it into a game because I wanted to like explore it further. But as I tried to make it into a game, I didn't know like how, like where to take it. And so when I decided for the assassin thing, but it just ended up being too big of a project for what I can do right now. So I already have Swords of Magic, which is like too big of a project as it is. And I'm still going to be, you know, chipping away at that when I have time. And, you know, as whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I'm already working on a huge project and I wanted to make another game that I could release in like a month or 2 to 3 months would be ideal. And I just don't think that I could do that with that game in that time. So I decided to just to shelve it for now. There might be an assassin game in the future because I really want to make one. And I've been talking with a friend who wants to team up a little bit on one. I don't know if that'll ever see the light of day. I don't know how long it'll take. It's like an idea thing that like we might, I don't know. We're kind of converting right now it's just ideas. So we'll see. Yeah, it was like a top-down RPG game. I just didn't know what to do with it. So it was just kind of like, I was just kind of shifting between ideas and it just turned out to be like way too big. But yeah, so I just decided I want to make something smaller. And so my brain went to like, how can I make something that's like game jam sized, but could actually like sell and like be fun and repeatable and like addictive, in a way that could like get enough success to like pay my bills for a few months so I can keep working on Swords of Magic basically. So that's what I'm doing. No, Swords of Magic is definitely not finished, Nash fan. It's not even close to like finished where I would like it to be, but we're getting to the point where it's not making money anymore. And right now it's in kind of a broken state because I have to fix a bunch of stuff that has gone wrong with it. So while I'm in the middle of fixing that, I didn't want to stream it because it's pretty much unplayable right now. I have to like revert a bunch of stuff and then I have to redo all of the performance fixes that we've done in the last like couple weeks. So it's going to be like 3 or 4 days of work probably to like fix it and get it back up to that standard or that point where it was at. And then I'm going to release an update and then I'll probably be like not shelving it, but I'll be taking a break from it and focusing on this full time from then on, until this is finished. And then we'll be going back to Swords of Magic full time, depending on how much money this makes. So yeah, it's weird. Do the classic switcheroo, make free to play games with high engagement, and then price tag the next chapters. So I've actually considered doing something similar to that for Swords and Magic, where I make a prologue that's free, that has all the same features, but in like a smaller zone, just like its own zone. And then, so yeah, you just make it free. And then at the end of the game, just like, oh, you want to keep playing this? You should go buy the full game. It's called Swords and Magic and stuff. Go check it out. So I've considered that. And I might do it. We might try it in the future. I don't know. It's just kind of scary because it's a risk, right? If I release a free to play game and it doesn't do well, like, or like if it flops or like doesn't do well or people just don't play it or whatever, then I just wasted time making a game that was free to play and I didn't get any money from it. And not that I care about money really. It's just that I kind of have to feed my family and pay my bills. And so what I'm good at is making games. And so I'd like to do what I'm good at to make money right now, rather than go get a job somewhere. Because I've been applying for AAA jobs. I haven't applied in a couple months now. And I have like a summer job lined up, but like it's a while till summer and that'll only cover the bills during summer basically. So I don't know, we're kind of struggling right now and we're trying to like find ways to make some money. So this is kind of just an attempt to make a little bit of money to pay some bills so I can keep working on Swords of Magic and just keep making games in general. Do you see that Reddit thread about a guy who made a prologue game and Steam took down all his store listings? Oh, no, I did not. Do you have a link? Because I had never heard of that. Time to vomit out a farming and crafting game. I mean, I don't really care. Like no matter what I work on, I can find ways to enjoy working on it and like put love and like care into it, right? And I can find ways to make the game at least somewhat fun and interesting. So whatever game would sell right now is probably what I would make. I just thought this would be quick and easy, and like I've prototyped most of it out already in just a couple days. So I'm pretty confident that I can have this done, especially in like the 17-day like jam window. I'm kind of thinking that might be a good deadline. You buy a farming crafting game. So I've also, here's another like really good option that I've had on the table for a while. Everyone really loves the building system in Swords of Magic. And so what I've been considering is maybe looking into how to make the building a little more performant, because I'm pretty sure it's pretty expensive the way it's set up right now. And maybe just like making a new project based on that, where it's like Valheim, right? Where you're like, it's like a survival crafting base building game. And it's set in the Swords of Magic world, so it's just like pre-Swords of Magic, so like none of the towns are there or anything, and you're like settling the first towns, right? So it wouldn't be SNM2, but it'd be like Swords of Magic survival mode or whatever. I don't know what the hell we'd call it. Maybe it'd be like Tirwin Settlers or something like that, right? Where you're like just settling the realm, kind of. And like I could just use all the same assets basically, and it would just be like, I don't know. I think it'd be fun, and I think it'd be pretty easy to turn out because I have all the art already, and like I could literally like, and this is gonna sound terrible, but I could basically asset flip it, right? Like I could just duplicate the Swords of Magic project and delete all, not even delete, but just like not package all the levels and stuff that we come with it. And then UE9. But yeah, it would just be like a duplicated project. I could just build it all in like in a new map basically, and it would just be like, cool, go harvest some resources, build a base, you know, fight some monsters. Don't duplicate the project. Yeah, I don't know, because I don't want to rebuild all the combat stuff, because that was a lot of work, right? There's a lot that goes into our combat system, and so rebuilding all that from scratch would be like months of work, I think. But now that I kind of know what I'm doing more, and we've learned a lot of like what not to do, is I think you, me, Maz, and Lewis all learned a lot about like what not to do. So maybe that would actually be a good idea to start it from scratch, but don't duplicate the project. Yeah, I guess I would want to do it in UE5 too, and I don't think I can duplicate the project in UE5. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're doing this right now. I've settled on this. That's why I decided to stream it today, because I was like, I have to just pick a project and start working on it and like finish it. And this is like the quickest, probably easiest project to finish. So this is the new primary project. It's kind of on the side right now because I do have to get a Swords Magic update out. Like we've been working on that, and then I have to once like it's all fixed up and actually play it again, that update will go out, and then we will be working on. I'll get the Frostfall update ready and the Frostfall like teardown update ready. So those will just go out when they're ready. So you guys won't miss any updates from Swords of Magic, other than just like I won't be working on content as much. I'll still be working on it. It just won't be primary once this next update comes out, because I'm going to be shifting focus entirely to this to get this done. And then once this goes out and goes on sale or whatever, we'll see how well it does, and we'll either decide if we need to make a new game or if we can go back to Swords of Magic for a while. And hopefully like both, right? Hopefully we can start working on a new game, or like maybe an expansion of this or whatever, if it goes well. And then Swords of Magic can take a little more of a front seat, so we can hopefully have money to pay for development on that again. I'm not planning on hiring anyone right for it either. It's just that I just can't justify spending all of my time working on it when even when I like put it on sale and release an update for that month, I barely make enough money to pay my bills. Which is why it's kind of like, this is kind of like the best time to do this, because spoiler alert, the game will go on sale whenever Steam has a sale, and there's very often a sale in winter, in December. I'm not going to say when it is. I don't even know, to be honest. But there will probably be a sale for Swords of Magic, and there will be the Frostfall update, and I will do my best to add a few extra things in the Frostfall update so it's interesting and new for returning players. So hopefully there will be, you know, some sales there. And so this is like why it's like the perfect time to work on a side project as the main project, because Swords of Magic will coast for a little bit, just for a couple months. But January is going to be rough for us. February is probably going to be really rough for us because you get paid the month after, obviously. So I imagine we won't have any money coming in February, and maybe even like March will be kind of broke. So that's why I'm hoping to get this done to start selling. And I know January is probably kind of a rough month, but I don't even know if we're gonna have a choice. We'll see what happens. Game on sale when Steam has one. That's pretty, I mean, if you've been following the trends of when Swords of Magic goes on sale, it's been on sale for every single Steam sale for the last like 2 years. So I think 3 years even. I don't think we've really missed one sale that Steam, like, we don't think we missed like a major Steam sale. And even when Steam doesn't have a big like sale, we usually put the game on sale every month anyway. At least lately. It's just like the thing about it is we have like 40,000 plus wish lists or something like that. Maybe it's 30,000 now. I don't know. I think we've lost some. And every time you put the game on sale for more than 25% off, then it sends an email to every single one of those wish lists. So it's crazy not to do that, right? Like, it's like the best form of marketing you possibly have. You guarantee that people who are interested in your game are going to get an email saying the game is on sale. Like that's the best way to make sales on your game. It's been 3 years since Kickstarter. Yeah, it's been longer than 3 years since Kickstarter, because the game launched 3 years ago in last September. Yeah, it's been out in early access for over 3 years now, and it's been in development for 6 years now. So this is another reason why I'm like, we're winding down development on Swords of Magic, because it's like 6 years is a long time to be putting into a project. And I just feel like even though we haven't hit the 1.0 launch yet, the game is just like massive in scope, and we don't have the money to like pay for a whole team to like get to that point. And I'm just a little worried that like it might not be worth it at this point to like try to get to like that end game vision that I've had. Like, I think if we could get to the vision that was in my head from the beginning and market the game to like at a proper scale, you know, I think that it could do like really well. Like, I think it could make $3 million. And given how much it's made right now, which I don't know if I want to divulge, I think it's very possible to make that. But it would need like to be finished in 1.0, and it would need like a big marketing budget behind it, like serious marketing, or at least like a really good like luck streak on like TikTok or whatever, you know. And the problem is like, I just don't want to dedicate the time to that. I don't know. What's up, Modern? Sorry. Let me catch up on YouTube chat as well, because I keep skipping it. That idea was awesome. I hope you revisit in the future. I'm glad you liked it. You know, it's funny because I was talking to Ryuthamus too, another live streamer and a friend of mine, and he was also saying he was really into it, and he was like, you should definitely do that. That's a really cool game. It's funny that everyone was like so into it. I don't know. I do want to like make it, and I have lots of ideas for that game. I've literally been thinking about that like top-down adventure exploration game for a long time. So I'm really surprised that everyone else is into it. But we'll get back to it one day. We just need more time and money right now. It's just life is rough in the United States right now. I don't know if it's like this everywhere. I assume it is. Everything is really expensive, and like we've considered like moving to a cheaper location, because we do live in Washington, where it's pretty expensive. We're like right outside of Seattle. The problem is that we own a house, right? And we pay mortgage on it. And we bought the house when mortgages were really low and interest rates were really low. And so it's like, if we tried to buy a house anywhere else, our mortgage would double at least for like a house the same size. So we'd have to like really severely downgrade. And even if we downgraded, we'd still be paying the same amount for mortgage. So basically our options are, we either go back to renting, and even then we're paying like about the same amount every month, or we just have to make this house work. And like, I don't know, it's just kind of a sticky situation. I think a lot of people are in like this position where like they just need more money. And so it's either like, I either go get a job at like Walmart or something again, which I really don't want to do. I feel like I've moved past that and I don't want to go back to that point. And I'm probably gonna keep applying for AAA studios or like bigger game studios here soon, because I'd much rather go get a job, you know, selling my soul to like a AAA place than selling my soul to like, you know, retail or something. So really lucked out when when we got our house. Basically impossible to try to justify getting a new one in this economy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think it would have to be remade from the ground up, to be honest. Yeah, I think you're right, Moz. If you're talking about Swords of Magic, I think you're right. Phil, sorry. Do the classic switcheroo. Saw that. Then price tag the next expansion. Yeah. Hi guys.
Hi.
Hi. Do you need time for a shower?
I took one last thing.
Oh yeah, duh. Never mind, guys.
We're leaving soon.
I warned everybody that I was gonna take a quick break while you showered.
No. Just say good morning.
Hey, did you sleep good? Looks like you did.
Hi,
Come
boss.
here. Here's the baby. This is why I have to pay the bills. So he can have a place to live and food to eat.
Hey, Zab.
His food's free right now, but we have to feed his food supply still. Does he explain what the project's about? A modern. I have, but I will again. I will explain it again in a second. We're gonna start actually working on it here soon. Here's the babby.
Bobby. Hi, Bobby.
All right, buddy.
We're going on an adventure. Going on an adventure.
You guys have fun. Go hang out with all the other moms.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Can you wave? Say bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Come on, you can do it. Like, what if I don't with my fingers?
He's waving with the other hand.
There you
Oh,
go.
there you go.
Bye-bye. Good job. He just learned to wave. So he's been waving like crazy. All right. Love you. Have fun. Anyway, we'll have families. Money is legit reason. No worries. Have you considered doing yoga courses? You know what? That is something that a lot of people have been talking about. Like I keep seeing like Thomas Brush does his whole like training course thing, which I guarantee is how he makes most of his money right now. I guarantee it. And I used to really not resent, but like, I guess probably just like jealous rage is a good term for it. Because I feel like Thomas Brush is just like, and he is now finally like, I don't know if he's always done this or I've just noticed it more, but because I do watch his content. But like, he's very much a salesman and like, see, and I can like, I don't know what it is, man. I guess I've just had too many salesmen in my life. Between like literally just walking into like a shoe store and like then like buying cars and buying houses and stuff. Like I just feel like there's too many salesmen. And so like when I watch this content, it just like reeks of salesman to me. And so it just irks me. But he's actually really knowledgeable and he sells his course and like, man, he pushes it so hard. And I'm just like, I don't feel comfortable pushing my stuff that hard. I guess I should though. Like I've been trying to get better in my devlogs. Like I'm like, don't like and subscribe the video please, and then also go buy my game, you know. But I used to feel really bad saying that. He also annoys you. Yeah, I don't know. There's something like I just feel like because he's such a salesman, I feel like there's something like, what's the word, disingenuine? That feels like it. That's the wrong word, but I think that's right. He just doesn't feel genuine to me. But yeah, I still watch his content because it's like the most AAA indie content you can get on YouTube right now, in my opinion. So like, and like some of it's entertaining. I don't know. It irks me. It really bothered me when he like moved to 3D, and I feel like now he's moved to Unreal Engine too. And I'm just like, you've been working in Unreal Engine for like less than a year, and he's not even making his game in Unreal Engine, I don't think, or are they now? I don't remember. Anyway, Thomas Brush summon. What's up, boob? I'd argue with knowledgeable. What's up, Crimson? Well, I mean, he knows how to okay, so when I talk about knowledgeable, maybe I'm not talking about like game dev or like programming or even art, really. Like I think he's good at 2D art, but he's good at selling things, right? He obviously makes a lot of money. He was on Time magazine. Like you got to be pretty good at like marketing yourself if you're gonna make the cover of Time magazine. Maybe it wasn't the cover, but whatever. He was on Time magazine, I think. And I just feel like that says a lot as far as like knowing how to market, you know, and like how to sell things. And I just feel like if every game dev had that, not every, but if I had that ability to like sell myself and sell my products, like I wouldn't be in this position right here where I don't have any money. So anyway, no, I used to really dislike Thomas Brush, and now I'm at the point where I'm realizing that I compare myself way too much to other people, and then I get jealous about it. And then when I do that, then I start disliking them, and I just stop doing that. So I'm now at the point where I do not dislike any other game devs. I don't think. Maybe there's a couple. But yeah, it's more just like I wish that I had the ability to do those sorts of things better. than I do. So anyway, but yeah, he does a course, and I'm sure that that's where he makes all of his money. He has like 2,000 plus students, whatever, and his course is like $300. So he makes a ton of money doing that. If I remember correctly, anyway. I could be wrong on the numbers. I'm probably way off. And then Jonas Tyroller, I think now is doing like courses, and I think Blackthorn Prod is doing his courses. Like, it just seems like the way to go. I don't know. I'm considering it. Just be the best you can. Wait, stupid YouTube. Okay, Phil, I'm sure you see it too, but do you see the stupid heart on YouTube, in YouTube chat? It just covers the last message, and it's so frustrating. I can't read it no matter what I do. It just, like, why do they put that there? And like, how do you, I don't know. It drives me nuts. I'm so sick of YouTube. We have 21 people on YouTube today, so like, I can't justify getting rid of it. But at the same time, it costs me $20 a month to stream on YouTube, and it's so dumb. Like, it's just so frustrating. Anyway, let me catch up. What else did I miss? You can always do the LN route with a compelling story and a Patreon to support chapters. LN. What's LN again? Getting a third myself, love kids. Yeah, we have two. Our oldest is 8. She's at school right now. And then he's almost 10 months. He'll be 10 months in a few days. I watched him a while ago. Stopped after he became a salesman. Yeah. Just be the best. Just be the best. You can't dislike anyone else. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Phil. Ranting Kindred is best Kindred. Okay, I'm done ranting. I've talked enough smack on Thomas Brush. No, I'm actually I'm trying my best not to like talk bad about anyone recently. I don't know. I don't dislike Thomas Brush. I guess I just see through the salesman, but I respect the salesman too, because I do think he knows he knows what's up, right? He knows what's going on, so he knows how to sell his stuff, and so I think it's good to like learn from that. Even though I would never pay for his course. If you're a game dev and you're like want to get somewhere with game dev, just make games. Don't pay for Thomas Brush's course. Not that I'm actively trying to like, you know, harm his income or anything. I just think there's better ways to learn than to spend a bunch of money. It reminds me of like those guys who like they have like they're like financial gurus and financial advisors, right on YouTube, like what's his name, Dave Ramsey, I think it is. Not to be confused with Gordon Ramsay, totally different guru. Anyway, but like, so Dave Ramsey, and I'm not going to say one way or another if I support Dave Ramsey. I think Jana likes him a lot, but like he like does this whole like financial thing, but then he also has a course where you can spend money, like give him money to learn more about how to like save money and like how to get out of debt and stuff. And it's just kind of like, I just don't think if you're trying to save money and learn how to like use your money more like wisely, paying someone to tell you how to do it might not be the wisest way to spend that money. Like, I don't know, it's frustrating to me because there's a lot of free resources out there. Okay, the rant done. What am I doing? Why am I so easily sucked into these dumb rants? I just jump from one thing to another and I can't stop. We're gonna start working now. You ready? We're an hour and 8 minutes into the stream, and I don't think I haven't done any work at all. Nothing. Rant part 2. If you can't beat them, join them. Rant. Anyway, so all right, if you're still here, a modern, this is just like it's gonna be a lane-based tactics. No, not tactics. That's a bad term. It's a lane-based strategy game. There's 3 lanes. They're going to be kind of windy. I don't know if they're going to look like this. I'm just making a spline to test this. And you'll spawn units at each one of these portals. You'll get more units based on the buildings inside that you build. So you build like an archer or an archery. What's it called? You build a barracks and you get soldiers, and then you can spawn the soldiers from there. The soldiers will take resources. You can harvest resources yourself on your little mount here. You're going to run around on this little ram. You're a little dwarf guy. So you can run out and harvest resources. We need to make like the movement more fun. And also what I'm struggling with is like, is this guy necessary? Like, should we even make him? Should I like just scrap this and you can just pan around the map with the mouse and use like more like a god based, like, you know, sim kind of thing? I don't know. I don't know. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, where I'm not really sure exactly the best route to go. Tower attack, no towers. Well, you know what? We could put towers. I mean, like, that's the thing about this game is like there's a lot of room for like expandability and like you know, extra stuff. Lots of room for feature creep. So what I'm trying to do originally is just get the base game in, make that fun, and once that's fun, then we can talk about like expanding on it and polishing and like making it even more fun and like more longevity. One thing I would really like to do is make this like not like there's going to be an enemy base over here that your units are like marching toward, right? And they automatically just march towards and they fight any enemy units that are coming from there along the way. And then when they get here, they start attacking it, right? So the goal is to destroy the enemy's tower or castle. But what I'd like to do is like make different levels of difficulty, or maybe different like levels in general. So it's like different, you know, maybe the first one's just kind of like a really short, simple, like 3-lane thing, and the next level it's a little further away and there's like more stuff in the middle. And maybe your castle changes too, because right now it's going to be static. So like all of your stuff in your castle is going to be like destroyed like this, and you build it up, right? So it's just going to be like this rubble, and then when you walk over, you interact with it and it builds up into a thing. Let's set our cost down to like nothing, and then I'll show you how this works. So first you'll gather resources. So the early game is going to be kind of slow, which kind of is reminiscent to like a clicker game, which is kind of what I'm leaning toward a little bit. Like I like the idea of like the clicker games, because then you have like that incremental what's it called, whatever, you know. So anyway, so you'll come over here and you'll hold F to build it. It's kind of hard to see that progress bar. I'll probably make that bigger. And then ta-da, now we've built it into this building. And now once you've built that, now I've unlocked like more soldiers that I can, like more unit types. So today what we got to do is, and I don't think I want the player that has to walk over here to like interact with the portal to like spawn them. I think they can just click the portal. So I'll have to make a click input. And then I want a UI to pop up here, which will have like 2 rows. So the first row is going to show all the units you can spawn, and maybe we'll have a scroll bar so you can scroll through it. I don't know yet, just in case it gets to be like a lot. And then the bottom row will show your queue. So you'll just click on a unit, and if you have the resources, it'll get popped into the queue. I don't know if it'll spend the resources. I guess it'll spend the resources then. And then if you click on a unit in the queue, it'll give you the resources back and cancel the development. So yeah, so it'll like develop those units over time, and then once it's like finished producing that resource, or production, I guess, not development. So it'll produce that resource, and then they'll spawn, and they'll just immediately start walking down their thing. So make it auto send waves when you upgrade it. It will make them stronger, so lend more. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So you could like, there's a lot of potential for like upgrading buildings. You could upgrade like the barracks to like, now you've unlocked a second unit, right? So maybe the first time you buy the barracks, you just get like the footman, and then you upgrade it again and you get like a knight, right? And then you upgrade it again, you get like a mounted knight or something, you know, things like that. And there could be like a wizard's tower, and now you have like a mage. This is going to be a market where like it'll just auto produce resources slowly, or maybe it'll make it so like your harvesters will give you more resources. These guys will down here as a farm and a blacksmith and a sawmill. And so if you build these ones, then you can spawn harvesters along here, and there will be like nodes of like resource nodes along like the path here, and the harvesters will walk down the path till they find a section with nodes, and then they'll walk off the path and harvest them. So if they're on the path and an enemy comes along, they'll get killed by the enemy because they can't fight really. You can send like a knight first and then a harvester, right, to protect them. But like that's all part of the strategy. You can play however you want to play, right? Or you can just send like 5 harvesters. Who cares? You could technically win the game with, well, I guess you couldn't win the game with harvesters because they'll always stop at the nodes, but you could win the game with like a single footman if you knew what you're doing, I guess. So your harvest will like harvest here, and then bring you back resources. So you get resources like autonomously. Because like I think part of the fun is like, yeah, you go out and harvest things manually, but you're trying to like automate things, right? So you want to come in and start getting a bunch of harvesters. And I'm trying to decide if once a harvester harvests and comes back, should they just be gone? Like you have to buy another one, or should they turn around and just go back again? Because I think that could become problematic if you've, maybe not though, because if there's always enemies coming down the path too, then you still always have to worry about that. All right, what am I missing? I'm sure you probably already answered this, but are you wrapping up S&M? I wouldn't say wrapping up. So ultimately what I'm doing is it's still the primary focus until I get this next update out, and then it's going to be shifted to the back burner while I work on this primarily because I want to get another game out and we need to make some money. So yeah, so basically it's going to be not shelved, but it's going to become the side project basically, and I'll just chip away at it. We will get, there will be 100% for sure we'll have Frostfall out again this year, like always, and then there will be a build after Frostfall to take it down to get rid of winter and do spring and everything. There's a chance, just a chance, I'm not promising anything, but there's a chance that when the Frostfall gets torn down, that we'll be introducing active seasons or like real-time seasons. So not real-time. So like every 10 in-game days or whatever, it'll switch seasons, and then it'll be fall, and then it'll be summer, and then it'll be winter. That will not introduce Frostfall. You won't be able to like go back to Frostfall like every 30 in-game days or whatever. But it might just switch seasons, maybe introduce weather. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not making any promises because it is going to be on like the back burner. So there probably won't be any major updates for Swords of Magic until this game is finished. And then once this game finishes and sells, if it sells really well, then maybe we'll go back to Swords of Magic and work on that full time again and get another big update out. We'll keep chipping away at Delver's Pass and get that done. And if this doesn't sell well, then I have to find another solution, and that might mean me going and getting a job, and then I can't work on any games. So that's kind of why I'd rather shift focus on a smaller game and sell it to try to make a few months worth of mortgage payments. So I don't have to quit making games entirely, right? So it's kind of like a lesser of two evils. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I don't want to work on another game. Like I've been dying to release another game for a long time. I just feel like I don't want to be known as the guy who made Swords of Magic. I want Kindred Games to be known for like fun games. I don't know. It's obviously, I mean, who doesn't want that? But assets look cool. Yeah, so I paid for these assets. As of right now, this game is 100% an asset flip. These guys over here I ripped from other assets that are in here. So like this wheat little like farm here, I just opened this up in Maya and ripped out the wheat to make my own little wheat bundles here. And then there's another building in here that has these trees in it, and then these were catapult rocks that I just scaled up. So yeah, I've been kind of just Frankensteining this asset pack to make this work. And for the enemy team, I have dwarves for this team right now. They have like 3 more what's it called, these packs. So I have dwarves, pre-built ones. So these guys are pretty cool, and we have a bunch of units here, and then I can also just customize these to make new ones. Like I can turn this guy's armor into like a dark armor and be like, oh, here's a death knight or whatever, we could do stuff like that, just kind of like modify. And then here we have workers. I assume there's a carry animation that makes that make more sense. So we have like a footman, a knight, barbarian, whatever we want to call these guys. We have a bunch of different like options, and then cavalry. We should have archers. Yeah, so there's like a bunch of different options for like for stuff here. And then I want to make mages too. I don't think, we do have mages. Mages and priests. So there's a lot of different options for like different buildings and units you can get, which will be fun. And then the enemies will probably be temporarily the undead ones. Maybe even, they'll probably just end up staying the undead ones. Who knows? I don't know. Spam caller. So we have a bunch of undead characters as well. Could be kind of fun if you actually play the undead, but we only have these buildings. So this is like a limitation I have right now. I'm gonna have to model the other buildings. We want to do more things. I don't mind doing that, and it's actually a pretty fun art style, and I'm pretty sure I can match it really easy. I don't really like doing texture painting, but I wanted like, I do want to get into it more to like get some practice, because I'm not bad at texture painting. I just like, I don't know, it's just so much easier to do like flat colors everywhere. So yeah, so I'm probably going to be using these as like style guides, and I'll be making my own. Because we're dwarves, I'm kind of like, these don't feel like dwarves, you know, like these feel like humans. I also have this one with meshes, but these guys are very chibi looking, like they're super cutesy looking. They're by the same artist, but they're like, and they match this style better, like these guys. But like they just don't look as good as the other ones, and I feel like the buildings are okay to look kind of chibi, and then the other, like the units can look cooler. But anyway, so yeah, there's going to be a little bit of artwork to do for sure. I don't mind doing that. I like doing art for games. So but yeah, what I want to do first before I get into anything like crazy like that is I just want to get a prototype done. So as of right now, I have the design, I think, mostly fleshed out. Oh, and also a little bit of expandability, which I'm not doing yet because I want to get like the base game done at first. I'm feature creep is dead to me. I'm not doing any feature creep for this project, at least the very best. Contact me if it comes down to that. I can refer you to the studio I work at. Oh, Crimson, that's awesome. Yeah, that's huge. I applied to a couple different places this summer and got denied like right away. So I'm starting to think about learning C++ because I feel like I'll be a better asset and I'll be able to actually get a job somewhere now. There's a studio that makes Tomb Raider, Crystal Dynamics, and I work at their location. So I work at Crystal Dynamics during the summer. I'm planning to anyway again this year. I did last year. But I didn't work for Crystal Dynamics. I work for a summer camp company that like partners with them, and like a bunch of girls like go there for their summer camp, and then so they get to like see like and work in or like hang out in an actual game studio and do like a summer camp where they make games, which is awesome. Hey, what's up, Sister On? Thanks so much for the sub. New project hype. Yeah, I'm excited about it too. Anyway, so yeah, I worked there, and then the people there, I was talking like to the devs there and like the tech guy who like helped us out a bunch, and the office manager person there, and I was like, yeah, this would be a cool place to work, and it's like 45 minutes from my house, so it's like not that big of a deal to commute for a few days a week, you know. And they were kind of hyped, and so I literally talked to like the CEO and everything, and I was like, yeah, I'm applying for a job here because they had a new gameplay systems designer job which required only Blueprint experience, and I was like, this kind of sounds perfect because you work with the like the engineers to basically like you prototype things out in Blueprint, and then they take the things and make them into C++, and then they make them expandable. So you're basically just building tools for the designers. And I was like, this is like my jam. I love doing this stuff. So I was really hyped about it. And then I just got denied almost. It was like 2 or 3 weeks after I applied, I got denied. And I even kept like following up, and I was like contacting them, and I was like, hey, I'm just, you know, waiting for that interview. And everyone there who was like, they were like, yeah, we'll see you when you come back in for your interview. Cause I, you know, was only there for like 3 weeks for the summer. And I was like, yeah, we'll see about that. And they're like, no, you'll get an interview. And I never got one or anything. So I don't know. It is whatever. I do primarily Blueprint at my work, and I'm a systems engineer. A bit of C++ might help though. Yeah, that's awesome, Grim. I would like, so I've never really wanted to work in AAA, but I've always had like my bucket list does contain like work on a AAA game. So when people say like, oh, what do you do? You know, what do you do for a living? I can say, oh, I make games. I made this game. Right. I just think that's like an accomplishment I would like to have one day. And I feel like I have the experience to get into a AAA studio because I have way more experience than most people do straight out of college who get hired in there. It's just kind of difficult because like Swords of Magic is a good portfolio piece, but until you like sit down and play it for like 4 or 5 hours, you don't really understand it, you know? And like watching the trailer is cool, and I'm sure that helps, but like it's also hard to like explain like what I did on that game because I didn't do everything, right? Like I did do a lot of programming on it, and I've done like tons of art on it, obviously, and I've done tons of design and tons of writing, but it's hard to like, I don't know. I also managed a team, you know, I don't know. It's whatever. Let's get to work. It's work time. Okay, what's the goal for today? We have a building. The building should be granting us stuff. So we should have a list. Where am I looking? A list of, man, I need to like refactor a little bit of this already, which is not a good sign when I'm working on this for 2 days. But I'm kind of treating this like a game jam, and so it's kind of giving me a little bit of like, I'm kind of just rushing a little bit, and I probably shouldn't be. Here's the units list. Okay, so this will unlock footman and knight. And I believe that should be working. Blueprints. Interactables. So the problem is that I built this interactable. I originally built the like harvestables or resources. And so I built everything with like resource type, max durability, current durability, should replenish delay, replenish timer. And then I also had this idea for commands. So when you like walked up to a thing, you'd get like a command bar, like an RTS game. And so when you walked up to it, you'd like it would like grant you commands, sort of like granting you abilities for like gas. But I'm not using gas because nobody got time for that. And then I kind of decided that that's not really worth the effort. I'm not going to do that. So I scrapped that idea. So now it's like ingrained in here. So I need to delete that and like refactor. Is that rant 3 or 4? Get out of here, Zab. I don't know what to tell you, okay? Becca, add towers on the splines and they are junctions. If your commander conquers it, it allows you to switch the spline your units are moving on at the tower. Oh, that'd be awesome. But it's feature creep. We can't do feature creep yet. That's a really cool idea though. I like that a lot. That would be really fun. Because then you could, yeah, that would be really cool. What I like about this, the splines of the lanes is that the middle one's obviously going to be pretty short, and then the outside one's going to be longer, but the outside ones will have more like resources and stuff on them. And like, so it'll be like, I don't know, I'm pretty excited to like get it playable because I think there's going to be a lot of different strategy. Is it feature creep if the feature is not started yet? Not set yet? Yes, because I do have like a set, like I already have here, look, this is our Trello board. We literally have, these are the features that have to go in the game right now. And I don't want to add anything else until all of these are done and the game is playable and testable and I know what it needs to be. But one feature creep idea I also have is to give the player abilities with a skill tree. So as you like kill enemies, whatever, you get experience, or maybe between games. So like you finish a game, whatever, you get some experience, or if you lose a game, you get some experience, and then you put like permanent upgrades on your character, on your person, so you can like run faster, or you like unlock abilities like a healing ability or like a rally ability that like makes the players around or the allies around you run faster or keep up with you or follow you or leave the spline entirely. I don't know. And then maybe like some fireball spells or whatever. Like I think that'd be kind of fun to like give the player more things. But anyway, that's all feature creep because the base game needs to be building buildings, spawning units, harvesting resources. Once those are in, oh, and AI combat and defeating and everything. Once that's in, then we can start talking about feature creep and talking about like what we want to put in the game. Because like the game just needs to be playable at that state. If that state is in and it feels good and it's fun to play and there's strategy and like depth to it, then we can add on to it and then it'll only get better. It'll only get better in my opinion. We just have to be careful though, because like, you know, you can always oversaturate it. Like for example, here's a good example. Cartoon Wars was like one of the original inspirations. That game was really simple. You just hit play and it basically just showed you that your teams, whatever, and you'd fight. Cartoon Wars 3, which you can download now, and I don't think you can get the original game anymore, is so overly complicated. And there's like hundreds of different units. And like, it's so much that like I spent 20 minutes playing it and I was just tapping the things that told me to tap on the screen through the tutorial, which I absolutely freaking hate in games. And I never even got to like a point where I could play the game by myself after 20 minutes. And I was like, this is just trash now. Like, this is just garbage. I don't know what they are doing with this game, but it's like gone off the rails. So we're trying to avoid feature creep at as much as possible for now until the game's playable. Anyway. Okay, there's rant number 5. Okay, make a list. Make a maybe list. A maybe list is a good idea. Okay, let's make him. All right. You got your wish. We're going to make a maybe list. Another list. Feature creep. I don't like this already. This is already dangerous. This is a dangerous game we're playing here. Okay. Towers, or build towers that can act like junctions to switch lanes Okay. And then permanent progression. Progression for player character in the form of a skill tree. What was the other one? There was another one too you guys had a really cool idea for. I would like to be able to switch factions. Like you could like unlock the undead faction over and play as undead too. I think that'd be really fun. But then we have to change like all the units and stuff, and that'd be whatever. I don't know. Okay, that's all I'm adding for now. If you guys have other ideas, let me know and I'll put them on there. Love our kindred rants. Okay. You could have incentives to capture tours and then be able to switch at the junctions, towers, and then switch at the junctions, go for more rewarding rewards rather than doing. Oh, that's another one here. Let's add that too. Because I also thought this would be fun if you had like loot or treasure on the lane your units can capture. As well as hidden chests around the map for the player to discover. Because at one point you're gonna just be kind of like running around, right? Like you're gonna get to the point where there's not like, you don't really need to be at a location to do a thing probably. So I think it'll be useful to have other things to do while you're kind of just waiting for your units to get to the base or whatever to attack. So yeah. The most dangerous game ever. Yeah, no kidding, Angel. Also, Ryan, I don't know if I said hi when you came in, but I'm sorry, hi. Oh, and Krim, can you message me the studio you work for? You don't have to say it in here, but if you can send me a direct message when you get around to it, or I'll message you afterward and remind you if you want. I'm just curious. I'm not gonna go apply right this second, but I'm just curious who you work for. You could then have incentives to capture the towers. Maybe a limited number of uses, like the builders in Civilization 6. Builders have 3 uses, and maybe through upgrades 5. Oh, that's a good idea. Harvesters. We could also have an upkeep for them. So like maybe every time they come back, you have to pay the upkeep on them to like get them to go back out again. Which is like, I guess for like farmers, that's like useless, right? Because they're just going to be, they'll be bringing back their own upkeep. But yeah, I don't know. Because like, I guess that's kind of silly because the nature of them in general means like you're almost 100% for sure going to have the upkeep for them when they get back. Because they're the ones bringing the upkeep for the other ones. Maybe we could do a thing like, for every harvester you have out, you pay an upkeep based on like, I don't know, because like think about games when you can like summon a whole bunch of like is it Civilization? I'm thinking of, what is the game? Oh man, Jana and I played the hell out of it. It's a co-op. Age of Wonders 4 is what I played. I think in that game you can have like a bunch of units out, but maybe that's not even the game. Anyway, there's a game where you can have like a bunch of units out, but they like cost you resources over time, and so you don't like want too many out, right? Like you get to a point where you're like, oh man, I have way too many units and my resources are spread way too thin. I think it is Age of Wonders actually. So you like have to play that balancing game too, and that could be interesting for the harvesters, because like maybe having too many units out will like, maybe it caps your, I don't know how we do it, whatever. Let's just put like in the feature creep area. Why is this not highlighting? Let's just put cap harvesters somehow to prevent using too many. Okay. All right, so what we need to do is, I'm trying to decide if I want to refactor this right now or if we should just wait. Basically the harvest node, these guys right here, are the problem because I built these ones first and then I decided to repair into like a BP interactable that everything can be interacted with because I wanted to have the base functionality. I probably should just put the base functionality on a component or something, and then they all could have just had that component, but it's too late now. So we have this resource type, max durability. All these things right here could probably be removed from the base and re-added on here, but that means I'm probably gonna break these and have to do it again. What's that? YouTube subscription. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. Did you already build the logic? Some logic. Style doesn't matter. Just run a dark post processing and fog of war. Yeah. Like Lego plastic units from 1990s. Yeah. Just joined. Is this an RTS? Yes, it is, Jeff. Sorry I missed your message, or I've taken so long to respond. I get way behind on chat. Not too late, never too late. Going out of character here to say base game, go. Thanks, App. DMing on Twitter. Okay, cool. Aren't we friends on Discord? Kramer, do you not use Discord for some reason? You can do Twitter, it doesn't matter, I don't care. I just don't use Twitter very often. Ever since it became X, it feels like an X. It's my X Twitter. If you could look at my comment in Dev Office, I'm only asking because I think it's very important. Okay. Soupy, you mentioned Thronefall. So yeah, I know about Thronefall. I have not played it. I haven't played it, but I watched the development and I kept up on it, and like I love Jonas. In fact, I just did a tweet on Twitter and he replied to it, which was awesome. And Prestige, thank you for your message as well. I'll check that out in a minute. Hopefully I don't forget about it, because now I like got rid of the ping. Crims, you can message wherever. I was just wondering. It's just, when I think about messaging someone, or like DMing someone, my first thought is just Discord, and I would never think Twitter, but it doesn't matter. Totally fine. Worst rebrand in history. It's not too late. Wait, what's worst rebrand? Oh, from Twitter to X. Yeah. No, we're not doing this rant. I'm not getting into it. I don't care. I don't care if it's called Twitter or X or whatever. Stupid dumb platform. It can be called whatever. I'm not getting into it right now. And Kindred a letter though through the mail. Do that. Please send me some snail mail. That's what I want to know about the game studio you work at through snail mail, please. I'll read it in a few weeks. Let's see. What do we need to do then? Okay, so we need this menu working. I'm pretty sure this is all working. We can do this. So let's assume this is working. It would be nice if this showed like the units. We need like icons for the units, which I'm a little scared to do. That's okay. We'll get to that. I guess we'll just take screenshots. I actually probably have like a icon maker plugin or something. Oh, right. Thronefall. Yeah, I have not played Thronefall yet, but I'm pretty sure you like rally your units and like they follow you into battle or something. So it's similar, Soupy, and honestly, there's probably some inspiration there. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's sort of like, just because, chocolate chip cookies exist doesn't mean like, white chocolate macadamia cookies can't exist. So I think it's just going to be like another flavor. I think it'll be fine. Especially like the lane-based thing. I think the lane-based thing is what really makes this stand out and makes it feel totally different than other RTS and like strategy games. Other than like, I guess Clash Royale. Wait, was it Clash Royale or what was it called? Yeah, I think it's Clash Royale. Whatever that dumb game is. This is really more of a genre. People are always going to call things dupes, don't worry. Yeah, I'm not too worried about being a dupe. I don't think it is. Send a carrier pigeon, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so let's get these working. Okay, we need these to be interactable through mouse. So now we need to make a player controller now. I don't have one. Let's go. I guess we'll just put it in characters under the player because that's fine. And we need to make a player controller. In here, player controller BP _ player controller, I guess is fine. And then the player character needs to be controlled. Wait, that's how do you do this again? This is under world settings, I think, right? Game mode is how you do it, right? Yeah, this needs to be BP player controller. Great. Because now we need to add in some click functionality. So let's open up player controller. I've been putting all this stuff on the player for now, but I guess we wouldn't have to do it here, but this just seems like a better place to do it. And since this isn't controlling the character, this is just clicking things, it feels like it makes more sense here. Okay, so what we're trying to do is I guess we need to make controls first. I hate making controls or inputs. I guess whatever, we'll just duplicate this, I guess, and call this click inputs, I guess. And then we need to make some new, this one's fine. What do we call this? Like left click? This is definitely gonna be PC only. I think it could work for gamepad, but like it would be a pain and probably not worth the effort. Maybe, I don't know. These kinds of games have been getting made for decades. Yeah, it's just like a strategy, like real-time strategy game, right? It's nice because real-time strategy games, like when I think RTS, I think like Warcraft and StarCraft, right? And I want more of those games. So like, let's make more, you know? I don't do it in here. Weird to me that you don't do that in there. We need to delete these. And this needs to be left click. I don't know if there needs to be a right click. We'll just go with left click for now. That's all we need. And then we need to go add that to the player controller. I think player character has it added here. Oh. I guess I don't have to, I don't know. Should I just do it in here? We're already started. We're just doing it. Local player subsystem, world subsystem, local, this one I assume. Nope. Self, does that work? You think you wouldn't need that since I'm literally in the controller, but I guess that's fine. There. Oh, it's fine. They both have their... we should probably set this to priority 1. Not that they're not gonna I don't think they'll conflict, but I don't know. I don't know if that would just mean that like if they're both priority 0, this wouldn't work, but we'll see. Try to get gamepad to work. It's crazy how many people want gamepad, plus it helps for Steam Deck. Yeah, that's true. Okay, all right, that's fine. That's a challenge. We can do it. Just voicing its concern. Yeah, no, Soupy, it's good. It's good to know. Honestly, if nothing else, I should go buy Thronefall. 1, just to support Jonas because he deserves it, and 2, just like to play it so I can, you know, steal ideas from it. Right? Isn't that the whole mantra? Like, good game devs borrow, great game devs steal or something. Okay, so we have those inputs now. Now we just need to go to player controller, and we're gonna do IA left click. This one. Now we need to do git. Should we? I guess we should probably do a hover too, huh? But this wouldn't be an input, would it? Let's see. Hit result under cursor for objects. Yeah, I think I have a new object type. Interactable. You guys seen the plugin that like you don't have to take your hand off the keyboard? to do blueprints. Like you like it's all like keyboard shortcuts, and you can just write a whole line of blueprints. I'm really tempted to pick it up. I think it's free actually. It's either free or like $10. I want to try it, but at the same time, that's Blizzard's whole MO. WoW has been doing it forever, stealing game ideas and making them better. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's kind of like what I think that's like. Literally, I think everyone does that, right? I don't think there's a single game dev who doesn't like start their game dev journey by playing a game and going, man, wouldn't it be cool if this game did this instead? And then like doing that. Like it's all, I feel like every game is just derivative from like the original like Pong or whatever, or like what was the one before Pong? It was like an asteroids kind of game. I can't think what it's called. But I feel like everything was just like, oh, it'd be cool to make this game except like this. Like everything's the same. My entire game is modded Skyrim, but voxel. Yeah, my entire game is modded Skyrim, but low poly. It's like that's exactly what Swords Magic is. It's literally just Skyrim with multiplayer and low poly. That's like, and with World of Warcraft mixed in, I guess. But yeah, it's all just copies. Okay, we have a hit overlap. Let's do. We need like a hover thing. Damn it. Okay, so this is just gonna have to run on tick. That's fine. Wait, maybe we just do like a function. Actually, let's do this. Let's collapse this to function. Let's call this get hit result, or get mouse hit result, I guess, whatever. And I'm just gonna output the actual actor because I don't care about any of this. That's not what I want to do. I typed output, not return node. And then we just want the actor. I think that's it, and that'll just only give me, I guess, interactables. That should work. And then in here we can just do like. This is gonna be tricky. I don't want to do. I guess I need to. We need to do some sort of like hover effect. Maybe we just show. This is gonna be tricky because like. This is where I'm like struggling with design, because we have our player, right? And when you walk up to these things, they pop up and you have to build them, like you have to be there to build them, which is like, I guess it makes sense, right? Like you're physically being the one that's building these, right? That's why you have to hold the F key or whatever for the whole time. And then you have these ones, which you don't have to walk up to. I know they're popping up right now, but these will be like popping up when you hover over them, right? And then you hover over it, it'll pop up and say like, it'll show like your queue or whatever. I guess, I don't know, maybe it won't show the queue. Should it? Maybe you just hover over it, it'll just say like spawner or whatever, or click to whatever, manage or something. I don't know. Then you click it and then it'll pop up with the UI, and then you can click what you want on the UI. I'm hoping the UI will just work in the world. Like I'm hoping like I can just click these as like buttons. It's capturing the mouse when I click right now, so I gotta fix that. But I think I can just make those as like screen UI that will just work. So I don't have to like actually do anything stupid. Like I don't want to like pop up an actual like window or anything. You know, we could though. Like we could easily just have like UI on the screen at all times that are just like buttons. You just click and you don't have to click on the actual items, because that would like reduce that disconnect between like clicking on these things but walking up to these things. Let's hear some feedback. What do you guys think, or some input? Hopping off. Oh, see you later, Phil. After Age of Mythology, RTS games became stale for me. Yeah, I don't know what it is about. Like I think what I like about RTS games is like the city builder sort of aspect. Which is probably why I liked Age of Wonder a lot, and I like City Builders a lot. Like Factory Town, such a good game. Like I love games where there's like a progression in like building up your like kingdom or whatever. And I love RTS games, but it does feel like the second you like finally start building like a cool like kingdom, then it's like either gets destroyed by the other person or you won the game already. So I feel like I don't know. And this is not gonna feel like that at all, so that's fine. This is not like in that realm really. My game is just Hotline Miami, but yeah, it's basically just Hotline Miami. Yeah. It's like more like, I don't know, your game is so good, Krim. Like, it feels so good to play. Like getting good at like quickly like snapping the mouse and like making those shots feels so good. It's so satisfying. I hope it's still selling well. My game dev journey started by me wanting a modern day version of a game I used to play when I was a kid, and I figured it wouldn't be that hard, right? Oh no, you wasn't. Yeah. You mentioned a clicker game. Maybe you initiate building from UI and your character can go bonk it to boost it. Oh, that's a good idea. A couple sales every day. Can't complain. Oh, yeah. That's not too bad, I guess. I don't even know how many sales we get a day now. It's more than a couple, luckily, but it's not like enough to, I don't know. Some days it's pretty scary. Like when we have a sale, like I had a whole devlog already recorded and everything ready to go. Just needed to edit it well and get footage. And then we had the chicken thing, right? Which, by the way, if you guys, it's 100% not gonna happen, I'm pretty sure. But if you want to go back the chicken thing, you can do that still. It's there. Here, I'll post it in YouTube as well. There you go. If you want to go back that, you can get yourself a chicken. The problem is that we have to have 200 sales and it ain't gonna happen. We are only 8% funded. And I'm pretty confident that we posted on Steam already and no, like really nothing there. And we were gonna do a YouTube video on it and everything, but even a YouTube video I don't think would have landed us 200 sales. Even when we do a YouTube video, we can't even get like, I don't think we even get like 20 like game sales when I do a YouTube video. So YouTube's pretty much like dying for me, which like honestly I would be happy to wash my hands of YouTube. No offense to anyone who really likes the YouTube content. If I could find a better way to market the game. I just don't like making YouTube videos. It's just not super fun for me. Just not something I'm into. Good to know that switching the player controller didn't break things. Let's find out if the hover is working though. So let's just throw this on tick. We're gonna have to do a thing where we check, like we promote this to a variable probably, and then we check to see if this hit actor is equal to, let's call this hovered actor. You know what? Are we gonna do this? Should we just do the UI thing? I kind of think we should just put like 3 buttons on the UI that are just like your 3 different lanes. You should make shorts. Yeah, I made a couple shorts just based on like clips from the Twitch channel, from the Twitch stream. And that seems like be the best way to do it, right? Like Thor from Pirate Software has been doing that and like doing exceptionally well. I watched Thor a long time ago when he had like 20 viewers on Twitch, like when he was just starting working on Heartbound, I think it is. It was like halfway through. I remember going in and being like, oh, this looks really cool, can you show it to me? And he was like, yeah. And then if I remember correctly anyway, I might be thinking of a different game, but I don't think so. But yeah, I watched like, I swear I watched like 10 of his shorts a day when I'm like just scrolling through YouTube shorts, or even I think he's on TikTok too. Maybe not. No, I think it's just YouTube. Have a hotkey that opens a build menu above character. That would be good. The problem is there's 3 lanes, and when you build, you have to, it's not even building, right? It's not like a building. It's like producing. So when you produce a unit, you have to pick a lane for it. And so we have to have, like, if it popped above the character, we could do that, but you have to have 3 sets of like which one you're controlling, which would be a problem. But I think if we had them like on the screen, right? Like if we just had like right here, like a portal button, a portal button, a portal button, right? Like the 3 lanes, and you clicked it, then it could like slide out and show like the units you have available in the queue, right? And then you could like, even maybe when it's closed, you can even see like the unit that's in the queue, and it should even say like how many are in the queue total. So it kind of like stays hidden a little bit. And then you click it, it slides out, and then you can click more units to add them to the queue. I think that might be the way to do it. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning toward that. It would also be really nice to show like maybe instead of showing like a mini map, we have the button, and then underneath the button we have like a bar. Maybe when you slide it out, you can see. I don't know. How do we do that? Can you make an invisible object go to where the mouse is pointing and check if it's overlapping with the portal to see if you're hovering? Oh no, I could, but the way I have that is like this will work. So yeah, so let's just print this for now. This will already work though. I'm very confident this is gonna work. So I hit play. I should see a print over here for the item I'm hovering over. So there we go. So there's interactive spawner, and now I'm looking at these, and there's our spawner master too. I don't know what this is called spawner. This isn't actually a spawner. I think I just replaced the actor with a spawner or with a different object. So yeah, this is working. If I get my mouse over the actual collision of it, which is not the mesh, then it does show up. So that's working. When does UE collapse print messages? It depends on how long you want them to stay on screen for. So I can print this for 2 seconds, which is what the default is, or I can put it 20 seconds. You can also change the color. Now they stay up there for 20 seconds. Oh, did I not do that? It is 20 seconds. I don't know why that just like deleted. It's like it's hovering. I don't know what it's doing. I don't know. It's being weird. I don't know why there's a bunch of spaces. I wonder if maybe there's an actor that doesn't have like a name that it's like printing or something. I don't know what's happening. Anyway. So yeah, that's all working, but I don't know. My issue is, let's say you're over here, right? And you're like watching your units like attack the castle, and you're like, oh man, I need some more units. Like this isn't like, we're not going to survive this. And you like spawned all your units, use all your resources to get them over here, but now you need another wave to make sure you like finish it off, whatever. But then you have to walk all the way back over here to like hover over these to click to spawn units. So I think we should be looking at putting a thing up here. Gotta hop out, but if you ever want to chat about potential work and stuff, Kindred, I'd be happy to review your portfolio and stuff. Help out. Yeah, so I have formal education in PBR stuff, but I'm pretty rusty and I haven't really done PBR stuff in a while, especially not realistic stuff. I'm more of an environment artist, but I could definitely, like, I know how to do it still. It's just I'm just rusty. So I'm sure if it was something I need to take serious and you think I could get it, I could actually, you guys have openings or whatever, I would definitely take some time to polish up my portfolio and work on some portfolio pieces. But I'm pretty quick about it too. But anyway, yeah, thanks so much for the offer, and I will definitely message you. Really appreciate it. Have a good one, man. Thanks for coming in. The Unity and Godot, it will do like message you print amount of times printed. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so one thing I want to do, and I always want to do this on every project I start, but I've never actually done it yet, is build a function in like a function library that prints, right? And then call that function instead of my actual print. And that way I can put in things like the actor that's printing it, the like color, like a bunch of different things like that are like built into it. So that way I will never lose a print string. So let's just do it. Let's do it right now. Should we do it? I don't know. This seems like a waste of time. This is probably why I never do this, because I'm always like, it's not really worth the time right now. Blueprint function library. Oh, actually, I think I have one. Let's not do that. Let's go in here and do general, and let's just call this function, which is just print. What do we want to call this? To screen. Sure, we'll call it that. And then we just have an inputs like this is going to be like actor. I don't know if this doesn't matter, I guess. Maybe we do actor, like let's do actor. Yeah, that's fine. And then we do something like this, where we have like an array of strings for like messages. And we do like, so we can print multiples of these at one time. Oh, that's not what I want. But it is nice that that comes up first. That's what I was looking for. The print string. And then we do, we print this one. Wait, hold on. So we append this and we go here, get display name. Actually, let's do this. Okay, and then we do text color. And we do duration. And I like these two options too, but I feel like there's never a time where I'm not going to want to print these to screen. And then also, this is what I think is going to be super handy is if we do an input that says, or like maybe on the player controller. Let's do this. Let's go character, player. Someone's honking the horn outside. I don't know what's going on. One sec, let me check. It's not my wife outside, so I don't care who it is, I guess. I made a custom print string function I use for anything permanent that I want to see when stuff goes wrong. I still use the normal print string for quick testing stuff. Yeah, well, the point of this is, so in Swords and Magic, we have thousands of blueprints, right? All over the place. And they print stuff all the time. And the problem is when we're developing stuff, we'll put a print in to test it. And we're like, cool, that worked. And then we move on and forget to remove it. And sometimes the print is just like a number, right? We're just like, I just want to see how much damage is being done. So I'll just put in like the damage number because you don't have time to sit there and like append it and put in like, oh, this is being called on this actor and doing this thing and do whatever, you know? So it's just like, you're just lazy about it. And I'm guilty of this too. It's not just other people on the team, but that were on the team. But we've all done it. And then what happens is my testers go in and they're like, oh, I found this really cool screenshot, and they take a screenshot and it's just full of print strings on the side, right? Or they're like playing and they're looking and I'm like, oh, check for a print string that says like the achievement was unlocked, right? Which is a recent thing we've been doing. And then they'll go in and like test it, and then they just have this massive string of prints and they can't even see what's going on because it's like all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, but I can't see the print string, and it's like, it's super annoying. So this way, if I use this and only use this for print strings, then here, I'll show you. We need an input action first. Hang on, let's build it, and then it'll make sense. Hang on a second. Let's duplicate this. Oh my god, what is going on outside? Debug. Let's call this debug. And we'll put it in click inputs, I guess. It's not really a click input, but that's fine. Okay, and let's make it, I want to do a modifier on this. How do I do a modifier on this? Triggers, modifiers. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Shoot, how do you do, I don't know how to do this. How do you do like control print or control P? That's not how you do it. Like I want to do P, but I want it to be like control P. Does that have to be done in here? Oh, combo maybe? No, that's not it. Ported action, applies a chord, action must be triggered. Must be triggering for those triggers action to trigger. Do you need to do 2 of them? I think it's done in the other one where you set the keys for inputs. Okay. In here. But I don't see any options in here either. I can do override settings, but I don't have any options here either. In the old way you did this is like when you picked the key, you could add like a trigger, like a modifier key, which would like Alt or Control or Shift or whatever. The context. I don't see any context. What do you mean the context? Oh, it's playing the angel. Oh, where is it? Yeah. Do you know someone how to do this? I feel like you would know how to do this. How do I make it so I have to do Control P instead of just P? It's not like it's a big deal, actually. It doesn't matter. We'll just do P. It could always just like go in the menu or whatever too. This is just like for testers, really. It's not even a like go in the game. So on the player controller, we're gonna do debug IA this one, and we'll do, oh shoot, how do you check this? In editor, I think. No, is dev build? I don't remember what's, oh man, these are built into Swords and Magic, and I don't know how they like, or how these are built, like behind the scenes. How do you check to see if something's a dev build? I think it's like an enum, isn't it? Like platform? Get platform or something? Get platform name. I don't think that's it. Is packaged for distribution. Okay, that'll work. Okay, so if we're not packaged for distribution, then we're going to, we'll just have a variable on the player controller. I guess it'll work. Let's just call this debug. We'll just do a flip-flop, I guess, because this doesn't really need to be saved or anything. That doesn't work. Just do a select, right? No, not that. No, that's not working. Let's just be it. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to get fancy and I don't know why. It just doesn't matter. I don't want the trigger. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. And then I do this and not. There we go. That's what I was. No. That's what I wanted. I was like, why am I cannot like wrap my head around how to do this right now, but I got it. So if it's not shipping build, then we're going to just set this to whatever it's not. So that'll just flip flop. Okay. So now what we'll do is on the play, in here, we do get player controller. Oh, we have to cast, though. This is gonna suck. That's okay. Doesn't matter. It'll be loaded anyway. This is like one of the first times I've casted because I usually just do like this project. I've been using interfaces for literally everything. This is the first time I've casted to like something that I could just use an interface for this too, but I'm not going to because the player controller is probably gonna be loaded at this point. And this will only happen in editor anyway. In fact, we should probably do that too. It's just before this, just check to see if we're packaged for distribution. Thank you, Angel, by the way. We want to do get debug. If. So basically, if my testers have turned off debug, then this won't show up at all. We could even do like a priority one that like forces itself to show up, but that seems silly. Save that, and then that should work. Yeah, let's do just because I don't want to cast and like, I want this to happen at all. If we're packaging, because there's no reason to cast there and load that. Okay, so now if I go back into the hover thing, let's do print, and we get the print to screen, which is nice. And then we put in self here, right? And then we go make. This is kind of annoying, but honestly, I usually do append anyway, so this is probably going to be better. And we could just put like a regular message on here and check if this is empty. We'll just do like test, whatever, and we'll pick the color. That's gonna, we need to set the default probably to something else. Let's just make it white for now. And then we should set the default for that too. Okay, let's go set the defaults for those, because that's gonna get annoying. Default value for the color, let's just make it white. All our print streams will just be white. And the default value for this will just be 2 seconds. Save, hit play. Now when we hover over these, nothing will happen. See, I told you, this was easy. Oh wait, hold on, it's probably just because debug is turned off by default. There it is. So now, oh, wait, what? It's only happening when you hold P. Hold on. Player controller. Debug. This is just triggered. Why is this setting it back? Because it's probably just because it calls triggered again when you release it. I assume it gets triggered on press and release. So we just do on started. Honestly, we just put it on completed. So it happens when you actually release the key. Okay, so P. Wait, hold on. We're just printing everything now. It does say test, and it says printed by, and it says like where it was printed, which is really handy. And the reason it's handy is because now I can be like, oh, this is flooding this. Where is this print coming from? Oh, I know where it's coming from. It's coming from the player controller. Then I can open up player controller and go, where's that print string? Oh, it's right here. Got it. Oh, duh. So yeah. That's why that was printing nothing earlier, because I wasn't checking this. But it needs to be this. That's we're checking. And that can go in there, get display name. Yeah, okay, cool. So that's great. That works. One thing I want to do is set debug to true by default though, so I don't have to worry about that later. And now I have a custom print string. I could do something like where it would be nice if I could print like halfway through the message a different color, but I don't know if you can do that with print strings. So I'd have to do like print the thing and then underneath it in a different color, say like what it is, or whatever. Probably not worth the effort. Where it's printing from, that's like exactly why I wanted to do it, because there were so many times where we couldn't figure out where the prints were coming from, and I just go through and had to like search. It's so annoying. So yeah, this is super handy. And I've been talking about doing this for a while. Like I had this idea a long time ago, and I just haven't put it in any games yet. So this is handy. I know it's a little bit like it kind of floods your screen because it shows like all that printed by stuff. But I think it's worth it, you know? And I could probably do a thing where like, nah, it's not worth it anymore effort. I think it's worth just doing that. Cool. Okay, so I'm not gonna do this. I think this is a bad idea. I don't even know if we need to even, no, I guess we need, never mind. Yeah, okay. Sorry. My brain. We don't need the left click thing. We don't need like any of this except for the debug stuff we just added here. Because yeah, I'm not gonna do the hover thing. We're just gonna build UI for this. I think this is the best way to do it. So let's go in to widgets and we're gonna build the UI that's on the screen so you can control these guys. Honestly, this just be better. I don't think it's gonna be like as tactile because it would be nice if it like popped up over the top of them so you can see which one is spawning which, but like, I think it'll be fine. So let's build a new, let's just duplicate this one, or we could just refactor it. Now we'll just duplicate it. Whatever, let's just make a new one. Because the command bar I can use for whatever. This is gonna be lane spawners. We're gonna call this one lane HUD. Then I'm gonna make another one called lane spawner, I guess. Okay, so the lane HUD is just going to be a canvas panel that fills the screen. And then we'll put in a scale. We'll just do a vertical box that holds them. Anchor the top left, great. And it'll just sit like right here-ish, kind of. Like here-ish, somewhere in there. And I'll probably actually just do size to content because it'll just be easier. And then we'll probably actually position this like 0.2. Isn't that what I want? Isn't 0.2 move it off the side a little bit? Why is that not working? Whatever, that's fine. I just don't want to be right against the edge. Maybe check if actor is valid reference. Yeah, Omega, that's exactly what's happening. Sorry, I missed that. Agree with buttons, cool. Do you need a mini map? How wide will the map be? Oh, sorry, I missed that, Becca. I'm thinking that we'll put this in. I can't scale it anymore. And then when you slide this out, I don't know. Maybe we just have like a mini map at the bottom that's not really part of this. It just shows 3 lines as like progress bars, and we'll show like the it can't be a progress bar, but it'll just be like show 3 lines for 3 lanes, and then just have like green dots for your soldiers and red dots for their soldiers, and then you'll just see like the progress like percentage through the bar for each one. That won't be too hard to do. We can just kind of just check that like every half a second or something, or every second. We'll just bind like the progress through the spline. I actually don't even know how we're going to do the spline yet. So we have the spline, and we're going to spawn an enemy on it, which is already broken. I don't know why it won't spawn on the actual spline. So we're going to spawn it here, and then we just want to like push it forward. And then I'm probably just going to rotate it based on the spline. I don't know how I'm going to do that because I need to like move it along the spline. I guess we could just, I'd like to just lerp it, because I think how I've done this before with a fuse for like a wick, or a flame on a fuse for like an explosive thing in Swords of Magic. And so what I did, I think, is I just took like how long I wanted the fuse to take to get to the end, and then I lerped it to that position on the spline, I think. And then it just followed the spline. It was perfect. The problem is that these units will have a speed, and it needs to be modified depending on how far the spline is. So I guess we can probably just do some math and figure that out, and then we'll just like push it along. And then when it gets to an enemy, it'll like they'll all have an attack range radius on them, whichever I have set up, based on their stats in their data table. And then it'll just like if it finds an enemy, or if it overlaps another unit and it checks that unit's faction, if the factions don't line up, then it'll stop the movement and start an attack loop. What's up, Scooter? This is an RTS game, a lane-based RTS game I'm making. I'm treating it as sort of like a game jam, hoping to have it done in like a few weeks, and then I'll be launching it on Steam. It'd be cool if I could get it done by Christmas, because that'd be perfect. But also I have to do marketing, so I don't know if we'll have time to finish it and market it and sell it. So we'll see what happens. Where it's printing from? Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, Angel, we already talked about this. Anyway, so that's what I'm thinking. So let's go back to the widget stuff. So yeah, we'll have, this will be the holder. We'll just stick the 3 things in here, and then now we'll go open up the lane spawner, and this will be each of the 3 things we're putting in. So let's make this one desired, and we'll do a size box to start. And then I'm thinking a horizontal or a vertical box, because I want 2. I want a button first, so let's do a horizontal box. And then a vertical box inside that. And then a button. This will be the button that opens and closes it. Okay, so the button is going to have a picture of, I don't know, it's whatever. Let's just put a number on it for now. This will all be polished up later. We'll just call this like, oops. 1, I guess, because it'll just be like teleporter 1. We'll just make it white, and then the button will be darker gray for now. And then we'll wrap this with a size box, because I've learned my lesson that you can't get these super buttons the size you want unless you just literally tell them exactly what size you want them to be. And we'll just do like 64 by 64 maybe. And then we'll go put that, this will give us an idea of what it looks like. So spawner. We'll have 3 of those, and then we need to add a thing to them. So let's just grab our size box and add, we can't do that. I guess this size box doesn't matter that much. This is just gonna like clamp our size if we want it to be. Let's just replace it with child for now. We can wrap it again if we want later. Okay, and then this, actually, here, let's just do this. This will just be easier. It might be messier, but it'll be easier. We'll just put a spacer on the bottom. So, and then this will have a spacer with some X here, and this will be 0. We'll just go like that probably. Okay. Now we go back, look at this one. They're all spaced out. Nice. Okay. And then lane spawner. Now we have 2 vertical boxes over here. We want to, or horizontal boxes we want over here. We want to put in there. Okay, in this vertical box, we're going to put in 2 more horizontal boxes. And in this top one, we need to put a, like, these are the buttons that you can actually spawn. So these also need to be a separate widget. This is annoying. I hate doing like this widget nesting thing, but you have to do it. It's just the cleanest way to do this kind of stuff. This is going to be widget _ unit spawn button. And then we are going to make this first, and then we're going to duplicate it and make a unit Q button, and then modify that one. Sorry, just got a business email. A non-swords and magic, non-kindred games even business email. Am I crazy? Was that not this email? Oh wait, I found it. Cool. Anyway, yeah, okay, so in here we're gonna do, this will also be desired, and then we're gonna do a size box. And in here we're going to do a button. Size box, let's make the big button is 64, so we'll make this one like 32 would be great, but then there's not like no space for like a line between the middle between the two, so let's just do 30, I guess. Do like 2 pixels and 30, I guess. That's fine. Okay, and then these icons will, this is gonna have to be an image, and this will be the image of the button spawn unit, and this is going to be the unit icon. Okay, compile, save. So what else do we need to show on this to spawn the unit? I guess we should probably show, should we show the like, should we show the cost directly on the unit? Because we could put like the cost in the corner here, or like just kind of underneath it. So we can just do like a horizontal box. Actually, let's wrap this in a, what's it called? An overlay. And then we put a horizontal box on the overlay. And you could anchor overlays or the things in an overlay. I guess we made it a canvas panel, we could. We replaced it with a canvas panel instead. I feel like that'll be easier because we can. And the size box is not the canvas panel does not respect the size box. So I guess we put this in the size box instead. That doesn't care either. Size to content. There we go. What's this though? Why is this doing this? Oh, right. What do we, oh, this is supposed to go bottom middle. And we do 0.5 and 1. And scale this down and scale this down. There we go. And then in here we put text. Really, I guess we should put an icon in text. Nah, this is going to be messy. I think maybe we just do like a tooltip. If you click the 3 dots next to the compile button, you can choose to save on successfully. I know, but it's a habit. I've done it for years. I've turned it on before and then it just bothers me. It's not good to use canvas panels inside nested child widgets. It introduces double keeping transform nodes beside the canvas panel is very high in computational cost. Oh, interesting. Well, I don't think it's gonna matter anyway because I think I'm gonna ditch this whole thing. I think I'm just going to do a tooltip that pops up. When you hover over the unit, it'll tell you how much it costs. How do RTS games do this? Let's go look at... Oh god, I can't even see this at all. So what I'm looking at is, what I'm looking for is like these buttons down here to like, because they have a cost, right? Like units have a cost. They don't show anything on them. They just show like their production times. Oh, that's another thing too, is we need a progress bar. I was kind of thinking, yeah, I don't see a cost on any of these. Maybe it is a tooltip. Yeah, none of these have a cost either. You go tooltip. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Tell you about the muscle memory. I smash Shift S all the time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same. Okay, so none of these have costs. So yeah, we'll just do that then. We'll just do a tooltip. So I can just ditch this entirely, and this can just be a button. We don't need the canvas panel. We'll replace this with child, and same with this. Okay, just use side blocks, spawn unit, button, and then an image. Let's just grab an image for now. We'll just do like, has some random like placeholder stuff in here. Where is it? Thought I had more placeholder stuff here. That's fine. Let's do that. Oh. Wait, why is this not working? Oh yeah, it's this stupid thing. This button has the padding thing here. Stupid. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Dumb. And then the button, I guess, whatever, that can just stay default for now. This is all just like prototype. We're just getting this working. Once it's working, then
Listen.
regarding doing enhanced inputs like Control P, this is one method. Yeah, Omega, you're right. That's what was happening. Is because it was I didn't have a valid actor, so it couldn't find the actor's name, so it was just printing nothing. Because it was actually finding an actor, it just wasn't valid, so there was no name to it. I'm surprised I didn't get an error doing that, but it worked. But I fixed it now. Modifier, wait, what? Modifier key down? I didn't see that. Was that in there? God, it's so deep, isn't it? Yeah, let's see. Where was it? Debug. Was it a trigger? Wait, hold on. Triggers, modifier key down. That's not an option in here. Did they make one? Oh, it's not in here. That's why. Hold on. This is probably why, because it needs to be in here. And then you have a trigger in here. Yeah, it's still not. That's not an option. You have to make one of these. You have to make a class while new blueprint. Oh, well, that's dumb. You know, that's really dumb. This whole new input system was like a really cool idea, and it works great. And like, I guess it's better than the last one. But why would that not be like a basic thing? That just seems like that would just be like a basic thing. I'm actually really glad that I've discovered this idea, because I want to make an RTS game, and this is gonna scratch that itch probably. but also it doesn't require a bunch of crazy like hotkey commands and stuff like a regular RTS game would, so I don't have to worry about that. Ported inputs, is that where you just have two different input actions and then you have, I assume that would be like so the input manager thing that was called, whatever this thing's called, you would have two of these and it would be a chorded action, or you have two, yeah, where you have debug, and then I would also add, wait, oh, I see, this would have to be down, this would have to be down for this one to trigger. Then that makes sense. Yep, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking when I read chorded action. That's what I thought it was gonna do, but then I was like, then I have to go make an alt action too, and I didn't want to do that, so I thought there'd be an easier way, but no, that seems to be the only way. Okay, cool, that's fine. 99% of games do not use the key modifiers out there. Really? What's up, Squarepeg? Scooter, I don't know if I answered your question or not. This is an RTS game I'm making. I think I did. Okay, so we have our button. This is going to be filled into here, into these horizontal boxes. So let's add one. So spawn button. Okay, and then we have like a few of these in here. They need some padding around them. So let's go do that really quick. So just on the button, we'll just add some padding in here. We'll just do like 3, maybe 2. And let's go look at this one. Oh, not in there. Yeah, it's like I'm just so used to like just clicking that button. But okay, these might be too small. This is like your full, maybe not. Let's go to the player character and add it to the screen. We are not using this anymore. I guess I could have just kept that there and swapped it to the other one. This is going to be the lane HUD. Actually, let's promote this to a variable because I'm definitely going to be modifying it based on the units you have available. There we go. And then this is going to be widget lane HUD. Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit play. There we go. Yeah, that's, let's see. Guessing those are too small. Then clicking this will slide it out. I don't know how to do that though. I'm pretty sure I tried to do a slide out thing with the MMO Maker game I made years ago. And I ended up just having to scale it from one side to the other, so it just like squished and stretched out. Yeah, I know how to do an animation for it. I don't know how to like scale it so it like cuts off, right? And then like reveals it. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe we could just do a thing where it like pops in the buttons one at a time. That could be kind of fun. So like as the whenever a button gets spawned, we'll just like a little pop in animation, right? And then when you click that button, it'll just like loop through all the buttons, maybe with like an async loop where it like has delay on it. So just like pop, 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 like all the buttons in. That might be kind of nice rather than having like a full slide out thing. I just think the slide out thing would be nice so you don't have to like, because if you have like, you know, units all the way out to here, that might be a little bit overwhelming. Maybe not, maybe it's fine. So this will be lane 1, 2, and 3, which will match these guys here. And then you'll just click the units here. It'll get added to a queue down here. And then you'll see like a little progress bar for how long it takes before it like builds it. And then I guess we'll have probably like a pause button. Maybe like at the end of this or something, or like maybe like maybe we'll have like a little one down here that just like I don't know, just like a timer button or something. I don't know, some button that you like just click to pause. make it toggleable. You could scale them with a curve to make it pop. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Control plus 1 to 9 would select. Hold on. RTSs do, but that's. But what other kind of games would use modifiers? All kinds of games actually. Like think about like an RPG. Like when you split a stack in like Minecraft, or if you wanted to preview like an MMO, you could like control click an item and that's like written in chat, or control click an item in like a shop or whatever to see information about it. In WoW, you can alt click an item in your inventory to pull it up, or like automatically add it to your auction house listing. There's lots of times to do that. It took me a second to like realize that they were used all the time, and then like once I realized like one was used somewhere, then it like was like a floodgate of item of like, oh yeah, that's used everywhere. So I see why you thought, because my first thought was like, yeah, you're right, they're not used anywhere, but they're used all over the place. I can't do ice water today, which is usually what I like to drink, but because we just changed our filter in our fridge and we don't have a water dispenser, just ice. And so when we switch our filter, we have to empty the ice. We had to like fill up a whole ice bucket, which takes like a day, like a full day or more, and then we had to empty that and then do it 2 more times before we can use the ice from the filter. So we can't have ice water for a few days. It was an oversight buying the fridge. We were like, we would never use a water dispenser anyway. And then we saw a fridge that has like a built-in like a Brita filter like pitcher, you know, that's like built into the door, and it like you just like put it in there and it auto fills to like put it away, and you close the door, right? And then you open it up and you can just have like the thing, or you can dispense it from the outside of the door. And I was like, actually, this would be really cool. We were considering buying the fridge, but we didn't have the money, so decided against it. It was super fancy. Anyway, let's keep going. Okay, so these buttons, I think the size is fine. It might be a little small. It'd be really small for Steam Deck. Like, I don't know. Steam Deck would be nice, but I don't know, man. It's an RTS game, you know? Like, when was the last time you played an RTS game on a controller? Command and Conquer, maybe? On, like, PlayStation 2? I don't know. This is going to be a lot of work to try to get this to work on a gamepad. That's all I'm saying. You know? Like, this is going to be like 5 times the amount of work. I'm just thinking it might not be worth the effort. Let's just wait. Let's wait and see if people are like, if people complain about it, or like, you know, if the game's a total flop, we only sell like 10 copies, it doesn't matter anyway, you know? And I doubt that the game's going to like fail because we don't have gamepad support, but like it could add like an additional like 20 or 30% of revenue to the game, right? And that's kind of the point, to like do that. 3 a.m. Good night, Omega. Get some sleep. Thanks for coming in. What did you want toggleable, Zab? Just like these? Like clicking these to toggle them? So I can show and hide? That's kind of what I'm thinking. But yeah, scaling is what I would normally probably do, because I don't know how to get these like to slide out where it like masks them off. Because usually when I do like a sliding thing, they'd like slide in from the side of the screen, from like off the screen, and slide in. But if I want this like horizontal box to slide in, I'd have to like populate it and then have like a way to mask it so it like, I guess you would have like, not padding, but like translation, like over here, and then have it masked behind the button, and then it would slide out, right, to wherever it needs to be. But it would have to be masked somehow. Or we can just scale it and change the pivot point to, where's the pivot point? Pivot over here, 0, and then you just scale it like this, from 0, whoop, and slide it out till the size it needs to be. that's kind of what I was probably gonna do anyway. It just doesn't look as good because it starts like squish and then like scales out, and it's gonna look really like goofy and cartoony, and it's not gonna look like super clean. So maybe we just do, maybe the horizontal box is just always there, and then it'll be invisible, and then you'll just like click the button and they'll just like pop in really fast. Because if each one of these just like pop in really quick, that would look nice too, rather than scaling. So I think we'll just go with that for now, but I'm not even gonna worry about that right now. That's all polish stuff. That'll go in the needs polish section when it's done. I have two things in my Trello. I have a needs polish but complete, and then a complete, polished and complete. So like they'll go in here first, and then as I get time to polish them, I'll move them over, and then those will be like 100% complete. So yeah, we're working on portal unit menu right now, and then once that's working, and also I guess this is sort of been archived or sort of done. Yeah, let's archive this because we found a better solution. Cool. And then yeah, and then we'll move on to AI stuff, which will be fun. Which will, like, we're honestly close to having like a playable game. Like I think we'll have a playable game like tomorrow, probably. Common UI. It's going to become the new standard. I can look into it. In Ryan Laley quest video, he just had the UI off the screen and it slides on screen on demand. No, yeah, I've done that a bunch of times. The problem with it is this, that these are already off the side of the screen, which means when I click this, they'll be off the screen, like way off the screen there, and you'll see it slide over the top of the button or underneath the button to get onto the screen, which is just not gonna, it's just gonna look meh, right? Okay, so Steam stats show that 3% of users on Steam actually use Gamepad while playing on PC. That's across the board. So some games are going to be way higher. Okay, yeah. And some are going to be lower. Yeah, because like I use a Gamepad when I'm playing like Dark Souls. That's the first thing that came to my head, but Dead Cells, what actually I was thinking of. Dead Cells and like platformers, things like that. But I do not use a Gamepad for like anything first person or third person. Like you said, this game probably lends itself way more to keyboard and mouse, or mouse keyboard, whatever. The only thing to know or to now think of these days is Steam Deck. Yeah. You know what? I say Stream Deck all the time too, because I literally own a Stream Deck. I own both a Steam Deck and a Stream Deck, but I've had my Stream Deck a lot longer, so I type it all the time. So if that's what you meant to, if that's why you typed that, that's funny. And I'm talking about the Elgato Stream Deck, by the way. Anyway, yeah, I think you're right, Baseman. I think that I think we just go for keyboard mouse for now, and then if people ask for controller support and the game makes enough money to justify the extra time, then we'll figure out a way to make it controller friendly. We can do things like modifier keys for controller too, right? So like maybe you like hold the left trigger or whatever and press like X, Y, or B or whatever, and that'll open up the menu for each one of those, and then you just press like, then you can just like cycle through to pick which ones you want to spawn or whatever. Like we can figure that out. Yeah, but yeah, the goal of this game is to get it done in the next few weeks, so I don't think we worry ourselves too much with this. I do think these buttons could be a little bit bigger because technically, and this is like the nice thing about Steam Deck too, is that as long as this guy is controller friendly, which he should be. My gamepad's not plugged in. Oh wait, is it? No, it's not. Hang on, I'll plug it in. But as long as you can move him around and control him, you can technically just tap the buttons on the screen. Yeah, so this is controller. Like I have him working already on a controller. The mouse obviously does not, so we could hide the mouse when you're using a controller, I guess, and then you could just tap the buttons because there is a touchscreen on the Steam Deck, which is like, I love that. So I think that's fine. let's lean toward that for now. So it can still be supported on Steam Deck. It'll just be partially supported, and that's fine. That's what Swords of Magic is too right now, because the UI is too small, and the UI is gonna be too small on this too. So we can look into scaling that too, which will be a lot easier than trying to get full controller support for that. Then again, I think you have to have full controller support to be on Steam Deck. You can't rely on touch controls, which is kind of dumb. That's okay. Okay, let's move on. Unit spawn button. We need to give these guys an ID so we can spawn them from a data table. So let's do that. So unit ID, and this is going to be a name. File save. I honestly, working with Elliot, he mentioned that like using names for things like this is annoying, because if I spell this wrong or whatever somewhere along the line, then it causes problems, and I 100% agree. So I would like to start using data assets more for this kind of stuff. But like setting up a data asset system is kind of annoying, especially if you want to use a library, which I assumed you had to do, but I guess we don't have to use a library. It'll just, yeah, then you can, then instead of using an ID to look up the data asset, which is what we were doing, you would just use the data asset itself, like as a variable, which would be a primary data asset variable or whatever. And then you just like stick it in there. That's so good. I don't know. That would be nice to do that, but I've already set up a data table, so we're using data table. Unit ID is none. That's fine. We need to expose this on spawn because that's where we're going to put it. It's also be instance editable. Okay, let's do in here. Let's remove these again because I think they're fine. And we can also, oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's finish setting up this up first. So let's do construct. We'll grab this guy. We'll do get data table row units. Break button. We need an icon for the units. It's not a button. Oh. This one. Set soft texture. Yeah, maybe we don't need to show a picture of the unit. We'll just show an icon for their, like, the weapon they use or whatever. That would probably be fine for now. Maybe even, like, forever. So we need an icon, or we need a thing on this. So let's save everything just in case we crash the engine changing the struct, because, you know, you guys know how structs are. And let's go to struct unit, and let's add a variable. And this is going to be unit icon. I didn't think about that, building this. We'll put it underneath here. And we'll call it a texture 2D soft object reference. Save. We have a farmer. We'll just do this for now. That's fine. We're just gonna grab icons from the free icon mega thing for now, and then eventually I'll probably switch over to icons from either I'll make them or something. I don't know. I like trying to avoid making custom art for the game because it just slows down like progress, and then you end up like spending so much extra time like making all this art, and then like you get burnt out, and then suddenly the game doesn't get done anymore. So I'm trying to avoid that at all costs for now. Okay, and now these guys need a tooltip, which means now we have to go make a stupid tooltip. Actually, hold on. I think I have a resource. Where is it? Widgets. I think I have a resource cost. Yeah. Okay, let's make a new another widget. I hate making all these widgets. This is like the worst part. Widget underscore. This is gonna be resource cost. Or let's just call this unit tooltip. That's fine. We should do a text tooltip too, so we can like hover over things to like see information about them, I guess. But for now, we'll just do a unit tooltip. Okay, and then in here, we're literally just gonna do like a horizontal box and then put in, oops. And we'll do desired And then we'll make this size to content. Oh, can't do that. Oh, we could do that. Can't do that, I guess, if it's the parent, that's fine. And then we're gonna put in resource cost. Yeah, and then we'll just spawn like 2 of these, but these probably should be smaller, which sucks because they're not scalable. Maybe we can put the whole thing in a size box and it'll scale it. Can we do that? Is that possible? No. Oh, maybe it is. Nope. So if we put this one, if we put this guy, can we edit this from here? I bet if we wrap it in whole thing, a scale box, and then save it, I bet you that in here now we can scale this down. Yeah, okay, now we're talking. So now we go here, we left align. That's not working. Why is it centering? Is it because of this? Is this guy centering? I don't know if that's going to matter. I think we might actually not want that. There we go. Rip chat. Sorry, I'm paying attention to chat now. Will there be any winter discounts on Swords of Magic and stuff? Possibly. I cannot say. But if you look at the past for Swords of Magic, our sales correlate very, very similarly to Steam's major sales. And if Steam doesn't have a major sale for a month, we usually do one of our own sales. We do our own sale for it anyway. So you can take that as you will, but I'm technically not allowed to say legally if we're going on sale because we're not allowed to talk about when Steam sales are as a developer because we do have like inside information, which I guess anyone could go in and get. But we're not allowed to say anything about Steam sales before they go on. I don't think I'd get in trouble if I did, but I like to play it safe just in case. Wrap the horizontal box in a size box. Rip chat. I put it in a scale box. I can put it in a size box, but it won't like scale correctly then. But this works. So we do this. The problem is we need 2 of them. So if we put 2 of these in here, they're going to be this far apart, and I don't know why that's happening. Like, why is this? Why are we getting that huge section over there? It's the horizontal box, I think, but I don't know why it's so big when it scales down. It's like it's not scaling. Oh, maybe, no. Why is that happening? But that's exactly what I want, except for the huge dead space. And so the strange thing is that this has, you can see the edge of it right here, where that buffer is right here. So I assume it's the scale box doing that. Maybe stretch direction, down only, up only. Maybe we just do scale to fit X and that'll fix it. So we don't scale Y as well. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Now we end up. That's not doing anything. Oh, but you know what? This effect is exactly what we want when we slide the thing out. Maybe we can do something with a scale box to slide the thing out if we wanted to do that. I don't know. That's not really important right now. Okay, so that's not what we want. So, and I don't think Y is going to matter. Scale to fill. Maybe scale to fill. Let's try that. Doesn't change anything. I guess this is what we want. Maybe the horizontal box is too big. Maybe, but it's not. I don't know how to change that. This is what we want, but I don't know why we're getting the huge space here. The horizontal box is only here, so it's not the size of the horizontal box that's causing the problem. It's definitely something in here that's causing the problem. I just don't understand what. Nope, can't do that. I'm just confused why this is stress direction is up and down only. I guess this would be like pivot related, maybe. Oh, wait, did we just fix it? No, we'd have to scale that. Never mind. It's so weird when you change these things. It's like it works completely different than you'd think it would. Like if I switch that to up only instead of like, it doesn't scale at all anymore. Now it just like sits there. It's like weird. Like that doesn't seem like changing it to up only would like do that. I don't get it. Anyway, okay, well, this is annoying. I was really hoping this was just gonna work, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case. Because it just ignores the width, I guess. I don't get it. This stuff drives me nuts because it's just like, it's like you just have to like click. There's like, yes, you know, there's not like a, it's not super obvious what we need to do to fix this. What about that? What if we try scale by safe zone? What does this do? It doesn't scale anymore now, does it? It's so weird. It's almost like if you just do anything, if you do anything other than the one setting, then it just doesn't do anything anymore. Like it just doesn't scale at all anymore. Like you'd think it would just be, I don't know. You'd think this should just work. I don't know why we're getting like it's extending the length of the. Maybe I need to wrap the horizontal box in a size box. Nope. Ah, why? Okay, here's the solution. You ready for this? I know how to solve this. Yeah, so we go here and we duplicate this. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Like this should just be scalable. This is so stupid that it's not just scalable. You know what we could do? Maybe we... No, that won't matter, I don't think. I was gonna say, maybe we'd put the scale box in here, or in here instead. No, because I'm going to have to wrap every single one, I think. What if we did this, actually? What if we wrap this in a scale box? And then our size box. Hey, okay, okay. Sorry. I think that fixed it. Okay, so this is the resource cost. I made a resource cost small. We'll close that and delete it. Because that's not this solution here. Okay, and then this has a scale box around it, but I don't think it matters. Let's replace it with child because it's not doing anything. Save, and then in here, the scale box works. So we can just scale this to be as small as we want. That's perfect, beautiful. It's not a button, it doesn't need to be clickable. It's just showing what the resources are that this thing costs. Wonderful, okay, good. We've done it. We close these. We have a horizontal box. This horizontal box needs to be exposed and it's going to be our resource box. Okay, cool. Now we need to start building logic for all these because I think we have all the pieces we need. So this is going to be we need resources. Resource cost, and this is going to be resource struct. It'll be an array, and we want to expose it on spawn. So when we create this widget, we will loop through. This is just going to be here on construction. Can you go back to the widget? You have them side by side. I believe it's a setting you have on the box there. It is, but I think you have a setting on that fills the full box instead of sliding it to the side. Oh, I think I fixed that, but we did get it. Yeah. Thank you though. Yes, I appreciate it. We got there in the end. It was kind of, I'm just glad that worked. I'm surprised that worked though. Okay, let's break the struct. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a widget. And this is going to be our resource cost. And it needs a texture. Oh man, of course it needs a texture. I think I have it harvest amount. I'm pretty sure somewhere I have, I thought I had a function that like changes the resource into a texture. Honestly, like this widget should just do that because then I don't have to do it anywhere else. But do I not have like a BPFL that does it? If I don't, I need to make one because this is going to get really annoying if I have to do this in like 15 different places every time I make a new resource. So let's go general, find resource icon. We do have one. So we do find a resource. Yeah, see, I knew what I was doing. Boom. And then this gives me an icon. Beautiful. And then amount is the cost. Boom, that's it. Okay, so this is the tooltip. This, when created, will loop through all the resources we pumped in and then spit out a thing. Oh, we need to add it to the resource box. Add child. Beautiful. Okay, that should work. Next down the line. So that's our resource for our unit spawn button. So now we need to go in here, click on our button here, and we need to go down to tooltip, advanced tooltip widget, create binding. And now we do create widget, tooltip. And we need to promote this to a variable for the resource cost. Unit spawn button. Yes. Actually, maybe we don't want this. I think unit spawn button should probably have the unit ID. Yeah. I don't want to do this every frame. Let's promote this out here. No, not there. I have an upkeep on here, but I think this is, yeah, that's fine. That's what this is. Okay, let's just promote this then. I don't need the whole thing kept, so we'll just do that. And the resource cost can go away. It's the same array. Go back in here and we drag this in here. Okay, now we're talking. Okay, so now we have, and this should work. Oh no, it's not gonna work because there's nothing there. let's set these to a default for testing real quick. So let's go, not here, spawn button. Yeah, unit ID, let's just make this a footman for testing purposes. And then play. Aha, okay, the tooltip is like kind of being covered by the mouse. Actually, it's fine full screen, but that might be a problem for smaller screens maybe. I wish I could spawn it at the top of the mouse. I guess I can just do an offset though. Actually, I wonder if it just spawns it based on pivot. Maybe. But that works perfect. Honestly, the tooltip is kind of perfect. That's great. Okay, let's look at the tooltip really quick. I wonder if I can just set the pivot of this to be like 0. Now, because it didn't care about the pivot, clearly. So that'd be 0, this would be 1, I think. Yeah, maybe we just translate this like up like this. Maybe that'll work, that'll fix it. It does, but well, I guess it doesn't matter. I was gonna say I was a little worried if the tooltip like needs to go down in the corner, but it's not going to. It's gonna sit here always. So that works. Should we offset it a little bit more so it's like above? It's always above this. It'd be kind of nice if you could change, like on the tooltip, like in here when you create your tooltip. It'd be nice if there was like an option to like have, or I guess it'd be in here. The tooltip, it'd be great if you could like put this, like lock it to the widget somehow. But I don't think that's like a built-in function, so it's probably not gonna happen for me right now. Let's go, yeah, let's like go like -50, I guess, for now. Okay, cool. All right, next. Now what we need to do is we need to make sure that the lane HUD, or lane spawner spawns all the units we have unlocked. So we want to get rid of these guys. I do think they could be a little bigger though, especially since the icon was really hard to see. So maybe we do that really quick right now. Maybe we go like 72 by 72, maybe even bigger than that. But that means we also need to change the unit spawn button to bigger. So what did I make that? 84. So let's make them like 80 and 80. So size box. Oh no, they're 40 and 40. I mean, that's bigger. That should work better. I can't see them because I took them out. Okay, so when this one gets created, we need to spawn for all of the things you have. So let's just, we also need an update. We need a way to update this. You're gonna start the game with no units that you can spawn. So I guess we'll just make a event in here. And this is gonna be update units. Sure. And this is just going to be dumb, but it's going to have to be called from the HUD, and the HUD will have to be called from the player character when you unlock a unit. Okay, so let's just put in all of the units we have. Unlocked units. And this will just be a name array for each loop. First, let's go designer. Let's grab the first horizontal box is on the top, and it is going to be called unit spawn box. And then the one on the bottom is going to be called unit, actually let's call it production queue box. Okay, and then we go back in here, and we're going to grab the unit spawn box, and we're going to clear it. Every time we update this, we're going to clear all the children from it, destroy all their children, and then we'll give them new children. Gamedev is so wholesome, isn't it? Isn't that what menu anchors are for? Doing pop-ups like that? I don't think I probably could if I put a canvas panel on it, but I don't have a canvas panel on it for Siege, so I don't think it's working. Yo, Sovereign Dev raid. What's up, Sovereign? Thanks for the raid, man. Right as my music stopped. I have to find more free, royalty-free music. There we go. Got some. Welcome in, guys. Sovereign, how's your stream? What are we working on? I mean menu anchors. Confusing naming, but they are a base widget type. Oh, I don't know how to use those, apparently. Unless they've been renamed. Or removed. I don't know. I've never heard of that. I thought you meant like the canvas anchors, but yeah. Sorry to raid and run, but I hope you have a great stream. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks, appreciate it. Have a good one. For everyone coming in, if you're new here, I'm Kindred, and I usually work on a game called Swords and Magic and stuff. You can check it out here, or you can just check it out on Steam. Here's a link for it if you do want to see it. It's out on Steam in early access. I've been working on it for 6 years. And just today, I officially announced here today on stream, he was playing with PCG. Oh, awesome. I want to play with PCG. Probably not for this game, probably not worth it for this project, but maybe. Anyway, I just today announced that I'm working on a new project now. Swords Magic is still in development. It's just, it's kind of in the back burner a little bit right now. First of all, I was going to stream it today because I still have a couple more things to do before an update. And then once that update goes out, I'm going to be shifting to this game full time. And then Swords Magic will be, I'll just be kind of tweaking it and like chipping away at it on my part-time. Anyway, yeah. So this game, I don't have a name for it yet. In fact, if you guys have ideas for the name, that'd be great. It is a lane-based strategy game, real-time strategy game. So it's an RTS game, but it's lane-based, meaning instead of like you like grabbing and like marquee selecting your units and telling them to go attack something or to move somewhere, when they spawn, they'll just automatically start walking down a lane like a MOBA. And you'll have 3 different lanes. This is just an example of one of the splines for one of the lanes, and they'll have like paths and everything, and I'll do all the art and everything for it. And then you'll like spawn the units and they'll just walk down here, and then the enemy units will also spawn on the path and walk the other way trying to attack your thing. So it's like going to be a constant like tug of war kind of deal where you're like spawning units to defend, but also like you want to spawn extra units to try to start attacking, etc., etc. So that's the game so far. The only real like twist on it is that you do have a little character that you run around with. And in the beginning of the game, you're going to run around and go explore and find resources. So you'll like come over and like gather resources, which will go up here in your store over here. And then once you have enough resources, you can head back and you can start building buildings in your kingdom, castle base thing. So like this is a building here, so I can hold F. And then this will grant me resources or grant me new units. So this is a barracks I just built, which there's no way to know that right now, but there will be. And so now that I have a barracks, I will be able to like see over here on these are my 3-tier, my lane spawners right here, 1, 2, and 3. They're 1, 1, 1 right now. We're just working on this today. And you'll be able to like see all the units that you've unlocked in there, and then you can spawn them in any of the 3 lanes you want. So it's going to be like a little, like the strategy is mostly going to be like when to spawn units in which lane, and what to spend your resources on, because you can spend resources to build a new building to increase or to get new units, or you can spend resources on spawning harvesters that will come out and harvest things for you so you don't have to do it manually, or you can spend resources on spawning units to go attack the enemy, etc., etc. So there's gonna be a lot of like options there. So that's the game we're making right now. And like I said, we're working on this UI right now. It was going to be you click on these and it was going to pop up and give you a UI, but I think we've decided that we're just going to lock the UI to the screen for now. Can you build buildings to enhance current units? So I'm thinking there might be an upgrade system, because once you build, like I built this building and then it was just like I couldn't interact with it again. I think what I'll do is when you build a unit or build a building, it'll just upgrade it, and then like you'll see the cost to upgrade it again. So what it might be is like each building unlocks like a base unit, and then you upgrade it again and you unlock a new unit, or maybe you upgrade it again and like all the units get also improved. I haven't decided yet. Right now, my goal is this is like a game that I need to like finish and sell to pay my bills. Swords of Magic normally does that, but it's been out for a while and it's starting to die off, and so we're not making enough money from it anymore to like sustain full-time game development anymore. So my goal is to attempt to try to finish this game in a reasonable amount of time to pay our bills with, and then hopefully it makes enough money that I can work on Swords of Magic a little more full-time and work on another game on the side to keep knocking out games. If that doesn't work, then I guess I'll get a job somewhere. Hopefully I don't have to do that. I haven't had a job in like a 9 to 5 like working for the man job since 2014 when my daughter was born, and she's now 8, so it's been 8 years, almost 9 years. So yeah, I'm hoping I don't have to do that because I've been doing full-time game dev for a while. Cool. What about giving players a choice as the enhancement, i.e. increased defense or attack on a unit? Yeah, we could do something like that too. We could do a thing where you click on or walk up to one of these, and then the widget will pop up, the UI will pop up, and you could just like click to like purchase an enhancement for that cost. We just built a tooltip, so when you hold on. Let's do this really quick and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Unit spawn button. Let's just put 2 of them in here. There. So we just built this tooltip, so you can now hover over these. Oh, it's kind of small. You can hover over the buttons here. That actually looks a lot better. We made these bigger a second ago. To see the cost of them. So like as you queue up these, they'll end up in a queue down here. So we can use the same tooltip to like show, like if you walk up to this guy and it shows the cost here, we can have like a different panel or whatever that pops up that shows like upgrade cost or whatever. And then you hover over the different upgrades you could do. Like, I don't know, maybe it says like weapons up or something with like an up arrow, an upgrade arrow or icon or something. And you can hover over it and show like details and then, and how it costs. That would be nice. So yeah, totally doable. In fact, I have a Trello that I'm trying to manage for this. And we're adding in feature creep ideas in here. And the feature creep ideas are almost longer than the mechanics list, which sounds about right for any game development. So I will put that. So upgrade buildings, choose upgrades type when upgrading a built building. I guess that's fine. I'll know what that means, I think. Anyway, so yeah, but yeah, we're working on the portal unit menu right now, the spawning portal unit menu. So let's go finish that up. Where were we at? We were here. I'm gonna remove these again because in like the next 5 minutes we should hopefully have those actually like showing up. So spawn graphic. Okay. So we have the update unit function, which is removing all the children, and then we need to loop through these, and we're going to get data table row, and we grab the units, and then we're going to create widgets for each one of these, and this is where we're going to create the unit button, the unit spawn button, and we just need, we don't need the data table. We're doing that in the button, which is nice. That just goes here. And then we grab this guy and we do add child. That's it. Okay, so when we call that function, that should work. You know what we should do though? We should, I guess it doesn't matter here. Because the child's just gonna call it, and this should, the child has 3 of these in it already. Oh, another thing we should do is, this has a number on it. Let's expose this to lane number, though this is eventually gonna have to be something different because I think this is gonna look ugly with just a button with a number on it. So we'll figure out what that's gonna look like later. Better on a list than in your mind. That's true. Or than on my mind. That's true. Hey, I'm new to coding and currently teaching myself Python. Was wondering if it's possible to make a voxel MMO with Python. Any info is helpful. Thanks in advance. TPS Void. I wouldn't know the first place to start with a voxel MMO, but I believe, I don't know if I would try to make any games with Python personally. I don't know if it's possible. I use Blueprint almost exclusively, though I am just barely starting to build up the confidence to start learning C++ with Unreal Engine. If I were you, and if you're brand new to coding and you enjoy coding, I would find a game engine that heavily relies on coding, like writing scripts, like Unity, or Godot, or Game Maker maybe would be a good place to start. Or if you're really into coding and that's like your whole bag, like that's what you love doing that, then you could even start on Unreal Engine doing C++, but that's going to be quite the steep learning curve. So I would start with an engine, because one, you're not gonna have to like first of all, making an MMO like by building your own engine in Python sounds like climbing Mount Everest with like boxing gloves on, right? Like that just sounds like it's so much extra work for like no reason. I've always compared game engines to like, or like making a game to like learning to drive, right? So if you want to make a game and you've never made one before, I like to compare it to learning to drive. So like, let's say you want to learn to drive a car, right? So the first step in a regular everyday life would be like, oh, I need to get a car, right? I need to get a car, get in it, and I need to start practicing driving. So if you're learning to drive a car and your first step is, okay, I'm going to order all the parts for a car and start building them in my garage, it's going to be about 4 years or 5 years before you have all the parts necessary to put together that car. It's going to take you several, like thousands of hours to learn how all those parts go together, right? And then finally you can build that whole car, and then you can try to see if it runs. And if it drives, then you can start learning to drive a car. So like, do you want to spend 5 years learning to drive a car? Or do you just want to use a car that's already pre-built for you and has all the bells and whistles you need to drive so you can learn to drive that car? And then later down the road, after you're really good at driving cars, then you can go in and say, you know what, I'm going to build my own car. So that's my opinion on game engines. And I would highly recommend just starting with a pre-built engine that's already there for you and does what you want it to do. Unreal Engine has great networking support and you can make MMOs in it. What's up, Odd? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hi, how was your trip? Did you get held by all the ladies?
You took a nap with them too.
Ooh. You took a nap on someone besides me and Mom?
2 other people.
Wow.
I did the Passover. He stayed asleep.
Wow.
I know.
That's impressive. You must have been really tired.
Hey, they're home.
Okay. Welcome home. Anyway, yeah, I'm not trying to discourage you. I think if you want to try to do that, you go for it. Be my guest. Like, I think like people who know how to write their own game engine, like that's impressive, and that is quite the feat, right? Like I said, it's like building, or like it's like climbing a mountain, you know, in boxing gloves. Thanks so much for the info. I'll definitely look into that. I had no idea that's how that worked. You said Unreal Engine was a good place to start. I would say Unreal Engine is like, okay, let's rate engines on like difficulty of like starting out. I would say Game Maker is going to be like your like a 2 out of 10. If you want to start like really simple and you're like, if you're not super attached to typing code and you just want to make a game, because that's how I was when I started. I didn't want to learn code. I didn't want to learn art. I just wanted to create video games, right? So I didn't really care what I had to do it. I just wanted to do that. And so I found game engines that didn't require me to type code because it was just easier and faster. And I found tools that made making art really easy, like pixel art and stuff. That's what I started with. So I started with a game engine called RPG Maker, which is like the baby's first game engine. And I started there and I was like, this is cool, but I can't make anything other than just like this basic turn-based RPG. And so, and so I eventually moved on to an engine called Stencil, which used like block-based coding, which I actually like a lot, but it has not had any updates in like the last 10 years. So it's pretty old, and it was pretty janky when I used it. So I imagine it feels even more janky now. So I don't know if I recommend it anymore. I wish they would have kept updating it and like expanding on it and made like new versions, because it was honestly fantastic, but it is what it is. So Construct 3 is probably the next step I would pick. And I would say that's like a 1. Like RPG Maker is like 0. Like anyone can do RPG Maker. It's just like, you're just kind of like filling in data to make your game how you want it, and then building a map, and writing dialogue. And then the next step would be like a level 1, which is like Construct 3. is really good. Vimlark here on Twitch uses Construct 3 to make all his games, and he's very good at it. And he'd be a good place to or a good person to watch if you're looking for someone who uses Construct. I also help teach Construct 3 a little bit in a girls' summer camp that I do during the summer for a company called Girls Make Games, and they use Construct 3, and the girls love it. And all the girls in the camp were ages 8 to 18, and they are all able to knock out a game in 2 weeks in Construct 3. They do all their own art for the most part. They build all the UI, they build the whole game with Construct 3. It's fantastic. Then the next step would be, I would say, GameMaker. And in GameMaker, you actually use GameMaker language, GML, to write code. So I'd say that's like a really good place if you want to start learning to like actually code. I'd say that's like a level 3 or 4 maybe. And then from there, you have like the big boy engines, I think. Also, there's a good alternative to Construct, by the way, which is actually, I think, cheaper and maybe even free, which is called Gdevelop. It's very similar to Construct, probably a little less known, but I think that it's like open source and has like, I think it's more affordable. Construct's kind of expensive if you want to make a full game in it. I think it's like $100 to like buy the whole license to make a game. I could be wrong, and it could be a monthly thing. Now that I think about it, it could be like $10 or $20 a month or something. I don't remember. Let's look into it. Anyway, so yeah, Gdevelop I think is a cheaper alternative for that. And then Unity is a good place to start if you want to learn type code. If you want to type code and that's like what really interests you about game development, then Unity is actually a good place to go. Even though I don't recommend them for their business practices lately. I think they dropped the ball on like customer like satisfaction recently because they kind of tried to screw people over with money by charging them a bunch of money just to have their games online pretty much. So I would be careful there. I don't know if I would ever use Unity. I've used it once in the past. I didn't really care for it. And then Unreal Engine is the next one that I would suggest. But there's actually a new player right now called Godot that's like really making waves and everyone really likes it. So Godot might be a good choice too. Godot, I think a lot of Unity devs are going to Godot, and a lot of people are saying it's very comparable. So maybe Godot is a good choice. It's Godot or Godot, some people call it. I don't know. Anyway, that's pretty good too. I would suggest Godot. But Unreal Engine is my engine of choice, but I've also been making games for like 15, 16, 17, 18 years, somewhere in there now. I don't remember. I'm 35. I'm making games since I was like 18. So however long that is. No, that's not right. Is that right? I have 17 years. That's right. So anyway, yeah. But I've been using Unreal for 6 or 7 years now. No, 6 years, about 6 years. And I love Unreal. So Unreal Engine uses blueprints, which is like this right here, right? So this right here this is an event that gets called update units. I can call it from anywhere that has a reference to this. I'm clearing the children out of this box, which is in here. Like this is, never mind, that's confusing. This is a pretty steep learning curve for this engine, but if you want to make an MMO, this is where you want to be, probably, in my opinion. But I also don't think you should make an MMO. I will warn you there too. Making MMO as your first game is pretty much what everyone wants to do. In fact, in RPG Maker, my first real project was actually an MMO. And I had to use a bunch of extra, like these scripts that people had written, and I was like mashing these different scripts together to like get like a better inventory system and like networking and stuff. And the game actually got featured on IGN like while it was like being beta tested, which was kind of mind blowing. But the game was not scalable. Like the server I was running was a Hamachi server out of my living room. It was a huge mess. Yeah, I played Trove. I don't know if I love Trove, but it's a game. Trove, I think, is like sort of like if I remember correctly, I think it's almost like an answer to like what Cube World was supposed to be. And a lot of people think that my game is a lot like Cube World, Swords of Magic. You can check it out there, or you can check it out on Steam. This is quite the tangent. I've probably gotten a little too far into this. Anyway, but yeah, I wouldn't start with an MMO. In fact, here's my 2 cents on how to get into game dev. You ready for this? This is like my mind-blowing new revelation, like sort of opinion, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say. If you want to get into game dev, open the game engine you want to learn. Figure out like step 1, like, oh, I want to make a character move, right? Do that. Then figure out, wouldn't it be cool if, and then do that. And just keep doing that until you've learned enough to make a full game. that's how I made Swords and Magic, and it's the first time I've ever actually been able to finish. I'll use the term finish loosely. I've ever actually been able to like launch a project, like finish a project and sell it. I've never sold a game until Swords and Magic, and the reason is because I went into it thinking I just want to make a little tiny game. I just want a character running around in a 3D space because I've never done it before. I had a degree in game art and 3D, or 3D game art and animation, because I just graduated college for that. And I never made a game in 3D before. I'd just been making art for college for like the last 3 or 4 years. And so I was excited to like get into Unreal Engine and try to make a 3D game. So my goal was I just want to make a character. I want to get it rigged and animated. And I want to put it in the engine and see it run around. So I did that. It took me like a day or two to do it. And I was like, this is awesome. Now I want to make it so I can put a sword in my hand. So I did that. And then I was like, okay, now I got to make an enemy that I can fight. So I did that. And then pretty soon I had a whole game that I'd built. Like I just been adding one thing after another. And the reason that works so well is because you're using curiosity and like, yeah, like you're just using like curiosity and like play as like your motivation, right? You're just playing, you're just having fun. It's like playing with Legos. You're just building whatever comes to mind with the pieces you have available. The problem with like going in with a design, like if I had gone in saying I want to make a massive or a huge open world RPG with up to 16 players in the world, whatever, playing together, co-op, all online multiplayer. I want like thousands of items in the game. I want tons of quests in the game. I want player housing. I want alchemy and crafting. And like, if I listed all these things going into that, seeing that giant mountain ahead of me, knowing like how much work I had to do, I would have quit. I would have 100% quit. But now my game has all those things because I built it one step at a time. And the only thing that drove me was the excitement of that next feature I wanted to make happen. So definitely take all this into consideration. I wrote down a bunch of stuff. Never went to college for this stuff. No, that's okay though. That's okay. I made games for like 15 years without any college. And I mostly just like did game jams and I played around and I didn't really get anything done. But college, I don't know if like college like flipped a switch or if it was Unreal Engine or if it was the way I just started developing Swords and Magic like one step at a time. But something happened after I graduated college. I was about 20. I was 26 when I started college, so I was about 29 when I finished college. Is that right? Yeah. Yes, that was right. So about 29, and something just switched for me. Something clicked, and I finally started making a game that kept going. I also started live streaming it at the same time. So it was a bunch of different things that just changed for me, where I suddenly had an education. I had graduated college, which I had tried 3 times before that and dropped out each time. And I finally graduated college. Not only did I graduate, but so I graduated high school by the skin of my teeth. I almost didn't graduate. Like I had to go take a bunch of like extra tests and do a bunch of makeup work and stuff just to graduate. And then when I got into college, I graduated with flying colors. I was valedictorian. I got a bunch of course director awards. I had this like student achievement award thing that was like the most impressive whatever. I don't know. I did good. I did really good in college. And I was really proud of myself for doing that. I started Unreal Engine. I started developing a game in like a fashion that would like made it fun and engaging rather than like a chore and like huge. I have a huge heap of work ahead of me. I only had one little step to do at a time. And I also started live streaming. So like all those things together, I think just contributed to like a really successful atmosphere. And that's how I ended up launching my game. And now I do it for a living. Like I literally make games for a living because of Swords and Magic. And that's like super rare for indie devs to be able to like do that. And like I'm starting to struggle a little bit now because Swords and Magic isn't making as much money now. But that's why I'm making another game now, and we'll hopefully bring it back. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. That was a huge rant. I'm sorry. We can go back to work now. MMOs are fun if you are just learning and having fun trying to game dev on hard mode. Yeah, so I'm not saying don't make an MMO either. You can totally try it. Like I said, my first actual game project was an MMO in RPG Maker, which was insane. Like definitely hard mode. But I failed, right? Because it was way too much work to do all that. And trying to make like a game like what's it called? Trove. Would be a lot of work, right? There's like thousands of items in that game, the procedural generation, voxel based, like all of those things are going to be huge. Like, so game dev is like a series of brick walls, right? And it's not really, I've heard this somewhere, I'm not making this up, so don't, like, you can quote me if you want, but it's a double quote or whatever. Anyway, it's just a series of brick walls, and a lot of them are really hard to climb. Some of them are easy to climb. Some are fun to climb. Some are huge pain in the ass to climb, right? Rant number 17, probably Zeb. So yeah, in my, is what I would suggest is like try to keep those brick walls small so that it's easy to get over them, because it feels good when you get over one. That's a nice hit of dopamine when you climb over one of those walls. So if the first thing you do in game dev is like, okay, I just need to build the infrastructure for my MMO. That's a massive wall, and it's covered in barbed wire and poisonous spiders, and like that's not going to be fun to climb, right? Like, one, you don't even know where to start. You've never climbed a wall before, and two, like new rant on or someone I left on. What? No, I don't think so. Someone. I've actually got some work done. Anyway, so yeah, if I were you, I would try to make those every single one of those walls you need to climb as short as possible, because it's like scrolling through TikTok, right? Or YouTube shorts or whatever. And like if you scroll and it's like this super long-winded documentary that's like 6 minutes long, it's pretty hard to like get involved in that, right? It's hard to like want that, because you're looking for a dopamine hit. So you scroll again and then you're like, oh, here's a 3-second clip of a guy falling off a roof or something, or a ladder or something. That's funny. And then like that's a dopamine hit. You got that dopamine hit. Now you want to scroll again. So I think game dev's a lot like that. You want to like keep your dopamine hits coming. Like you want to try to space those out, and make sure that like you get enough of that, like, I guess, I don't know, satisfaction, I guess, to keep wanting to do the next thing. So just be careful you're not putting a mountain in front of you, because that mountain will get daunting really quick. Like as soon as you start and that's the thing about game dev, is like you don't know what you don't know when you're starting out, right? Here's a 3-second video of somebody falling off a roof. Ryan, I've never seen that on TikTok. I don't know why that's the first thing I thought of. That's what I think of when I think of TikTok content, I guess. Anyway, because you don't know what you don't know in game dev, it's really easy to say like, I'm just gonna make an MMO. I'm just gonna make a voxel based MMO. It'll be easy, no big deal. But the second you start diving into it, like at first it'll be like, oh cool, here's a tutorial on how to do this whole thing, right? Or here's some documentation on how to like set up the infrastructure for this. But like you're gonna learn real fast how much work it is to do a single thing. So I think starting simple is a good choice, because like the thing about game development that a lot of people run into that I've noticed, oh my god, I need to stop. I'm on a chain. This is not a good chain to be on. One thing I notice whenever I work with someone who's like new to games and they're trying to program is they like do some programming and they're like, how come my character is not like doing this thing? Or how come my character is not like, how come like when I step up these stairs or whatever, like, I don't know, I can't think of a good example right now, but how come it doesn't know to do this? And it's like, when you start programming, you realize, oh, the computer's really stupid, and you literally have to tell it to breathe, right? You have to tell it everything. Like you take a lot for granted when you're playing games. And when you start realizing how programming works and you start playing these bigger like AAA games or whatever, you start looking at this going, oh my God, someone had to code that in. Someone had to code it in so like the character's foot steps up on, that step, instead of just like having their feet flat all the time. Like they have to take into account that there's a step there that the character can put his foot up on, and then you have to calculate where that foot needs to go and how to move it up and down, right? Like, I mean, yeah, we did use like IK controls for that, but still, like, it still had to be set up. You don't just push play on the engine and it just automatically does that, right? It's not really not anymore. You still have to set it up. It still takes time to set it up. And you have to like make sure that your character is like rigged for that. And like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. And then you have to think about like steps, right? Like you walk up steps in a game, and it's like, it's not just magically your character just like walks up steps. Like if you walk up steps, they're going to like hop up each collision, right? And then your camera gets like hops up each collision. So now you have to go in and think, okay, well now I got to figure out how to like smooth out the camera for that. So you turn on some camera lag, no problem, easy, got that fixed. But then it's like, well, I don't know if I want my stair collisions to be steps like that, because what if it's a little too tall and I can't get up it? Maybe it should be a ramp. So like now you have to think about like collisions for that. Well, oh yeah, now I've imported stairs in, but it's just a box collision. Now I have to realize like, oh, now I got to set up all the collisions for these steps. There's just like endless amounts of little teeny tiny walls to step over. Rant progress is progress. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to discourage you either, because game dev is the most rewarding thing I've ever done in my life, other than like, you know, raising kids, I guess. But like, I don't know if I would ever like feel rewarded doing any other job anywhere. Because like I used to love doing art, and I used to love like I used to want to be like an architect. And I just think that building a building would be cool, and seeing that building standing would be cool. But building an entire world full of buildings that you built, kind of cooler, right? And then being able to like blow up those buildings afterward, you know, or like move into them or whatever. Like that is so like that is such a rewarding feeling, watching someone play your game. So like I don't know if I would. It's worth it. It's all those little tiny steps that are like seem like when you add them all up, that seems impossible to take. It's worth it if you really love doing what you do, I guess. And you have a lot to learn. What's up, Matt? I'm making progress, slowly but surely. Let me catch up on chat. Nailed it. Like learning to play an instrument as well. That continuous stream of aha moments. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. I'm going back to catch everything. Definitely will take all this into consideration. Baseman says wanting to hit a goal and figuring out how to get there. Like that is always way better than I want to learn how to do X, because we get bored and frustrated quick like that. Yep. It's the same way for me, to be honest. Like I dropped out of college and passed high school just barely. Yeah, so that's, yeah. I always felt like I was stupid because like when I got out of high school, like first of all, I hated high school. I hated homework, and that was the big thing. Is our high school is really big on homework. It was like 70% of our grade, sometimes in some classes. And I just like when I got out of school, like I had other things I wanted to do. My brain would like not shut off. Like I was like, I have a game I want to make, or I have art I want to draw, or I have like a song I want to write. I was a big like singer songwriter in high school. Like I was an emo kid. So I was writing all these emo songs. I had to write those. Those were way more important in school. And so, yeah, like I just felt like I was just stupid. Like I just couldn't focus on school. And my parents kind of made me feel like that too a little bit. I'm sure not intentionally, but that's like I was always grounded because I got bad grades. And it was like, well, if you got good grades, you can go out and do stuff. So I just spent all my time in my room anyway. So I was just like playing guitar. I wasn't like sitting there doing homework. So it didn't matter that I was grounded. But anyway, yeah, so I just felt stupid. So when I went to college and I found something I loved doing, like game development, it was kind of insane seeing, like, not only was I like doing really well, but I kept telling myself like, well, I'll probably drop out next month because, you know, that's how I am. Like, I'm probably just going to quit. And then like the next month would go by and it'd be fun and I'd enjoy it. And I'd like push myself to do better than everyone else in the class. Cause they do, and this is like weird, but they do like project showcase days, like on Fridays or whatever. And whatever you worked on that week, not on all the classes, but some of them, the instructor would go through, or professor or whatever would go through and show your work and critique it live in front of everyone else. And I loved that because at first it made me really nervous. But then once I like kind of started learning what I was doing, then it was like, okay, I'm going to spend an extra 2 hours on this thing to make sure there's nothing he can critique. And they'd always find something stupid to critique. But I got to the point where I was like, my stuff was like so much better than everyone else's stuff because I just worked like an extra like 3 or 4 hours on everything I did. And I got really fast at it too because I've been doing this for a while already. Where like my final project for like school, it was supposed to take a whole month, and I finished the whole thing in like 3 days. And then I was like, and then the instructor was like, well, you need progress shots. You didn't do like your progress shots. And I was like, oh shoot, you're right. So I went back through and like rebuilt it again in like different progress, like steps, so I could like submit those. But the whole thing I did like so fast, and I got like a 99% or something, or 100% or something on both of them, on both my final projects. Anyway, oh my god, another rant. I need to stop. Been looking for a game dev to follow that uses Unreal. Swords and Magic looks cool, and we'll check it out. I'm a QA tester looking to expand on my Unreal knowledge. You have any tutorials people trying to learn? Tutorials for QA testing, or just for Unreal? Never mind. Sorry, you're already a QA tester. You don't need tutorials for that. Honestly, Unreal Engine has really good built-in training stuff on their website. Like if you go to like learn, like I think it's like the learn page or something on Unreal. I don't know what it's called, but there's a ton of stuff on there. Look up the blueprint communication. If you want to get into blueprints and like learn those. Blueprint communication, like there's an old video that's still fantastic, that still does everything you need to know. And then there's like a newer one that I haven't watched all the way through, but I imagine it's just as good or if better. So blueprint communication, Google that. That's all you need to know. Once you know that, once you have that one, you can build anything you want. You'll learn more stuff. You'll learn a lot more stuff about like how to do different things in like faster ways, more convenient ways, like, you know, super secret, sneaky ways, like super smart ways. But yeah. There's a 3-sec video. Read that already. Consistent feeling accomplishment. Nailed it. Learning to play an instrument. Yep. My internet history is very different than yours. Sorry, Ryan. My issue is finding people to work with so I don't have to do it all. Yep, that's a problem too. That's why I'm using assets for this one. I can do art, but I don't want to spend the time doing art because I just want to make the game faster. So I'm using assets. And you know what? Normally I would say don't use assets if you can do your own art, but I've been watching game after game after game release with full on like all pre-made assets that they've just bought from the asset store that I can literally go find the page for and buy that asset myself. In like, I know exactly where they come from half the time, especially Cinti assets. They're everywhere. And they're making way more money than Swords Magic made. So I don't care if you buy assets anymore. I'm giving up on that, like that rant. Like if you want to buy assets to make a game faster, please do it. Just do it. It's just so much easier. They value themselves way too highly. Well, you know, time is money. And if you have a skill that people need, then you should charge for it. I would gladly do art for you if you will pay me what my time is worth, which is like $20 an hour at least, right? It depends on what I'm doing. If I really enjoy it, I will take less money. But if I don't like doing it, I charge more. So yeah, I would gladly do art for anyone who wants art done if I can do the art and it's something they want to pay me for. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Like no one wants to make art for a project they don't believe in. No one wants to make art for someone who doesn't want to pay them. And if you do want to make art for a project you don't believe in, you better pay them really well, right? So that's just life. Never join a dev on a project unless they're paid. Yeah, sorry, Feed. I don't know what else you want them to do though. Like, will you come program for me for free? How about you come program my game for free? Like, that's exactly how it feels for an artist who you're trying to get to join your... No, TPS Wood, you're fine. You didn't cause the rant. I guess you did, but it's okay. I forgive you. Rants are okay over here. That is where game frameworks come in handy. Gas, enhanced input, replication. Yeah. What's Iris? I've never heard of Iris. There's some really cool procedural stuff around IK foot placement. Someone who does robotics. It's a similar experience. So much to account for. Yeah, I bet. My jaw hurts. It's sore from talking too much, I'm assuming. Give your capsule slide on a smooth slope. And use the line traces to modify. Yep. No, I know how to do IK. I wasn't trying to get into the nitty gritty of how IK works because yes, it can be, if you like explain it, it sounds a lot simpler than it is. But if you're a person who's never made a game before and you just ask them like, how do you think that they got their foot to sit up on that step before, it makes their brain start turning, you know? And then they're like, oh, damn. A lot more goes into game development than you thought, right? Like that's why I didn't want to sit and explain how it worked, because it's better to like, you just like hand them a problem and say, imagine having to solve this. And then they learn like that it's a lot harder than they expected. I'm not discouraged at all. I'm 100% going to continue down this path. Good. I hope you do. You're gonna love seeing stuff come to life that you think of. Yeah, exactly. There's also in art and in game dev, I'm realizing is also a case. There's this thing where you have a vision in your head, and I'm not here with like drawing yet. And drawing is like a really good example of this. So you have a vision in your head, and then you draw the thing you want that come out of your head onto paper, right? And you draw it, and it looks nothing like it, right? Maybe it looks cool, maybe it still looks good, and you did a good job, and you worked hard, and you learned something, but it rarely like matches up, right? Like what you thought about originally, probably not what it actually turned out looking like, but that's okay. But eventually, the more you draw, the closer and closer it gets, and pretty soon, whatever is in your head, you can then put on paper, and it like works. It's like 1-to-1. You can do it. But the same thing happens with game dev too. Like you have an idea in your head, like how you want to make a game. Same with 3D art. Same with programming. Everything. You have an idea of how it works, and then you make it, and it's like, this isn't what I thought it was. It didn't work out. It's not fun. It's not, like the controls are weird. Like it's not how I envisioned it. But you get better at envisioning things in game dev, and then you get better at creating those things. So it's like on both sides. Where in art, you can just kind of like you just envision something and then you draw it and it matches or it doesn't. But with game dev, you like envision things better because you like plan better. Emo songs about bugs in my game. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so far behind on chat. You can probably tell the game dev community are filled with people who are beyond eager to help other devs. Yeah, it's true. Honestly, yeah, it's very true. I don't know of any other community. I'm sure there are some. I'm not getting into it. Never mind. I'm gonna stop that right now. I'm not getting into it. I'm sure there's other communities that are nice. The game dev community is awesome. That's all I'm saying. I learned most people are smart in something. Game dev, cars, music, something. Yeah, most people. There are definitely people out there who don't have any sort of ambitions and they're just not into anything. And there's people out there who are like trying everything to find what they love to do. And some people just don't ever find it, and that sucks. Gotta learn the Cinti asset flips. Yeah, it's like a technique in itself. You kind of look like that Canadian president. I look like a Canadian president. Justin Trudeau? I'm like looking at myself and I'm looking at this picture. I don't think my wife would agree with you, but I guess I can see it. But what, like, I've heard so many people compare me to so many different people, and then my wife's always like, not even close, not even close, not even a little bit. And I don't know if she said that to make me feel better or not, but you can also hire me to slap the game together. I think you're way undervaluing your time at $20 an hour. I know, I was trying to give you a time that you were the one that was just like, they always want to get paid, the stupid artists. I was trying to give you a low ball rate. I would take $20 an hour right now for a job probably because I'm kind of desperate for money. So it's like when you're desperate, you'll take kind of anything. As someone that works in AAA, assets are still bought at that level. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't know if a lot of AAAs are like going into like the Unreal marketplace to buy assets. But they use like they can use like art houses and stuff like that. Like art houses will sometimes, well, I don't know. I know like they'll hire like art houses that'll just like do art for them cheaper than them bringing an artist on. And I don't know if the art houses will like sell like kits, like asset kits or whatever. I was thinking they might, but I don't know. I'm just making that up. But yeah, I imagine they do buy assets. I think it'd probably be more like plugins, or like maybe audio. I don't know. I don't know if AAA games buy like audio. I'm sure it depends. One day I'll make a big boy. I'll be a big boy that uses Unreal. 4-hour stream. Hi, Jana. I'm almost caught up. God, not even close. I want to give Unreal 5 a try, but I'm not sure about blueprints. Going to sit down and see if I can get a developer brain to do visual program like that. If you don't like blueprints, just do C++. Honestly, it's not like, I was really afraid of C++ when I started because I didn't really understand how it worked. But like, if you understand how IDEs work, like just like grab Writer or Visual Studio and just start working. Like it doesn't seem that complicated to go from like C++ into like get your C++ working in game. Iris, a new networking system in the UE5 designed to make open world stuff work so much better. Oh, really? Never been. Oh, I don't think you have to learn. I don't think you have to manage memory in C++ in Unreal Engine. I think that's handled, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. You can ask. I don't know if Moz might know, and if Odd is still in here, he might know too. But they both use C++, and someone might know. You don't have to do memory stuff in the UE5. Oh, see. Canada doesn't have presidents. You guys have a prime minister? Is it a prime minister? Honestly, I like Blueprint a lot, but I'm a very visual person, so I'm trying to like just skim chat so I can get caught up and move on. It's not working. The long and short of Iris is we only replicate what needs to be replicated, so it cuts down on a lot of waste. I mean, it feels like we already do that though, right? There was a guy who used to work at the local gas station here who looked exactly like you and even had your first name. I actually thought it was you and started to talk about your game project. He was really confused. Seriously? Oh, that's so funny. You know what's really funny is I actually used to work at I worked at 3 different gas stations. That was like kind of my main thing. Like I just kind of jumped from gas station to gas station working when I was a kid. Because like I already had like the experience working in different gas stations, so it was just easier to get on the job in a new one. So I worked in like 3 different gas stations, in Wyoming and Utah, in the United States. Yeah, no, I do this for a living. You wouldn't see me in a gas station, and I also drive an electric car, so you definitely wouldn't see me in a gas station unless I was just getting a Slurpee. But they would be fun. Like I've only run into one person who recognized me in real life, and it doesn't really count because it was Vimlark at PAX. No, I'm counting it. I'm gonna count it because I want to. I've been recognized one time for my work, but that's pretty funny. Sorry, tuned out for a sec. What did you want to know about C++? I don't want to know anything about C++. Someone was asking about if you have to manage memory. Iris is leaps ahead of the current rep system. Kindred met Jana at a Norwegian gas station. It was a remote area in Norway. Oh my god, yeah, definitely wouldn't be me. I'm definitely in the United States. I would love to go to Norway. Yeah, that's like one of the places I really want to visit. Norway, New Zealand, a ton of places I want to go visit. But yeah. Anyway, moving on. If I ever move to Norway, I don't know how well they pay, but maybe I'll work at a gas station if I can't make Gamedev work. And then you can come talk to me, okay? And I promise I will talk to you about my game in public. That's so funny. Did I have a different accent at the gas station? I bet I did. Listen, I was in a different place when I worked at gas stations, but the second or third gas station I worked at, I think it was the third one. No. Second one. So I worked at a gas station. I'm going to incriminate myself. I worked at a gas station in my hometown, and I learned really bad habits there because some of the people there who trained me would just like go get like beef jerky or whatever out of like the container and just eat it, because he was the one that did the count at the end of the night. And he was like, yeah, they don't count the beef jerky. They just throw it out. So don't, like, you just have it. Just go ahead. He was like, just don't eat all of it, because, you know, we have to sell it. So I learned that, and I was like, oh, that's cool. That's so cool. They let you do that. And then I got caught one time doing it in front of my manager, and she was like, are you going to pay for that? And I was like, yeah, of course I am. Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking I'll pay for it right now. And that's when I learned I wasn't supposed to be doing that. And then I worked at a different gas station, and I didn't do that because I didn't want to get fired. But then I moved. Wait, hold on. This is a different way. So I moved states and worked in the same gas station in a different state. And so I was living on my own then. Well, I had roommates, but I was living out on my own. I wasn't living at home anymore. And money was tight. I had a car payment. I had stuff to pay for. And I played in a band. So I was buying like music equipment, and that's not cheap. And we were like road tripping to like play shows out of state and stuff. So it was really expensive to live there. And so I definitely borrowed a lot of food from that gas station that I shouldn't have. So gas station jobs are cool, but like, yeah, and then I worked at a different gas station, and I didn't do that there because I didn't want to get fired because I needed the money. So I was too scared. He sounded like you as well. It was just bizarre. I thought you just wanted to keep that side of you non-public. That's so weird. No, I wouldn't do that at all. If someone walked up to me, like, I don't know, at Walmart or a gas station or something, and was like, hey, are you Kindred from Kindred Games? I'd be like, yes. And I would definitely sit and chat with you. definitely have to manage memory in C++, but if you're using, say, Unreal Engine, they do have a lot of heavy lifting in the background for you. That's what I was talking about. I think it was, I don't remember who said it. I think Fiend was saying that they wanted to use Unreal Engine, but they didn't want to deal with memory management. So they were going to learn Blueprint. And I was saying that I don't think you have to worry about that. Okay, let's get back to work. We successfully made it through chat and like 15 rants. I hope you guys were clipping those things so I can go post them on YouTube and blow up and get famous. You guys clipped all those, right? All those really good nuggets of wisdom I just shared. You didn't just let them go to waste, right? Because that'd be a shame. Okay. We have the tooltip working. The spawn button should be working, except we're not doing the queue thing. That's okay, we'll work on that later. This one is adding the people in here for the update units, and then the lane HUD needs to call that update units for the lane that well, all the lanes. So we need to add these lane spawners to an array. So I guess we'll do a pre-construct. We'll grab the lane spawners, make array, boop, boop. We should rename these, but that's whatever. Q, Shift A. Okay. And then we promote this to a variable, and this is lane spawners. It's okay, we never have to deal with these again, so we don't have to rename them. Who cares? They're just gonna sit here. Compile, save. Ittered pounds and Arnold Palmer and gets back to work. I love Arnold Palmer's. Except I wear a hat and my chair gets in the way, and so I have to like bend all weird to drink stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't find any non-diet ones. Yeah, the diet ones are not good. Also, the Arnold Palmer in like the big jug, not good either. They have to come out of the can. I don't know what it is. Gotta have that metallic taste, I guess. Oh, a dad joke. Okay. How about I tell you about a joke about a never mind, I already messed it up. How about I tell you a cat joke? Nah, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Here's a joke, an ad right in the middle of my calendar. That's a joke. I'm not even gonna read it first. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Why do chicken coops only have 2 doors? Oh, this one's a 10 out of 10. This is a great joke. I don't know if I assume non-Americans would know this, would get this joke, because then they'd be chicken sedans. Nice job, Ryan. Good joke. Good joke. Good joke. What a perfect joke. Just kidding. Nice one. Thanks. Yeah, I wrote that one. I definitely made that one up myself. I definitely didn't read it off the calendar. By the way, we're on November 9th, so you guys need to, oh, you cannot read that at all. This is blue. This is literally blue, and you guys can't see it. We're on November 9th, so you guys need to redeem more dad jokes. This is the coolest calendar ever, isn't it? Look how cool that is. And if you stand behind it, you vanish. Anyway, that reminds me of a dad joke that Jana told me that I need to think of the answer to. Oh, what is it? Another dad joke. Those are 1,200 coins. That's a lot. Oh, wait, I didn't read this one yet. Did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? That's dumb. He made a mint. That's dumb. They say he made a mint. Why did the Clydesdale give the pony a glass of water? Why did the Clydesdale give the pony a glass of water? I have like 130k saved up. Yeah, Odd Oculus, who I've been watching, may still be in here. I don't know. He has a thing called the Fool's Coin, which I think is 10,000 coins. Obviously, if we did something like that, we'd have to make it 100,000 coins. But I thought about doing something like that. It was just like an insane amount of coins for no reason. And it would do nothing. I can't tell you in chat because then someone will know the answer and 2 months of my life will be wasted. Oh my god, Ryan. Can you message me what it is? Because I need to know now. I won't read it in chat, I promise. And I won't give you the answer, I swear. Okay, we are creating this loop, and then we need to, or creating this thing, and then we need to, actually, we'll do it on construct. Actually, this is gonna be empty to start, so it doesn't really matter. We should probably just like hide this whole thing if this is empty. Custom event, update. We need, oh man, I just realized we have to build a save system. Do we though? Like, I don't know. Can you save in the middle of like an RTS match? I guess you can, huh? Not like a PvP one, but can you save in the middle of like a Warcraft? Don't spoil it, Kindred. Okay, I won't spoil it. I'm gonna read it though. Oh, I know this one, Ryan. I forgot what it is now. Oh no, that's gonna drive me insane now. Are you gonna dive to CPP for networking? No. I won't. I'm probably not gonna make this game multiplayer. Though I could. I actually think this game would be really fun multiplayer. Like PvP. But I'm not making multiplayer as of right now. As of right now, it's just against AI. But if I do in the future, I still won't do C++. I'll just do blueprints because blueprint networking is fine and it'll be great for this. Feature creep. Here, let's add it to the feature creep list. It is feature creep. Here's our feature creep list, which is now longer than the mechanics list. Well, they're more complicated, so it's not really longer, but multiplayer. PvP. Okay. Look at us go. Look at us go adding feature creep to a list instead of implementing it and saying we're going to do it. We're not doing it. It's not going to be multiplayer. Add it to the maybe pile. Oh, my apologies. Oh, no. So, okay. So my game here, Swords and Magic and stuff, is multiplayer. That is multiplayer. It's an a casual cooperative open world RPG. So it is multiplayer. It's co-op multiplayer up to 16 players, but it still uses Blueprint for networking. What is this new project? What type of game? It's an hold on, I'll explain it. It's a lane-based real-time strategy game where you run around on your little ram because you're a dwarf and you ride a little ram around and you gather resources and then you build buildings to unlock units and things and upgrade things, and then you spawn units out of these 3 portals that follow different lanes to attack the enemy base, while the enemy base is also spawning units to come and attack you, so you have to defend and attack and strategize and stuff. You can also hire harvesters, which will also follow the lane until they get to a harvest node, and then they'll cut off and they go harvest and then bring it back. So you have to defend them as well, so the enemy don't kill them along the way, or you lose them. So that's the game. That's like the best way to explain the game in a nutshell, and that's basically the only thing we're designing right now, because we're going to build that game out first, and then we're going to polish that and make it feel like incredibly good, and then and only then are we going to think about feature creeps, additional features, and feature creeps. UE5 multiplayer is so easy. Yeah, honestly, I'm very, very confident that I can make a multiplayer game by myself in Unreal Engine now. And like 3 years ago, there's no way I would have said that. I would have been like, absolutely not. So, and I'm not saying, and I haven't been like working on just multiplayer specific things in the last 3 years. I've been making all kinds of things for Swords and Magic, and a lot of them just happened to like be involved in multiplayer. And so I've had to learn to do them. Just push buttons. And I learned how to do it. So if you like focus and you just like sat down and watched tutorial after tutorial or whatever, you know, and like played around, you'd learn it in like no time. Hey, what's up, Stevie Ray? Welcome in. We met in Odd Stream last night, I believe. Yesterday. Yeah, afternoon, whatever, doesn't matter. I remember you. I also followed you because I want to check out your streams too. Are you planning on streaming development though? Just out of curiosity. Also, how are you doing? So you will have a lot of RPCs from clients to servers, and then the server can rep everything to everyone else. Oh, networking UE5 is insanely hard. Depends on the scale. Oh, I disagree. I mean, well, I guess it depends, right? I've never done networking anywhere else, so it's easy to me because I wouldn't say it's easy. It's like learning Unreal Engine is like a 6 out of 10. Learning networking in Unreal Engine is like an 8 out of 10. It's harder, right? But like, and it's a lot more work to do networking because anything that you want changed for both players, you do have to like think about how you're gonna replicate that and like the best way to do it. But yeah, I don't know. It's not like impossible. I'm from the old days of creative, and I did a ton of art process on stream. I kind of like the idea of sharing my processes I learned, but I am sure I'll need to do a bunch of learning offline too. Yeah. So when I first started learning Unreal Engine, I was streaming too. In fact, my game Swords of Magic, which is like my big project here, it's out on Steam. I'm gonna link it again in all caps, I guess. Yeah, so I basically started streaming that, or when I first started developing it, I started streaming it. So I basically built that on stream entirely, and I learned so much while on stream because I had a ton of people come in and teach me things. Some things were very bad things that I shouldn't have learned and then have cost me a lot of time and energy in the future. But I didn't know, and that's okay. And people were giving me suggestions, and I was like, cool, let's do that. And then they turned out to be bad. But people have also learned a lot from Unreal Engine since then, because it was still it just kind of gone free back then. That was about 6 years ago. So it wasn't like super established as like a big prominent game engine at the time, really. For like indie devs anyway. So anyway, but yeah, I would suggest streaming because you can get help, but it's up to you. I like watching people who are just learning because I like to help. I like teaching a lot. So I love going in and being like, oh yeah, try this or do this thing, or oh, look for this node, or you'll like this thing, or you should try this. Like, I like that a lot. But some people, I also know how it goes because there are some things that I will not do on stream. Like, I had another game that I wanted to work on, and I was like, well, I have to do a lot of 2D art in that game, and I'm not a very good like 2D artist. I just do 3D art. And so I was thinking about how I was gonna have to learn to draw, and I would not do that on stream. You couldn't pay me enough money to draw on stream. Like, no thank you. I do not have the confidence in that. I would do like map design on stream because I do maps for Swords of Magic. Like, I do hand painted maps for it, but I'm mostly just tracing the top-down screenshot of the game world. So also helpful in Odd stream. Yeah, Odd's a weird case because he's pretty new to Unreal Engine, but he's not new to coding. So I don't know when I can help him because I don't know the C++ stuff that he does. So like sometimes I'm like, oh, you should try this. And he's like, yeah, I'm doing that, but in C++. And I'm like, oh, yeah, of course you are. I know. I'm just testing you. So I don't know. I don't know where to help him. But when people are doing blueprints in Unreal Engine, like that's when I can actually like help. Because I know blueprints pretty well. I've been doing those for a while. Anyway, let's keep going on this. Okay, we have this update units thing. We have the HUD. We need an update. Let's just call this the same function. No, let's not. Let's call this update lane units because I don't want to confuse myself with the same function name. So for each, we're going to loop through these and we're going to, for every single one of them, update their units. Stop. The lane spawners. We need to create widgets for each unit, we know. So we need to get those units. So we need an input of units, which is name array. So actually, let's do this. Let's do a for each loop here, and then we'll do on this one. Unfortunately, we have to do this on all three of these, which is kind of dumb. But I don't know how else to do it, so it is what it is. And then I guess on here we need to create widgets. No, we don't. The lane spawner should already do this, right? Didn't we just do this? Update units. Oh, I know why. It's probably because they're, yeah. So this is a object reference? No, that should work. Yeah, there it is. I don't know why that didn't show up before. No, I don't have to do this. I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I just have to do this. Right, that's it. I think that's it. Okay, and the last thing, it was on the character. Whenever there should be down here, we unlock units. Then we need to get our HUD. We have the lane units HUD, right? Widget lane, yep. And we just do update lane units. There we go, okay. See how close we were to having that finished? And I just got on like a 45-minute rant and didn't get it finished. So that was good. Compile, save. But yeah, Twitch chat is, or Twitch is interesting as a developer. When you first start out, like when I first started out streaming on Twitch and I had like, 5 viewers, Twitch kept me like not necessarily Twitch chat, but just Twitch in general, like streaming just kept me super motivated to like work on things. Because once I hit go live, it was like, I couldn't go watch a YouTube video. I couldn't do all these things, So I was just like, I guess I'll just work, And then I would stream for a while and like a couple people would come in and I'd be all nervous and like, oh yeah, this is my game. I don't know what I'm doing. So don't judge me, please. And that lasted a little while until I started getting more viewers and more regular viewers. And they like understood what I was working on and like, et cetera, et cetera. And that was pretty cool. Okay. When we build this, we should technically get our units popping up over here. Oh, okay, when stuff works first try, that's good. That's a good thing. Cool. So now we can let's make another one. Let's make, we need to make more units first. So let's go data units. Make a new unit. Let's call this one farmer. Class, I don't have a farmer class, so we need to make one. This kind of sucks. I don't really want to make new classes for every character, but I think it's the best way to do it because it's just so much easier to like make a new class or a new child class, swap out the skeletal mesh manually, input the information manually rather than filling it all out in a data table somewhere. Like I still have a data table for it to spawn it, but I think it's just easier to like set it up, especially like the skeletal mesh and stuff, because I don't have to do like I don't have to add all this junk to the data table. No, characters, units. Okay, so we'll just duplicate the footman. Farmer. Let's just do a couple more too over here. Farmer, lumberjack, and then a miner. I don't even know if these guys are gonna look different, so we probably could have just done like like we could probably just do a harvester or whatever. And maybe we just swap out their tools. Maybe give them, should we give like the units like icons over their heads? Maybe when you get close to them, we just show like an icon over their heads so you know what they are? Or should we just not do that? Maybe when you hover your mouse over them? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so we have wait, oh, we don't do the footman, hang on. We have our farmer. Yeah, this is annoying because I can't even do like, I have to open in all of these. That's fine. The skeletal mesh. This is gonna be a lot easier just to find it in here. So let's go over here and go to dwarves. Turn off our filter and go to meshes, pre-built. And we're just gonna grab one of our harvester guys, worker. We have a worker A and worker B. Let's just do worker A for now. And then we go back in here and we stick that in. And then we have to find I have to make a new animation blueprint, I think. Yeah, I will say I wish animation blueprints would get a little like an overhaul. I don't know how, but I just feel like there's got to be a better way to have animation blueprints so you can like reuse them, like so they can have like, so you can just like be like, oh, animation blueprint, and then I would input these variables, and then you can, you know, change it up. Because right now, as far as I know, when we do the animation blueprint, like there's no way for me to change like this to like a different characters thing. They've done a bunch of new stuff. What version are you in? The newest one. This is 5.3. Is there something new that I'm missing? Because last I know, or as far as I know, there's no way to like swap this out for a different character. Like this is a totally different skeletal mesh entirely. So it probably doesn't matter anyway, but I just don't want to have to make a new, like I can just make a new animation blueprint for like non-cavalry, non-riding characters. Wait, really? Yeah, I don't really, well, I don't know if I mind if it's complex or not. I'm probably gonna have to look into shared animations because I imagine we could have hundreds of these characters. They are pawns right now, but I'm actually considering getting rid of their floating pawn movement and just doing actors, and then just manually moving them and like, maybe they honestly probably don't even, I don't know. I don't know the best way to do this because I'm probably gonna have, I imagine there's gonna be a time when there's like 100 of these on the screen, and so they need to be very performant because I know skeletal meshes get really expensive. It's just whether it's worth the time to you at the moment on a quick game or just to do what you know. Yeah, it's true. Probably not. It's probably not worth the effort. I do like learning things like that on quick games though. Like game jams are a really good way to learn like a new thing. But then again, you don't really have time most of the time. And I don't know if I want to spend the time. That's a really good point. Let me use some documentation. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's something that's like always been like a thorn in my side is the animation blueprints. Like I just started learning more about them a while ago, and I really love how like powerful they are, like being able to like blend animations and stuff. Like that's really cool. And, like blend like bone weights and stuff. That's really fun. But yeah, it is kind of tedious, I guess, to have to make a new one for every single character. But I guess I can just do one for, I don't know, these all have different skeletons. I'm hoping I can just do, even though they have different skeletons, I think I can just do, actually probably all share one, now that I think about it. Cavalry and then a character. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's just make one for this then, I guess. We'll just do it right now. But I'm gonna have to make this dwarf because there's also an undead one, which is, yeah, we'll have to do this one more time. And then I had to go make a blend space. Let's call this locomotion actually. We want idle. I see like there's like an archer idle, infantry idle, like worker idle. There's all these different idols, which sucks because like, actually it doesn't really matter. They're all so similar and you're going to see it from so far away. It won't matter, but it's still annoying. Snap to grid. So like the difference between like mage idle and like archer idle is like they're just holding their weapons. But it's not like that big of a deal. Like I'm sure you'll never even notice that their weapons like being held down like this, or if it's like clipping through the ground. It doesn't matter. I think I might just do the archer idol for all of them because that seems like the most generic, and no matter how they're holding whatever weapon they're holding, it'll still look fine. Unless they're holding resources. Which I'm gonna make them switch to holding resources when they're coming back because I think it'll look nice. New game feels amazing, man. Thanks, Middle. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I've tried like 5 or 6 times now to like start a new game and be like, hey, this is the new game. I'm going to start working on this. I'm going to announce it. and I never announce it because I'm like afraid to. Like I'm afraid to announce it because I feel like everyone's just gonna be like, oh, screw this guy. Like Swords of Magic is dead. Like let's just move on. You know, let's go find someone else to follow. But yeah. So to accomplish what you want, it will be a mix of a few of these systems. Okay, I'm gonna leave this up. I'll take a look at it later probably. Modular characters, I assume. Oh no, maybe not. I'm really excited. I want to dive into like modular characters, like swapping skeletal meshes and stuff out. That's definitely something I've been wanting to do for a while. If I'm ever gonna make my MMO, you know, I gotta figure that out. That's gotta. Animation blueprint override. That looks like what I need. A child animation blueprint. See, I don't think that's new, right? That's gotta be pretty new. I'm pretty sure that's what I want. Or animation blueprint linking. No. You can dynamically switch between subsections of an animation graph. No, I think I know how that works. Sub animation blueprint instances with other animation blueprints. That might be handy though. Yeah, it looks like animation blueprint override is what I want, but I will look into this later. Because even like this, like I can use, this isn't like the greatest example, but like it would be great if I could just swap out like these like blend spaces as like as a variable, right? Just like a variable for the blend space, and I can just swap it out, or have like, I guess, child blueprint classes where I can swap that out quick and easy. So I can use the same animation blueprint without having to code the whole, or set the whole thing up again. And then I can just use that. Because like, it's annoying to set these up. Like I'm just gonna copy and paste from my other one because it's like, it's super annoying to set up. Yeah, so animation graph, new state. No, what's it called? Damn it. I already forgot what it's called. State machine. I don't think that's how I had this set up in here. I should just copy. I think I have it set up like this so I can use, this isn't important. I don't need this. I don't know what that's cached for. I think I was gonna do this so I could use montages, but I think I can anyway. And if I can, if there's something else I had to do for montages, I don't remember what it is. I think it's a slot. Slot? Default slot? Oh yeah, okay, so this isn't gonna work anyway. I need to do this. And now that'll work, I believe. Because I had to have the slot to use that slot for animation montages. I think. Because I'm gonna use montages to run all of my abilities. Oh, that's great. You see? Oh, it's cursed. Oh no, it's so cursed. I missed the brief on what the new project's about. You did, but I will I'll go over it again. Let's fix this first. All this is working great except this. This needs to be this one. Please fix. Thank you. Yeah, that's what happens when you try to use a humanoid skeleton with a horse skeleton. I mean, a horse skeleton in a humanoid. I've done that in UE4. Oh, I did all that work in C++, so not sure blueprints. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Internet, I solved your wife's riddle, and I feel stupid because it took way too long. Okay, hold on. What lies at the bottom of the sea shaking? A nervous wreck. I remembered it. I've heard it before though, Ryan. It would probably take me just as long to figure it out. I hope you actually solved it. Rena solved it in 2 seconds. Oh no. Oh, Ryan. Sorry, buddy. We all can't be genius you know, dad joke solvers. Some of us just gotta be ordinary to make to make everyone else feel special, you know? Okay, we have a animation blueprint. Honestly, I was whining about that. That was way too easy to set up. It's fine. Everything's fine here. I forgot I already did all this work to like do the get speed and stuff with the blueprint interface and everything. So that was like the majority of the work, is like building the interface and like making sure it all like calculates correctly. So we should be fine now. Okay, so now we have an animation blueprint for this guy. Skeletal mesh is switched. Character dwarf. I think in the healer game we used the, like, I have one for the dwarf and I have one for the undead. I'm pretty sure I was using the dwarf one for the undead most of the time, and then it clicked that I was using the wrong one. So all the undead were like supposed to be tall and skinny, right? And they were like all squashed down to like dwarf size. And it took me a long time to figure that out. And I was like, oh yeah. Like I didn't even notice they were squashed down because it's from like top down. Anyway, moving on. What else we got here? Okay, so we've got oh yeah, we were doing units. Don't worry, I'm not distracted or anything. This is fine. Now we have farmer in here. Farmer. Oh, that means the other units are broken too. That might actually be why they were being stupid. We need a pitchfork. I think I have a pitchfork icon. Thought I did. Let's go here. Oh, I have a sickle. Sickle. That's fine. And I should just go modify this to get rid of the shovel, maybe. Doesn't matter. Upkeep. So this is going to be their cost, basically. I don't know why I call it upkeep, but like I assume that this will charge them every time they come back to. We'll find out. So food 3, wood 1. I think that's a little much. Let's just do 1 and 1. And maybe this should be ore because you're like building their tools. We'll just leave it at wood. Honestly, maybe this should be more though. You're building like a harvester that's going to go harvest for you automatically. So like it should be a little expensive to get them started. I guess it can just be expensive to get them. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on how many you have, and like we'll balance all that later. 10 health, 1 damage. Oh, that was speed. 10 speed, 1 damage, attack range, 300. Fine, that's fine. No attack montage. I don't want them attacking. I don't think. Maybe they will. I don't know. I was like, scaredy catfish. What are catfish doing at the bottom of the sea? That's not too bad. Really get started unloading and dynamically. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, select that anim node. And in details, you can select it as an input pin. Oh, hold on. Oh, I already closed it. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. You were talking about in here? In here probably. The anim pin. Let me read what you said again. So select that anim node. Then in details, you can select a pin as input. Oh, this one probably. Details panel has an option to expose it. Would it be this one? Or is it... It feels like it should be this one. But I don't see an option to expose it. Or is it... I had it right before. It's here? Okay. No, it's the middle one. Got it. Did you know what the key... What? Did you know what the A key... Did you know that the A... Oh my god. Did you know that the A key is right next to the caps lock, though? Yeah, I did know that. Let me go find it. No, it's fine, basement. It's fine. No big deal. It's fine. No, don't worry about it. I can figure it out. It's fine. It's not really a big deal right now. But I can Google this. This is not like your concern. You don't worry about it. You're talking about like right here, maybe? Is it this bind? Exposes pin. I got it. Hey, that's awesome. Yes. Okay. So that does mean that I have to like, okay, no, that's great. Knowing how to do that is huge. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to do it right now. It's not worth it right now, but thank you so much. Yeah, I think I've done that before. I've seen it before. I think that has been in for a while. Very cool. Yeah, that will save me some effort probably here soon. Because I'll probably have to make new ones for like, maybe we'll see. We'll see. I don't. Maybe it's a waste in this project, but it's okay. Thank you for teaching me how to do it. I appreciate that. Okay, let's save this guy. Oh, we need a run on this guy. We keep getting like half things or things halfway fixed. This guy can go away, and this guy has to go away because you can't just drag things on top anymore in this. I don't like that. Let's just do infantry here. What else? What other options do we have here? Carry wood. Oh yeah, so here's, okay, so we are gonna need this, right? Because I need to switch the blend space to carry the wood. Oh, what? They're carrying it one hand? Honestly, kind of dumb. I mean, I guess we could change that, but like, it's fine. It is what it is. Is there a walk? Walker carry wood. Interesting. I don't know why that just happened. Oh, because I double clicked it maybe? Yeah. I was like, why did that just switch? And he's got a bag too. Oh, okay. I don't know if we'll be using both those. We'll probably just use the bag for everything. Maybe we should make the workers walk slow. I don't know. That's probably just rude. Yeah, so we're gonna have to make a new blend space for the workers to carry this, because yep. All right, that's fine. Let's go back to the locomotion for now, and let's just pick. Let's just do run, and we'll just do the infantry for now. But I hate that. I don't know why it doesn't just override it. In UE4, you just override it when you drag it out. Honestly, like, from where you're gonna see this, you can't even tell that he's, yeah, screw that. We're not doing that. It's stupid. The animation is so, like, the difference is negligible. You can't even tell the difference. Like, here, let's see the difference here. The difference is seeing his hand right there. But does that even like matter? You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Doesn't matter. We're keeping it where it is. Okay, save. Where'd you get the art pack? I'm not telling you, it's a secret. This is my secret stash of art that no one else can use because I'm gonna release this game, and then everyone's gonna think that they copied mine. It's in the marketplace though. Makes you miss playing Warcraft 2. Yeah, I know, right? I love it. I'm really excited to like, I need another art kit though, or I need to make my own art because I need to like, I want to build this whole thing out to look like a really cool like little fantasy world. It can't just be this like super plain looking thing. At first the lanes were just going to be straight lines, and I was like, this is going to look like such a mobile game. And apparently I was right, because apparently I'm just straight up ripping off Kingdom Rush or whatever it's called, or Kingdom Royale, or whatever it is. Clash of Kingdoms, Clash Royale. There's Rush Royale. What is the game called? There's literally like a billion stupid games named the same thing. I was trying to think of a name, and I was like, oh, I should name it something with Rush, because you're kind of like pushing people out. Yeah, I'm not naming it something with Rush. I don't know what the heck I'm gonna name it, but it's gotta be something unique, and that's gonna be hard to do. Can we get the kiddo from school? Yeah, her school is right across the street, so we walk, so she doesn't have to drive safe, but she'll walk safe. Bye, Jana. Walk safe. What's the high-level gameplay overview? I'll come up with random names. Okay, I asked ChatGPT. It didn't do a great job. Okay, the game is a lane-based real-time strategy game. So you gather resources with your little mount guy, this dude. Nay, I'm not a goat. It's a goat. It doesn't neigh. So you go over here and you gather resources, and then you drop them off in your base to build buildings. And then the buildings unlock. We already have this. This, like, the gameplay loop is almost there. We just need to get AI working now. Like, that's like the next step, because now these work, and now we just have to use these to spawn things. And then you spawn these things at the different lanes wherever you want, right? And then they follow the thing to attack the enemy base. And and then the enemy base also spawns things to attack you. So there's like it's a clash. It's like it's a Clash Royale. That's what we're gonna call it, Clash Royale. That's definitely not taken, right? It's only like the biggest. It's literally the exact game. It's literally the exact game you guys told me about earlier. I just forgot the name of it. I thought it was like Kingdom Rush or something. Kingdom Rush is a different game, and it's actually also very similar to Kingdom Rush. Wow, such a unique name. Thanks, boss. I forgot that's what it's called. But that's what we're gonna name it. We're calling it Clash Royale. It makes me so mad that it's so close. Smash of Kingdoms. That's not bad. Warcraft Rumble. That's what I should name it. That's a perfect name. And that way people will that'll make them think of Warcraft, you know, and Blizzard related games, you know, like when they see it, they'll just be like, oh, that reminds me a lot of a Blizzard game. I'm going to play that. And then they'll go to the Battle.net launcher and play it. And I'll be like, oh yeah. And now I have to pay this lawsuit. So that'll be fun. Pillage Village. It's not too bad, but like, isn't active pillaging like, no, pillage definition. To rob using violence, especially in wartime. The act of pillaging a place or property. I don't know. It kind of makes you sound like a bad guy. I think we should avoid the word pillage. I think there's a lot of other connotations that are very negative associated with pillaging. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are. It's just, I'm pretty sure when I think of pillage, it could be some kind of Nexus Wars, the StarCraft mod. Perfect, Nexus Wars. That's what we're gonna call it. It just sucks. Like it's hard to find a name that like stands out, but like isn't already taken. I never played Nexus Wars, but honestly, I imagine it's probably pretty similar to what I'm making. This is not a unique game, but I'm doing my best. We're gonna try to make it unique. Okay, what do we need to do now? Now we need to actually spawn the things. So we need to associate each one of those spawning buttons with a thing. So let's go ahead and what do we do here? I think we should, in the lanes HUD, I think we should probably like bind to the button presses in these. So let's go all the way back down to the spawn button, and let's go back in here actually. Button. On clicked. And let's go ahead and call a button press. So no, not a variable. My bad. We want an event dispatcher. On clicked. And then we want to call it. Thank you. Actually, hold on. I don't want to call it yet because I do this every single time. Then I have to change it. So we need to know the ID. That's all. Unit ID. Name. And now we call it. Now we compile. And then we call it. And now it's correct. And I don't have to do dumb things. Okay. And then we just put in the unit ID here. Okay. Compile, save. And now the lane spawner, when we create these things, we're creating the child. We need to do a bind on event. Bind to on clicked. And everyone hates when I do this, but I like delegates and I like doing them like this because I learned how to do them and it's neat. Custom event. This is going to be on spawn. And now I kind of think we just do the same thing in here because this is the spawner and we need to do this in the HUD. The HUD needs to get this. And then we'll just delegate all the way down to this chain until we get back to the player. Because I guess that's the best way to do it. And then the player should be responsible for spawning it, or game mode, or I don't know. We need to know which lane. I guess that's easy to do. I don't like widgets being responsible for gameplay stuff, so I don't want to spawn it through the widget, because one, that will never, if we do switch to multiplayer, I'll have to completely refactor that because we can't replicate that. So I think we should probably just call it on the player. Game mode, all the things. Should we game mode, do you think, someone? Where would you spawn the AI from? Probably game mode, huh? In multiplayer, the PC would need to call it. Yeah, that's why. You mean PC is in player controller, but it could also be called on player character, I assume. And both those stand for PC, so I guess it doesn't matter. Use a PC as a middleman. I was kind of thinking that maybe we just call the game mode from the widget, and then the game mode would spawn it. But yes, then that's where we use the player character as a middleman, where we say, hey, let's call this on the server, and then it talks back to the game mode again and like spawns it. That's kind of what I would do. We just have a reference to the PC. Player controller. PCs are replicated properly. Characters use proxies. Oh, interesting. I didn't know there was a difference. We do a lot of our stuff on the character. What's the difference, really? Someone like break it down for me in like I'm a 3. I'm not sure if you care about having to have your event needing to be directly hooked up like that, but there is another way. Will act the same as what you have, but can make your BP cleaner. Do you mean to do make a what's it called? Create event here like this? Is what you're talking about? Baseman? Yeah. Yeah, I honestly like this better. Okay. On spawn. You know what else we need to do? We also need to check if when you click the button, if the player even has the resources, which means we have to go back here and we just do, this is where things get, this is where like the multiplayer stuff is going to start falling apart because, well, I guess, yeah, I don't know. If we actually made this multiplayer, it wouldn't be, we had to make it client or server authoritative, which is a little extra work. And I've never done that before because I've only made like client authoritative things just because like, I've never really cared because it's always been casual. And this would be a situation where we'd probably want it to be a little more server so you couldn't cheat, because this could become like a little bit of a competitive game if you know, people took it seriously. And point that to the event. Oh wait, hold on. A lot of your code sucks. What? That was rude, Summon. Characters use proxies. Hold on. Okay. Any widgets have a reference to PC, but I would also be using the HUD class. Yeah, I don't really care for the HUD class very much. And point to the event. What are you talking about? The create event thing. It's just so you don't have the wire connected, right? That's the only reason you do that. There's no other like big reason behind it. I don't mind. I like following through so I don't lose where it's connected to. And there's not going to be that much code on these things. Like the game's pretty simple so far.
Listen.
I don't think it's going to get all that complicated. Is the enemy in game another castle or like evil stuff coming from the woods? It's going to be, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Right now the enemies are going to be undead. So I guess it could be a castle. It could be the woods, whatever it is, you're attacking it, right? You're attacking the thing it's spawning from. So I think a castle makes the most sense. All clients should try and make their server comm through the player controller. Typically, a player only gets one PC. But they can have hundreds of characters throughout a play session. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just a better practice because I see. Yeah. Okay. I see what you mean by proxy now. Because I could go, I could get on a boat and I would possess the boat as a character instead. So if all my RPC stuff was tied up on my character, then that character wouldn't be serve authoritative anymore because it's just sitting there waiting for possession. And so it's not. Yeah, I see it. I get it now. I've never made a game where you possessed multiple things. Actually, I don't know if Maz is still in here, but I bet that's why we switched our mounts from possessing a different actor to just like we're latching an actor onto the character now. I bet that's why we did that, because we had so much RPC stuff sitting on the character. That makes so much more sense. You thinking zombies, skeletons? They're skeletons. Ryan's over here being my idea guy. Thank you, Ryan. You've not yet, but you should. And then when your character dies, destroy and recreate, which is a popular way to do it. When my character dies, the game will be over. I don't think my character is going to have health. We could, but I think you lose by having your castle defeated in this one. But yeah, I see what you're saying. In Swords of Magic, that happens. Your character does get what happens when you die in Swords of Magic is we immediately create a new character and then possess that, and the old character just plays the death animation and then just lays there and dies, and then it gets destroyed after like 10 seconds or whatever. But I see what you mean. I'm just saying, yeah. I see what you mean. Cool. Thank you for explaining that. And someone, I'm still offended when you said that my code sucks. Do you mean my code in this project sucks, or do you just mean like Swords of Magic? What do you mean my code sucks? I'm honestly offended. I'm not that bad. I feel like I've not seen most of this code. I mean, it all looks pretty similar to this. It's all so simple. Like, there's nothing complex in this game yet. The interactable stuff might be a little bit more complex. There's a bunch of stuff going on here, but honestly, half it isn't even necessary. Like, there's a replenish code. This is unnecessary. Like, I don't even need this. It's just here. Focus stuff, interaction stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's not that complicated. There's an override just hanging out there, but it needs to be there. Anyway, I don't know. Make fun of me if you want. I don't care. I was going to say something snarky to offend you back, but I'm not going to stoop to that level. Anyway, okay, so on spawn. We can close that, I think. Yeah, okay, so what am I doing on spawn? I guess I'm just calling this on spawn unit, which is going to do the exact same thing. It kind of sucks that I have to just run this back so far, but I don't know a better way to do it. Right? I don't think there's a better way to do it. Oh, here I go. Now I messed up because I didn't name this. And then I compile and this gives me an error. Yep. The dumb calls are stupid. That was redundant. S&M is a hot mess. Not this game. This game has a better foundation. I would say that Swords of Magic's foundation started off really good. I don't think that anyone on the team like intended for it to get that messy. It just like got to the point where it was like too big to refactor when we started adding new things in. And like, I will say that I think everyone on the team was a little too short-sighted. Like, we were just not like seeing the big picture, And by the time we like realized the big picture, it was like, oh snap, it's too late. And I can't complain because I did the exact same thing in the single player project, which is why we started over. And then we did it again in the next project, which is why we started over. And then at one point, we were planning on starting over again, but it didn't work out that way. And I'm actually glad it didn't, because I feel like the game just needs to, we just need to finish it and move on. I'm very ready to be done with Swords and Magic. As much as I love working on it and I love like the ability to just add stuff and like tinker, and any ideas I have can basically fit in Swords and Magic in some way. It still needs to be, it just needs to be done here soon. Okay, this is being done on pre-construct. I think we should do this on event construct because I don't trust the pre-construct to bind. I think it'll probably be fine, but I just don't trust it. I wonder if I should... No, it'll be fine. Oh yeah, we were doing this too. On spawn unit, we need to do get a character, and we're going to resource check resources, and then we put in upkeep to make sure we have the resources. And now this is where I don't have a function for this yet, and it's gonna bite me in the butt right now because we need like a like you can't do this thing, you know. Also, we should do this. We should also be like binding to resources changed in here, because when this button exists, or yeah, we should, because if you have this button out, and we would probably want to gray it out or something, or like put it an X through it or something if you can't use it yet. And then we enable it again when you can, when the resources become active, which means we need to like be binding to that, but that's probably not a big deal. Let's do that really quick. Player character. Actually, am I storing resources in here? I am. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to use the game mode to spawn the things. I'm just going to do it on the character because I'm not doing multiplayer. I know it's a better idea, but I'm not going to do it. So take that. I need to make a dispatcher call. Updated resources. Every time the resources change, I want to do a resource call with the new resources, so we can tie into it to update buttons, rather than doing it the other way around where we yell at all the buttons to do things, because that's gonna be a pain in the butt. Struct resources array file, and then we call it here, and we plug in our resources. Oh, there's a return node. Return node. Why am I getting a note on that? It's giving a note like, hi. Why? What's wrong? It's pretty standard. I mean, look at League. Game is held together with tape. As a project grows, tech debt always does too. Yeah. What's the first thing you recommend doing in a new game, like in Engine, aside from planning or documentation? I actually don't recommend planning at all. I can't get into this again. When the stream is over and you can watch the VOD, Stevie, if you go back around like the 1 hour, 1.5 hour mark, I think it was, I ranted for like 15 minutes on how to start making games. I can't get back into it again because if I start, it will never stop, and my jaw already hurts from talking too much. Hey Abby, how was school?
It was really good.
Yeah.
We got a lot of progress on the show, on my birthday, and yeah.
Cool. You had all your invitations. Cool. Did everyone say they wanted to come? Awesome.
2 people that weren't invited, they were like, why did I get invited?
That stinks. Next year, if you want to, Mom can hand out invitations privately for you, or have your teacher do it. We should have done this year. Anyway, okay, that's the stream. Love you. I'm glad you had a good day.
Bye, stream/hi. I'm waiting.
Anyway, hold on, I missed stuff. Create a subsystem in C++ and make the subsystem do it. OMG, system would benefit so much from subsystems. Yeah, that's what Elliot and I were trying to do. Well, Elliot was trying to do, but that didn't work out. So, if you want to have the name focus on spooky skeletons attacking your base, here are some random names: Shadow Siege, Skeleton Storm, Bone Rush. Oh, all right, Ryan, you've intrigued me. I like it. Understood. I'll go watch. Yeah, so it really depends on what you're doing. Yeah, like if you're trying to make like an RPG, right? The first thing I would probably do is just like character movement, or just like anything. Like depends on what the game is. But I like to get like character movement in like very first because I want my character running around. But it does depend, because if you're also doing like a puzzle game, even character movement still. So yeah, if your game has a character, and that's the first thing I did in here too, is I just created I got my character running around on this little ram guy. So I guess that's what I would do, is get your character moving first. But yeah, in a nutshell, I was recommending to start learning to make games without planning anything. Just start with a very, very simple thing. Story-driven survival horror. Oh, yeah, perfect. So yeah, character movement. So get your character moving, and then start working on an interaction system. Figure out, like, am I going to open doors? Can I pick up items? Do I have an inventory? Can I turn on lights or turn off lights? Can I read things, right? So you need to figure out how all that's going to work, and like all the things you can interact with, and then you need to build a system that will handle being able to press F on multiple different things, or E or whatever, to interact with multiple different things. And that you're going to want... Are you in Unreal Engine? I think you said you were. If you're in Unreal Engine and you're doing blueprints, you're going to want to use a blueprint interface. Yes. Cool. I highly recommend it, so I'm glad you're in it. But yeah, I highly recommend a blueprint interface. Let me give you a quick overview. In fact, I was supposed to do this for Odd, because I don't think he's seen blueprint interfaces before. So I have a blueprint interface here for interactable. So you right click, create a blueprint, go to, I take that back. There's an easier way. Right click, hover the blueprint section, and then blueprint interface. So this is going to be BPI do stuff. Okay, so we have that. I'm going to open it. And this is weird because it's like grayed out and you can't do anything. And this really confused me. I was like, well, I can't put any code here. What am I supposed to do with this? But it's just, this is like a connection. It's like I don't know how to explain it. This is like the middle man kind of. So you have a function up here. You want to create this function, and it's going to be like interact. Okay. Or let's call it do stuff, because I already have an interact one. Do stuff. Okay. That's all you need to get started, right? That's all you need. Now you're going to go to the things that you want to do stuff to, right? So let's say I have like a door. Let's just real quick. We're just going to make a quick, like, we're not going to make this function, but for an example, we're going to have a BP door. Okay, here's our door. We want to open a door. We want to do stuff to the door by opening it. So in here, you go to class settings and you go over to where it has interfaces. This is always so hard for me to see in UE5. UE4 makes it way easier to read for some reason. And you find this implemented interfaces section, which is really small on screen, I'm sure. But you drop that down and you look for that do stuff interface you just made, right? Now this now implements that interface. So now you have a door that can be interacted with. You can do stuff with this door, right? So how that works is you have to, after you add it, compile and save, otherwise it won't show up. Go to your event graph, And you can go down on your like your blueprint section over here on your interfaces. You drop that down and you have the do stuff. That's the function you made. You can make as many of these as you want, right? I can drag it out. Oh, sorry, just double click it. You don't drag it out. Double click it, and now there's your do stuff event, right? And you can make this do whatever you want to do. So like print. I'm just gonna print. Oh, that's okay. This is a different print string than you're probably used to seeing. I'm gonna cheat. Okay, there we go. Print string. I'm gonna say like open door, right? So now we'll just like pretend we added all the code here to open the door. Great, wonderful. And then what you do is you go to your player character, and I already have this halfway built. So we have an interaction thing somewhere, I think. Where did I put this? On event tick, I think. An interact trace. Now I'm doing this a little bit different because I have an overlapping thing around me. I wouldn't recommend that. What you should do is you should make a function that runs on tick, or actually, no, don't run on tick. Make a function that when you press the F key, let's do debug key F, right? So here's your F key. Do this the right way. Don't use a debug key. Pressed. Then I want to do a line trace, or what I actually suggest is a multi-sphere trace by channel. And this is going to be confusing, but you're doing a multi-sphere trace by channel. And what this is it's basically bleh. Have you seen Donnie Darko? In Donnie Darko, there's this like blob that comes out of the people's chest, and it like shows the future, like where they're gonna go, right? That's what you're doing here. You're basically creating this like sphere. Love Donnie Darko. Perfect. I don't think, yeah, you're probably the only person that would have ever got that reference for some reason, because I don't think anyone else would understand that. I also love Donnie Darko. So you're basically gonna create this like sphere that comes out of like your character, and you're in first person, I think you said. Hate blueprint interfaces. Oh, I love them. I feel like I get them right, but we'll see. I guess you'll see if I get it right. So you create this sphere that comes out of your character. You don't see it. It's all invisible in the game, right? You can set up a radius. Let's make it like 50, right? Or whatever you want. The more narrow it is, the harder it's going to be for the character to like click things, right? So what it is it's basically just reaching out and saying, hey, I've clicked a button, I've pressed the F key, and whatever this thing is hits, like when it shoots out, I want to interact with that thing. I want to do stuff, right? So you need a start and end. This is the part that's like always throws people off. And I had to like Google this every single time for like a long time. But what you want to do is basically grab like your character mesh, or here's a nice hack that I did a lot when I was first starting, is you just make a thing here. You just make a billboard, or actually arrow is a good choice. So you add an arrow component to your character. Go to your viewport here. We'll add like a little arrow component. Stop. An arrow component right there. That's where the interact is going to start. That's where like the character, like I'm going to like shoot out from that point to see what I'm hitting. And then I'll make another one, and you can name it like interact start, right? And then you can duplicate it and call it interact end. This is a nice like cheaty way to do this, but it works great. And this is like the distance that I want the character to be able to interact from. So like this is like an arm's length, right? Or whatever you want. So if you want like the player to be able to open a door from like this far away, then put it that far away, right? So put it wherever you want. And you don't have to use arrows for these. You can use really anything. There's a lot of better ways to do it, but arrows are great because you can just like visualize it better. So I'm gonna put it like right there. So that's like the distance. It's gonna start a trace here, end the trace here. Remember, it's not to the end of the arrow, it's to the start of the arrow. Okay. So it's gonna create a sphere, like a little capsule thing right here. That's what it's gonna do. And any actors it hits in that area, it's gonna try to interact with. So then what we do is go back to our event graph, and you grab your start, you get world location, because we want the location of that thing in the world. And then we do the same thing for the end. Duplicate that. End. Okay, so now you don't have to worry about any weird like vector math stuff. Normally what you do is you'd like get like the camera location, and you like get the forward vector and multiply that by the range you want it to go and all this stuff. But like this is a super quick and easy way to do it. And honestly, like it works great. Unless you want to modify these, then you have to figure out how you're going to move them, but that's fine. Anyway, and then the radius 50, that's fine. You can go like 20 if you want it to be really narrow. If you make it too big, then players might like try to interact with something and they'll accidentally like turn on the light switch instead of open the door or whatever, right? So that's how I do that. Then you can do this where you turn on for duration for your debug mode, and this will like draw it when you actually press the key, so you'll actually see it happen. So now if I hit play and I go in and I hit F, see that? See that cone there? So that's my interaction, right? If I walk up to a wall and I press F and I hit something that's interactable, it's going to open or interact with it, right? Well, it will once we finish setting it up. So that's cool. Now this is where it gets a little tricky too, because like you have all these outputs and you're like, well, what do I do now? How do I know what I've hit? So that's what this is, out hits. This is all the things that thing will hit in the duration or in the one instant that it comes out. So it says for duration on this, which is a little bit misleading. You can change the duration to whatever you want. This only traces the second it actually like shoots out, right? And you don't need to change anything else on here, just that pretty much. Anyway, so you can do a for each loop on this, and we'll loop through all the actors that it hits, and then this is going to give you a struct. So the best way to get information from this is either right-clicking and doing split, which kind of makes a mess, or you can drag off and do break, and then you can see all the data that's been packed up in that struct, and including the hit actor, which is the most important thing here. And on this hit actor, we're going to call a message, and we're going to call that message, which is called do stuff message. And this will work. This is like all you have to do. Like that's it. Like now you can do stuff. So now if we have like that door or whatever in there, we can go add a box, a cube, I mean. And that should work. So we drop this box in, boom, and now when we walk up, we should get a print string in the top left corner that says open door. So now we can interact with things. That easy. See you later, Ryan. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the naming ideas. If you want, message them to me so I don't forget them. That would be useful. So that's how you interact with things. So I know that was like a lot of steps. And you might want to watch the VOD again if you actually want to follow that little tutorial I just did. But the reason, okay, so this is the reason why this is so good, because let's say I had another object. This is like a light switch, right? Or a note or a window you can open or anything in your game at all, right? Now I can make a new thing, make sure it has the same underclass settings, make sure it has the same do stuff interface or the interaction interface or whatever you want to call it. And I can make something else happen. So this one's going to be turn on the light, right? And I drag this guy out, and now I can interact with two different things. They're completely different blueprints, right? This one turns on the light, this one opens the door. So now you can have all this stuff, different functionality on different blueprints, and you just interact with them individually and it does something different. So instead of having to, because this is how you'd normally do it, like not normally, this is how like a YouTube tutorial would tell you how to do it. Maybe not anymore, maybe they're better now, but how they would normally do it is instead of using this interact or this interface, they would do something like this. Let's see, cast to BP door. Cool, now I know it's a door, so now I'm going to do the interaction stuff. So then you call a function that says like open door or whatever, right? But what if it's not that door? What if you have like 50 different things you can interact with? Now what you do is you go cast failed and you do cast to light switch. Great, and now you run the code on this that you want to run on the door, run the code on this you want to run on the light switch, and this becomes this massive, huge line of spaghetti that becomes insanely hard to deal with. And worst of all, and this is something that like took me a long time to learn, whenever you have this cast function right here, it has to load in that door, like even if it doesn't exist in the game world yet, and load all of the stuff on that door into memory. And then even worse is that anything in memory, anything that's like that door references. So let's say that door also triggers a light to turn on when you turn it in. Now it has to load that door, and now it has to load that light. And now let's say that light has, I don't know, something else going on. Now it loads that one too. And it just gets crazy and crazy. And pretty soon you have like 8 gigs of RAM running just from loading up your game because you have all these casts everywhere. So I would avoid these casts the best you can. I think I've only casted one time in this project so far, so they're totally avoidable if you use interfaces, and it's just so much easier. Then you don't have to keep doing this like cast failed thing like over and over and over again. So there you go. That's like the most important thing I can possibly like distill upon you when it comes to Unreal Engine and blueprints is using interfaces. That's like the thing that like that was like my aha moment. Like when I first started, I didn't know about interfaces at all, and I was doing that like cast failed everywhere, and it was fine. There's other ways to do it too that don't require interfaces, where you can like have like a base class that's like an interactable class, and then you make children class or children actors of all that, and all those can have different like functionality on them, and then your base class you can just cast to that one time. So you just like, oh, is this an interactable, right? And it is. Then you just call the interact like function, and then all the children can like override that function and do different things, and that works too. But I just think interfaces are better. So you can do it however you want. There you go. I just dumped so much information. I'm so sorry. It looks like bubbles. Wait, whoa. What did I miss, Ryan? Your chat is full of Donnie Darko's fans. Sorry, I misunderstood. I just assumed that I was the only person in the world like Donnie Darko. It's cool to know that Ryan likes Donnie Darko, even though he's not here anymore. Hi, sorry, Patek. What would be your advice to learn blueprints faster? What should be my mindset for blueprints? I think the fastest way to learn blueprints is to do things that sound fun as often as possible. When I think about learning like C++, if I open up, like I have a C++ book that's like this fat, right? If I think about learning C++, my first thought is like, I have to go open that book and start reading, right? That is not fun. I'm not excited. I don't want to do that. Please don't make me do that, right? Oh, what's up, Arithmus? Working on a new game, and I will explain to you what it is in a minute. You're not going to be happy about it. Because it's not the Assassin game. Anyway, if I think about like reading that book to learn C++, I hate it. But if I think about like, oh, what if I could write a simple script in Unreal Engine that does this thing, learning C++, then that's more exciting, right? So put yourself in a mindset of like having fun and learning something for fun, and make it like an enjoyable experience, because then you're going to want to keep doing it. So what I always suggest is like, think of like I want to get my character moving. Great. Then program that, right? And then you learn just that one thing. You don't have to think about, oh, but after I get the character moving, I have to figure out how I'm going to do combat. I have to figure out how I'm going to make the enemies attack me. I have to figure all these. You don't worry about that. Don't do any of that. Just give yourself one little goal. Think, I want to make combat, or I want to make my character walk around. You get your character walking around, and then you think, okay, wouldn't it be cool if my character could pick up an item, or have a sword in his hand? Or what if I could just click a button, like swing a sword or whatever? That's where I go next, is like just one step at a time, add fun things to it. And then you'll learn it, because you're only learning one little thing, and the reward is like worth it, right? Like you're going to get a payoff quickly. You're going to learn that within like a couple hours probably. And then you're going to get that quick like dopamine hit and the payoff, and you're going to go, look what I've made. This is awesome. And in a few days, you're going to have like this pretty robust like game framework you built, and it's going to be awful. And then like 3 weeks later, you're going to be looking at it going, oh my God, this is so bad. And you've learned so much in those 3 weeks that you're going to want to start over on a new game. And that's good. That's what you should do. What's the substitute for interfaces? Casting? It's heavy, no? So casting can be okay depending on what you're casting to. So for example, if you're casting something that's already loaded in, like let's say a pawn, right? Or if you're casting to like a base character or something that like is already loaded into the engine, like your character, right? Like your player character, you can cast that all you want, really, if you want to. It doesn't matter, because it's already loaded in. But keep in mind that you're also creating a reference. So every time you cast something, you have a reference to it now, which means you're creating like a chain, right? So if you cast, like let's say your character casts to the door, and then the door casts to the light switch, and the light switch is like casting for some reason back to the character, you've created a circular dependency chain, and that's not good. It can create a loop, and you can get to a point where it'll like literally just crash your game. Like you'll open the project and it'll just crash immediately, because it's trying to load something that can't be loaded until something else is loaded. And then that's trying to load something that can't be loaded until something else is loaded, and it just can't load at all. So it just crashes. So be very careful with casting. Try not to try not to build those chains, but it's hard to avoid. Our game is full of them. Our game has tons of them. Luckily we don't crash very often, but it's pretty bad. Polish knowledge yet. I'm wondering, how's Athena working out for you? What's Athena? Oh, you're talking about summon. You're talking to summon, sorry. Athena's great, but that is a single module of many. C++ casts are a lot lighter. Yeah, I think everything in C++ is lighter, but it's still good practice either way. All right, mission 1 is a walking character and opening a door. Yeah, so welcome to the door problem. I don't know if you've heard of that door problem yet, Stevie, but in Gamedev, there's this famous, and it's just like it's like a microcosm. I don't even know if the door problem is like the best way to like represent it, but it's like this one tiny issue that represents like almost all of Gamedev. So the door problem is basically like a person playing a game sees a door in a game as like, it's just a simple door. I can code, like, who cares about a door, right? It's just a door. But a game developer has to look at a door and say, hold on, he's still at it. What's up, Joe? I'm still at it, and I actually have got a lot of work done. So don't come in here swinging on me ranting, because I've actually done some work today. We need to delete these things though. Anyway, the door problem is basically like, you can make a door, but then you have to decide, does the door swing open? Does it slide open? Do you have to press the F key on it? Do you walk into it? Does the door have physics, right? What happens if you're standing in the door, or does the door automatically close again, right? On you. Do you have to press F to close the door again? If you stand in the middle of the door while it closes, what happens? Does it push you out of the way? Does it just avoid? Does it just have no collision so it turns past you? What if you open the door and there's an enemy on the other side of the door? Does it just swing through them? Does it push them out of the way? Will it not allow you to open the door? Like, can the door be locked? If it's locked, do I have to have a key in my inventory? Do I have to carry the key in my hand? Do I have to have an interface to drop the key in? Do I have to equip the key first? Like, there's a billion questions that come to just having a single door in your game. And that is like, it's a perfect microcosm for what game dev is, because no matter how simple a mechanic may seem on the surface, once you start asking those questions and start coding it and thinking about what it entails, you realize that there's a lot more involved than you thought. And it can turn into a huge nightmare, or it can be, simple. It's really up to you. But yeah, and you're very welcome. If you're, I don't know if you're in my Discord, Stevie. If you are, which you may join if you'd like. I think there's a Discord link here. There you go. There's a game dev chat and a lot of helpful people in there. And I think most of those people use Unreal Engine. At least a handful of them do. So yeah, you're welcome to hang out in there and ask questions, and I will answer any questions you have to the best of my ability. Also, GPT is pretty good at analyzing blueprints, so you can take a screenshot of your blueprints if you have GPT-4, which is $20 a month, and I actually kind of recommend it. But yeah, so you can send a screenshot to GPT and be like, what's wrong with this? And it's pretty good at saying like, oh yeah, you're trying to do this, you should do this or something. But what you shouldn't do is say, GPT, can you show me what my blueprint should look like? You're not gonna like the result, but do it for fun, because I want to see what it gives you. There was a post for an artist. Do you find a suitable artist from your Reddit post yet? I don't know who you're talking about. What's up, Rathmus? I'm sorry. Let me catch up on your YouTube chat real quick. Did you make that, or is this back? It's a back. I wish I made it. I'll probably be making buildings to match. It's very simple. I know I can make it. It's just about matching the style. You forget is valid. Or put them in an array. I forgot is valid. Wait, hold on. What was I doing that needed an array? We need to delete these. Hold on. I made stuff for testing purposes, for example purposes, and I have to delete them before I forget. Including the do stuff thing. Please don't crash. Thank you. Save. Okay. I have an is valid. Where did I put it? What was I doing? On here, there's definitely always going to be 3 lane spawners. I don't have to worry about that because I'm making the array right here. So I don't need an invalid there. Don't need to do anything here because these are going to create as they go, remove and create as they go. I don't think I need any is valid. Maybe I missed it. When I was talking about the way you called the cast, you needed is valid on the cast. Yeah, depending on what it is, I guess. Oh, like in the, like, yeah, in that. Hold on. I already deleted it. Yeah, it was just an example. I was just throwing stuff together. Yeah, that's another thing, Stevie, is valid node. So this is valid node is going to be your best friend. You're going to run into the situation where you're going to keep getting these errors that say like access none, or not access none. Yeah, access none. Because the thing you're trying to get a reference to doesn't exist for some reason. This is valid node will check to see if it exists first. So you can plug anything into here, any actor reference, whatever, or object reference into here, and then it'll tell you if it's valid or if it's not valid. You're going to use that a lot. So here's another trick that you don't need to remember, and you probably won't remember because it took me a long time to remember to use this. But if you want to check something, instead of using that is valid node, you can right click it and do convert to validated get. Does the exact same thing. It just kind of turns it into its own is valid node, and then you can just run code off of it, and then you have the reference here as well. Yep, there you go. And again, feel free to message me in Discord. You can even just add me on Discord if you want, CV, and just message me if you have questions. You don't have to join the Discord. I know how tedious it is to have like 15 Discords you're in. Okay, what are we doing here? We have all of this working except for we're not binding. What are we doing? Buttons. The button needs to bind. This is the spawn button. So after we do all this spawning junk, we should grab get player character. So now here's a situation because I have to bind to the character. Luckily, I know the characters. I don't know. This is not. I don't love doing this. But like to bind to that character so I know I can like change it, I kind of need to get a reference to it. So I kind of need to cast to VP player character. Does someone know a better way here? Because I can't use an interface for this. Could I? Could I use an interface to get a reference to itself? Would that be stupid? This seems stupid. Going back to lurk mode, need to finish homework. Fair enough. Oh, before you lurk, let me give you a very quick rundown if you can. If not, it's not a big deal. I'll do it anyway. You can listen while you lurk if you want. You don't have to respawn. Anyway, just real quick, I was just going to show you the assassin game. I just decided was going to take me too long. I know you and I decided that like I could dumb it down, and I think I could have, but I wanted to put more time and effort into it, so I didn't want to rush it, and I didn't want to dumb it down. So basically, I'm just decided to switch gears. I've had this idea kind of like rolling around in my head, so I just decided this is like more of a game jam scope game that I'm pretty sure I can knock out in like I've worked on it for 2 days now, today and yesterday-ish. Well, last night and the night before, so it was like 6 hours or so. And then what I've worked on it today on stream, and I've already got almost the full like MVP working, which is what I'm aiming for right now. I want to get that working and then polish it and then test it. Anyway, it's a lane-based real-time strategy game. So there's gonna be 3 lanes that come from these like random spawner looking things that will be replaced eventually. And then this will be like a spline for one of the lanes. That's just an example. So it'll be like 3 lanes basically, and then you'll run around on your little character here, this little guy, and you'll harvest resources, and then you'll bring them back to build buildings. And when you build buildings, they will unlock units that you can then spawn. You can pay to spawn, like these are the units you'll have. And then this is like the different lanes, like 1, 2, 3 lanes. And so you'll click this one, it'll spawn the unit at the first lane, and then you'll just like pay resources to spawn units that will just walk to the other base and try to defeat it. And then in the meantime, the other base is also sending units down their lanes to attack you. So you have to like, it's like a tug of war thing. So a mobile game tower defense, kind of, yeah. It's not really tower defense though. It's more, I don't know, but yeah, it's very mobile gamey. But I'm gonna try to launch it on Steam. I'm gonna try to make it in about a month. I will add more complexity to it to make it worthwhile, you know. But I'm aiming for like a $5 game, so nothing crazy. So anyway, all right, go back to lurking. I just want to let you know what I'm doing. So I'm officially announcing this project as like my primary project after I get the next Swords of Magic update out. So, should be this week or next. So, yeah, thanks, man. It's not like a huge project and it's not like super exciting, but it's fun to work on, and I'm excited about it because I don't know, it's something new. So I just need a game to start making some money because we're really broke right now. But I'm worried about that mortgage payment. So anyway, is there lore for this one? No, not yet. You play dwarves, the enemies are undead. That's all I know so far, and that's only because that's what pack I had available. So not a good reason or anything. So but the characters are cool. I like the characters a lot, so I'm happy to be using some neat looking art. But I will probably be doing a lot of modifications and building new things. Like I need to make a whole environment set and everything for it, so there will be a lot involved, a lot of custom art involved. I don't normally like using packs, but lately I've watched like dozens of games get launched that just use like asset packs and then make, you know, literally like 3 times what Swords and Magic made in their first month. And so it's just like 3 times in their first month what Swords and Magic has made in the last 3 years. So it's just like kind of sick to my stomach about seeing that kind of stuff. And it's just like, why am I wasting so much time building all this custom stuff when I could just buy a pack that does exactly what I want it to in a style that I really like and build off of it and make, you know, money. So it is what it is. But yeah, there's a lot of ideas for feature creep in this already. So maybe we'll eventually have lore and like a storyline and like, you know, a whole like campaign setting. But as of right now, it's just going to be like a push play, start playing the game. And then we'll go from there and build off that before a release, hopefully. The core gameplay is all that matters these days. Yeah. Is your hero the hero unit? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's funny because I was like, man, I really like how MOBAs have like the creeps, right? They follow the lanes, and then you like kind of just follow them as your like hero, and you like defeat things. And I was like, I kind of want to build a game like that, but I don't really want to do the PvP thing because that, you know, I don't like that. And then the other idea was like, I also like there's an old game called Cartoon Wars. I guess Clash Royale does something very similar. I just never played it, so I didn't know that was a thing. Where you have like different like a lane, and then you like spawn a unit on it and it just fights enemies like auto battle thing and then tries to defeat the enemy castle. And I was like, I'll just kind of incorporate that like lane spawning where you like spawn the creeps or whatever as you get resources, and then I'll like mix in some like RTS. It'll be like a MOBA mixed with an RTS. That'll be really cool. And then like it clicked for me and I was like, oh wait, the MOBA is already like that evolved from an RTS. Now I'm just going backward. Yeah, so right now I'm thinking what's going to happen is the base will be pre-built probably. I might change it so you can build your own things, but right now it's going to be pre-built where there's going to be a bunch of buildings that are like broken down like this, and you walk up to them and repair them. So all these are like built, but they'll eventually be unbuilt buildings, and you can walk up and see what they do, and then you put your resources into those to repair them. So you can choose like, okay, the first thing I'm going to focus on is this mage tower, or the first thing I'm going to focus on is some harvesters. So I'm going to do the farm or whatever, or I'm going to do this market because that'll like generate me resources over time. Like you can pick and choose which building you want to build, which will give you different benefits. So you can strategize that. So we could just let players just like pick from a menu and just like build them where they want, but there's not really any purpose in that because the enemies are going to be following a lane anyway. And when they get to the front of your base, they just start attacking it, and you just have like an overall health for your whole base. So I feel like it's kind of, I don't know, seems kind of unnecessary to like be, I don't know, like adding all the complexity of like picking where you're going to build and like building that whole system for pretty much no reason, other than just like it's kind of fun, I guess. So I'm gonna try the pre-built thing first, and if it's like, if that's kind of like lame and people don't like it, then we can move on from that. So yeah, it's basically MVP right now. MVP, the minimum I can possibly put into this project to make it work and then make it playable and testable, and then we'll get some testers on it and see what people think, and then I'll expand from there and polish and whatnot. Because my goal is to get this out in like, if I can get it out before Christmas, that's a huge win for me. But I have to market like crazy, and I don't think I'll be able to get the wish list following up that I need to like launch it by then. So basically my plan is like get it finished by Christmas, get Steam page up like in the next week or two, start figuring out how I'm going to do art and stuff for like Steam page and everything, and then start marketing like crazy. And then as soon as I hit like the 6,000 or so wish list that I want, then I'll just launch it whenever it's ready. So that's my plan, and I'll just keep adding features and like polish as I market. So I just need to make enough money to pay for like 3 months of bills so I can make another game or get back to Swords Magic. So if I can get that, then I'm good to go. What kind of wish list following? Yeah, I'm guessing like 6,000. I don't know. That's kind of what people want you to get anymore. You know what I'm gonna say? What are you gonna say? Say it. I don't know what you're gonna say. When you say it, I'll say, okay, yeah, I saw that coming, but I don't know what you're gonna say right now. I just need to make some money. And it's either this or go work at McDonald's. I'll do your art for free. Ah, that's what you're gonna say. Okay, I saw that coming. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. The art in this is like these art pieces are so simple, and I do want to expand on them because like the whole other team is undead, and I have no buildings for that. And I don't even know if I'm going to show their buildings. Like it'd be kind of cool, but I don't know if it's necessary. I think they might just have a cool undead castle that I build. Do the entire environment art in one stream. Yeah, I bet you can. I don't know. We'll see. I'll think about it, and I appreciate the offer. So what I like to do with art though is like I like using art as a break from everything else. So like when I start getting bored of everything else or get frustrated, then I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna open Maya and I'll just start making stuff today. So I like doing that. Uh-oh, getting a phone call. Right back, guys. Oh, sorry guys, I'm back. Family drama. Anyway, I don't remember where I was. I just want to be a part of a project. I've always wanted to be a part of a project, so think it over. No obligation. I will sign a contract saying $0. We'll save you time and let you focus on code and marketing. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna do UIR, animations, particles, etc. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah, I'll talk to Gianna about it. We've had pretty bad luck working with people recently, so I'm very hesitant, but yeah, we'll see what happens. And that's true. I do know you know what you're doing, which is nice. 1,000 respect. Fair enough, man. I appreciate that. Cool. Okay, so let's get this working. I hate doing this cast. Wherever the heck we were. No, it was here. Yeah, I don't like this, but I don't know how else to do this because we have to bind to this. When these guys get created, we need to it kind of sucks. I kind of wish that we could just like hide these when you weren't like directly using them, but I think players are going to open them and keep them open probably because then they can see their whole queue and everything. It just seems like they're definitely going to have these buttons that like open. Only somebody worthy of my skills can use me. I'm glad that I am worthy. Getting in Unreal Devs Discord, tons of people just like you looking to group up. Yeah. Don't like to work for just anybody. No one can do it for a while. I know his style and I like what he does. Yeah. Yeah, Rhythmus go and I go back. We go way back. Only somebody worthy of my skills. I'm building with people, not for them. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to like I wouldn't mind helping like for example Odd, who I've been watching a lot lately, is making that MOBA, and I was like, if you want some help with art, let me know, because like I like his project, I like him, like I'd like to work with him and I'd like to help out. And I wasn't expecting money or anything unless it turned into like a big thing. Or if he had the funding or whatever, then that'd be great. I don't really have the time right now, but you know, if I do have the time, I'd like to help out and I'd offer. But yeah, I don't know. I guess yeah, I see what you're saying. Like it just depends on the project and the person and like everything. So yeah. But yeah, also time. Like that's the thing right now. Is like there's a bunch of people I'd love to help out with their projects, but I don't have time. So I guess yeah, maybe this is just one of those situations where like you get help so you can give help later. I don't know. Finding quality people to work with is hard. Yeah, it's true. Anyway. But yeah, if someone was gonna offer me to work on their game for money, offer me money to work on their game, then I'd be all over that. A heartbeat. Okay, bind event to resource, updated resources. This sucks. I don't like this. It is what it is though. Resources updated. Okay, so we have upkeep. Oh wait. We need to do this right off the bat too. So I guess we'll just do a what if we just promote? I don't know. Maybe we just this is fine, I guess. It's not great. I don't love it, but like it's a small game, and like if it's, you know, it's fine. Who cares? Honestly, I don't even need to push this through because I already have a reference to the character, so I'm just going to check resources now. So we just do resource, check resources. And we just push through the upkeep. And then we just grab our button. Button spawn. Here we go. Set enabled. This. So it'll be disabled if we don't have the resources for it. Okay, let's check that. We unlock this, which should give us more things. We have no resources. They should all be grayed out. Should be able to click them. Yep. Cool. And now when I go get resources, this is 3. Yeah, this feels pretty good so far because I can just like hover over here to see what I need rather than having to go back to this dumb thing. 3 wheat. And 1 wood. Boom, and they all turn, they all light up. Cool. Now we need to click button if we have it. We go back here again and if we check the resources, we need to hold on. This doesn't matter. We are doing this and I luckily I don't need it. So let's just go get rid of it because it's yelling at us anyway. Where did we put it? Because we're just going to use the, yeah, I wish there was a better way to do this. There's not really like a good way. There's not a good way to bind to this anywhere. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter much. Oh, Volkiller, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know how I missed you, sorry. You think I'd get a notification or a sound effect or something? Got 2K saves so far. Nice. Boot raid. How's the stream? What are you doing? What do you charge an hour? 5K a month. He's the best. I'm joking. I have no clue. I don't know what my rate is. It totally depends on like what I'm working on, I guess. And like I'd rather instead of charge like monthly, I'd rather just like charge based on like what the project is, I guess. Or hourly, you know, because like who knows how long something's going to take. So I'd rather just be like, look at the project and say, yeah, that'll take me this long, so I'll charge this much. Just give a flat rate. But it depends on what the project is too. If it's just like I just want you on my team to do art when we need art done, then we can talk hourly or whatever, or a salary or something. Anyway, Volkiller, I see a new project. I'll have to check it out later when you I need to raid and run. Fair enough. Yep, you're probably already gone. Fair enough. See you later. If you guys are new coming in and you want to know what this project is, let me fix this bug before we get an error, and then I will tell you what it is. File. So this is a new project that started yesterday. It's very new still. Very much. I don't know if this is placeholder art or not. This is just an asset pack I'm using, but it might stay. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. So this is a lane-based real-time strategy game where you play a hero character. This guy on the little ram here. You're a army of dwarves, and you gather resources. Which will obviously not just be in this one pile here. And you build buildings which unlock units, and then you spawn units over here. These are 3 different lanes, which are not. This is what we're working on today, so they're very ugly. Oh, what's this collision here? Oh, I don't know what I did. My W key wasn't working. Anyway, I have 3 different lanes here. And you'll spawn units. Like these are worker units, I guess. I don't know what they are. I haven't got this set up yet. But you'll spawn them in the lanes. They will follow a spline. Like the spline path here. They'll follow the spline, and then the enemy will also spawn units and follow the spline. and when they meet, they'll fight each other. And your goal is to get enough units over here to defeat the enemy's base. So I guess it's like Clash Royale, but I never played it. Someone told me this stream that was a thing. Like, I've heard of it, I just didn't know what it was. And they're like, yeah, you're just making that game. And I was like, great. So I guess I'm making that game for Steam, I suppose. So it is what it is. We'll get there. Have you ever played a bad game that showed you what not to do as a game dev that you learned from? Yeah, like a billion. Like so many. Yeah, in fact, there's just been a ton of games that I play. Like what's a really good example? Oh man, there's one that I've taken a ton of inspiration from for Swords and Magic all the time. Dang it, I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I don't remember. It'll probably come to me in a few minutes. But yeah, there was a game that I took a lot of inspiration from that was like, there was something about it that I really didn't like, and so we fixed it in Swords and Magic and made it like way more fun, like that feature or whatever it was. Anyway, made a similar game in college. Nice. Yeah, my goal is to make a quick game that's going to be fun and easy to play and very engaging to get into. I'm going to market it and hopefully make enough money to pay my bills for a few months. That's the plan. I only need like 3 months of bills to keep myself coasting for a little while longer. And maybe if all goes well, then I can just start making more smaller games and keep, start building up a library and a little bit of not necessarily passive income, but I don't know, some income streams through my games. I have one game out right now on Steam in early access. It's called Swords and Magic and Stuff. This is the website if you want to check it out. Or just check it on Steam. It is out. You can play it. You can buy it. It goes on sale often. If you want to wishlist it and wait for that, that's fine. If you want to buy 15 copies right now for you and your friends to play, you should do that because it's online multiplayer. It's a casual cooperative open world RPG, and I've been working on it for 6 years now. It's been in early access for 3 of them. It's not quite anywhere near being fully finished, but there is hundreds of hours of content in it. It's a huge open world RPG with tons of stuff to do. Player housing, crafting, farming, half dungeon. They're not like official dungeons yet, but we're working on that. Boss fights, dozens, if not probably close to 100 quests now, maybe even a couple hundred. I don't even know. There's a lot. There's 3 major zones you can explore. There's we do like holiday events with like new areas you can explore that like only show up for like a week-long event thing. It's crazy. There's a ton of stuff in it. It's a huge game. Read one of the bad reviews the other day. That scares you whenever this is a game. Yeah, it's pretty scary. Tons of amazing reviews, and that one was harsh as trucks. Yeah. Oh yeah, don't remind me. They're rough. Some of the reviews are just like, ugh. Was it the one from Frost by Artemis? That's the one that I don't really care what that person says. Frost has been around for a long time. Frost actually made a website dedicated to talking about how terrible of a person I am. Literally build a whole website for me just to talk about me. And I think it was a couple other people on our Discord. I think if I remember correctly, Frost got banned from our Discord because they were in our official Minecraft server at the time, which was before Swords Magic released, I think, or right around when it released. And they were creating like mob spawners or farmers or something, and we agreed that wasn't allowed in the Discord that Minecraft server because it was more of like a role play Minecraft thing because it was supposed to be like more Swords and Magic related. And he built like this huge like mob farm or whatever, and so he got banned. Like he knew the rules and he got banned, and then he got really pissed about the game and like went off the handles. That might have been someone else, to be fair. I don't remember. That might have been somebody else. That's how little I care about this person. Either way, they made a whole website to talk about how terrible of a person I am and how to think I'm just like, after doesn't open me from ends in a 500. What? My Steam link is broken? What the heck? Why is this? All right, I will have to fix that. That's so funny. That's the first time that's been mentioned because that's been the same link for a long time. But yeah, Rathmus, thank you so much for sharing that. It worked for you? Oh, weird. No, the first link is fine. It just doesn't work for me. Oh. That's weird. So I clicked on it too and it didn't work. Just so you know. Oh wait, hold on. Steam isn't working for me at all. Is Steam down right now? Is that why? I think Steam's down. Does Steam work for anybody else? Is that what's going on? No, it's down. What? Uh-oh. I'm not nervous. Wait, why is my game not opening? Are any other games opening? Oh, I don't like this. Why would my game not be opening? Yeah, my page isn't loading for me. Does anyone else have that problem? I don't think it's tiny or like I literally can't even search directly to the page. Steam's having issues. Work for me here in Japan. Oh, okay. Maybe an issue on my end. When I open in private window, it worked. Oh, weird. Yeah, it's not working on my end either. Do you think 2D works well in Unreal Engine? I don't think 2D works well in Unreal Engine, but I think with enough determination and passion for a project, you can definitely make a 2D game. I just like better how UE handles its plan of pricing. Honestly, same. I have done game development professionally for the last 6-ish years or whatever, and the last 3 years living entirely off of game development. I've been full-time for 3 years, and I have never paid Epic a single penny at all. Actually, no, I think I do a little bit because of my assets. I do sell some game assets on the Epic store, so I'm pretty sure I give them a cut there. I think it's like I think they get like a, what is that, like a 12% cut or something from the asset store. Either way, but still, I don't pay anything on my game. I haven't paid a dime. So, and my game's done pretty well for an indie game. But yeah, it can work. I would say if you have to use a tile set, you might be in trouble. Tile sets are pretty rough. I don't know if there's plugins to make tile sets better. I think there might be ways to like import from like the whatever that tile set editor tool is. Tiled, I think it's called. But yeah, last time I tried a 2D game, I was kind of really frustrated with it, to be honest with you. So it depends. If you're open to like a 3D world with like 2D sprite characters, yeah, go for it. That's awesome. It's super easy too, and it's way more unique than just having a 2D game, I think. But it really depends on what you're doing. Team's working. I'm reading the bad review. Haha. Chip on this person's shoulder. Yeah. Yeah, there's a handful of bad reviews in there that I don't agree with. That person Frost though does make a couple decent points. Like there has been a lot of like going back and fixing the beginning of the game. But the thing is that they don't understand is that like I'm not selling the game to the people who already bought the game, you know? And that's like I think a lot of players, people who are playing games, especially in early access, don't understand. Like, yes, I want to make sure the game is fun for everyone who's bought the game at all stages. Like whether you played the game for a month or you played the game for 3 years, I want to make sure you're still having a good time. Obviously, I care about that. But when at the end of the day, I'm trying to sell more copies of the game. And no matter how great I make or how much content I add to the end of the game, that's not really incentivizing a new player to buy the game really. But going back and fixing the beginning of the game, that like the first 2 hours of the game and polishing that up really, really good, and making sure that like the game is fleshed out in the beginning and like all the major mechanics are like clean and fun and easy to use and everything, all that contributes to making more sales because then yeah, like that's just important. And since the people who give me money are the people who just discovered the game and are buying it, they're kind of the priority over players who've already invested in the game and played it for 20 plus hours. So I don't know. They're upset because I think their main problem was that I just haven't got enough content out for it, which is like, yeah, obviously. But you know, we're making a massive open world RPG that may as well just be an MMO, like a tiny MMO. And we're making it on a very shoestring budget. At one point I had 5 people on the team. I was paying thousands upon thousands of dollars every month to these people to work. And that's a lot of money. And the game wasn't making that much money. My wife and I literally burnt through our entire savings, all of it, to pay for our team to try to get enough content out for the game to get it to like take off. And it never did. Like it did really well at launch. The Kickstarter did really well. Like we made a bunch of money at launch, but then all the money that we saved up from like launch and from Kickstarter and the Epic Mega Grant, all that stuff, we had all that sitting in our savings, like saved up And all of that went to hiring devs to try to get the game out faster and get to 1.0 so we could make more money. And it never did. So we're kind of in a weird tight spot now where we just don't have any money and the game's not selling. So it's like, it's hard to justify working on Swords and Magic too much when it's not making any money. It's making enough money that we're like scraping by, but we have to work really hard to get like an update and a sale out every month to do that. So anyway, so yeah, that's why I'm working on a different game right now, trying to make some ends meet. Epic pays you. Nice job, Moz. I still wish I could get on that train. I don't know why I can't. I cannot like convince myself to do it. I don't know what it is. Every time I try, I'm just like, I hate this. Octopath Traveler was made in Unreal. Yes, and I think Talos Noir. I'm not sure about that one, but yeah, Tales Noir. Sorry. There are a lot of games in 2D. Just saying, there are no planned new features for it. Yeah, that's the thing. Unreal is not supporting 2D. So what that means is you're kind of on your own. You're never gonna like. They're never gonna be like, all right, here's a new 2D feature. Like that's not gonna happen. So whatever is in the engine right now is the only thing you're gonna get. And so anything else that you might need, if you're like, well, I need this thing, so I'll wait for Unreal to do that, it's not going to happen. So you either have to find third party or learn to code it yourself. So that's all. But I don't know. If you really like Blueprint and you like Unreal and you like the pricing, go for it. If you really want to do 2D and you're looking for good pricing, just look at Godot. Honestly, like Godot would do 2D really well, and their pricing structure is great. Even Game Maker, depending on how big your game is. Game Maker just changed their things. So they're free until you want to release your game, and then it's $100, I think, for a one-time fee. Like, how can you go wrong with Game Maker? I don't know. I like Game Maker a lot. I don't use it, but I want to learn more about it. I want to make a 2D game in Game Maker because it just looks fun, and I think it's fun to use. Did you ship some loot to streamers to play it? Yeah, we have. Seems that's the most effective way. Yeah, I've heard that TikTok is the way to market games now, and I've been trying but failing. It's just that, and this is just an excuse. Like, there's really no excuse to like, for like why. Sorry, I'm testing to see if Swords Magic opens again because I'm worried about it. It's not opening for me. It worries me a little bit. Anyway, marketing is hard because not only is it tedious and boring and like sometimes challenging and sometimes difficult and sometimes costs money, but the worst part about marketing is that like when you think about game dev, you want to make your game, you know, like no one wants to sit around and make like content for like a YouTube channel to sell their game. They just want to make the game. So yeah, the people out there who are like making consistent content like all the time and like have like a huge massive following on YouTube, they're content creators first, or marketers or salesmen first, and then game developers second. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's fine. It just sucks when you're a game developer first and a marketer and content creator like 15th, right? Because like all I want to do is make games. I don't want to sit around and try to convince you to buy them, you know? I don't want to do that at all. Like if you don't immediately see the game and think you want to buy it, then I don't want you to buy it. Because like I don't want a negative review because you bought a game that you didn't like and then you just told me you didn't like it. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I wish there were more people out there who were like offering to market games for a percentage of the revenue, because that just seems like the most like this like such a good way to make money right now. Like if you're good at marketing and you like games and you're like good at social media and stuff like that, and you understand like algorithms and stuff, like go find an indie studio, say, hey, I will market your game for 5% of your income or of your revenue, right? Your net revenue, not gross. And that way, if I do terrible, then you'll pay me nothing. And if I do great, then I'll make a bunch of money. And if you do that for like 5 different games at a time, I really think you could just like make a living marketing games if that was something you like doing. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know why people don't do that. I'm sure there's a good reason, but it just sucks because like I would love to pay someone 5% of my revenue. At this point, I'd probably do 10% if they would like market the game and it would like actually make that money back, you know? Godot in a year or so will be the blender of the engine world if they do it right. Well, I hope not, because I don't know how to memorize that many hotkeys. Just kidding. I hate Blender. Blender's great. Blender's a really cool tool. I just hate the hotkeys, damn it. I don't know what it is. Something about Control Alt Shift F to like, you know, turn on like, or to switch to rotation mode is just like, like, why do you do that? Like, just give me some buttons. I can't stand it. Like, I come from Maya. Yeah, exactly. Maya is just like, here's the toolbar of buttons. Also, you can hold spacebar and get all those buttons if you want. It's just so easy. It's like so, and everyone's like, Maya sucks. It's so complicated. It's like, yeah, if you want to like use like, you know, end cloth and stuff, like, yeah, of course that stuff's like super complicated, but just if you want to just model something, like Maya's the best. I really hope that Unreal Engine's modeling tools like get a lot of work, because I really want to switch to Unreal Engine, to be honest with you. I think that'd be awesome if you could model everything in Unreal. Model, UV, texture, that'd be so good. Anyway, hey Kindred, I'll market your game for 1% revenue. Will you, boss? I mean, like, okay, I immediately see the problem. You'd have to like, it would have to be like a proof of concept thing first, right? Because like if you just like hired someone on, they just didn't do anything. You'd have to have some sort of like, okay, I will be posting this many things or whatever. Like you have to set up a thing. But yeah, I would 100% hire someone to like actively market the game, especially if they could prove that they've done it before, or if they have some sort of marketing knowledge, or they have like, you know, they've grown a YouTube channel or something, you know. Just handing someone 1% saying, okay, good luck. Like that's obviously not going to work, you know. I have good contacts for marketing, etc. I work in the game industry on AAA titles for the Switch. My studio works on a lot of AAA Switch ports. That's awesome, Dazzle. You guys hiring by chance? And do you use Unreal Engine? I'm going to be looking for work soon. I'm pretty sure. They're getting good. I use them all the time. Yeah, I need to start playing with them. Maybe for this project, I'll play with them a little bit. See if I can model something real quick. I worked on Hogwarts and Fortnite on the Switch. Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. Hogwarts is on the Switch? I didn't know that. That's a pretty impressive port. I've wanted to port my game to Switch, and it's, first of all, it's not done yet, so I don't think they allow early access games, so it doesn't matter. But there's no way it would run on the Switch, and it's a low poly game. So like, I'm impressed that you guys were able to get Hogwarts running on Switch, and probably running well, I assume. Stay away from Dazzle Software. He recently got found out about being a fraud. Please don't fall into his trap. Oh, okay. Thanks, I guess. We hired two. We are indie studio. We work on AAA games. So Dazzle, I hear that you were a fraud. Oh, awkward. I make $0 right now, so I mean, I can learn how to market your game. We can talk, boss. Dude, if you can apply for tech art roles, I feel like they are always hard to fill. I wish I could, but I am awful at tech art. That's like the one thing I definitely cannot do. I've always wanted to... Sorry, I've always wanted to learn like particle effects. Like I love the idea of like building like spell effects and like attack effects and stuff. Mixing like meshes with like particles and like stuff like that. Like I love that, but it's materials are not my ballpark. I cannot do materials. Yeah, it's the math. It's looking at a material graph and trying to read it as numbers is just like mind-boggling to me. When people are like, "Oh yeah, you just clamp this and then do use a power node here," and I'm just like, I can't follow this. I don't understand how this is turning into a color. Like, please tell me how this works. It's so confusing to me. I know the bare minimum to like make my simple looking text or simple looking games, and I understand the PBR, the workflow and stuff, so I can do that, but I can't do complex shader stuff. If you were to work, would you be looking for art roles, level building? Honestly, I've made an entire open world RPG, led a team on a huge project. I have a degree in game art animation. I know the PBR workflow really well, and I can do sculpting and ZBrush. I can make AAA looking art. I have AAA art on my Sketchfab. AAA quality. It's not AAA because it's not in a AAA game, but you know what I mean. I can do low poly stuff. I can do level design. I love level design. I love blueprints. So I know all that stuff. Like I can do so much. So I would pretty much be open to anything that was on a project that I enjoyed. Then again, if I'm looking for work and it doesn't matter and I just need money, then I'd probably just go anywhere. But yeah, so I'd probably, if I had my choice, I would probably want to do some sort of blueprint, like a systems designer or something, or something like that. But that would probably be like my ideal project, because I think I would love to like build stuff in Blueprint. I like doing that a lot. I've really fallen in love with like programming in Blueprint recently, the last couple of years. But I also like doing art a lot, and I would have no problem doing art for a project. So it really depends. He scammed Elemental Legion for many months about having contacts. Well, how though? Did he pay him for those contacts or what? I mean, it looks like he just bounced, so I'm assuming it was a scam. Let's see. Who is this guy? He's been around since 2016. He's been following me since 2019. He's been following me for 4 years. So, I mean, that doesn't sound like a scam. That just sounds like a fib, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, level design would be actually really fun too, depending on the job. Like if it was like I would lose my mind if I was like offered a job to like level design like on an MMO or something. That would be so much fun. Like I think I'd rather do level design on like a big project like that, like a big project with like a really fun world. Like I think I'd rather do level design than like software or like system development or whatever, or like yeah, whatever. But it doesn't matter. Have you tried making tutorials and making vids short and long format to fund the game? Yeah, so I make devlogs. I hate doing them though. I'm probably going to be ending the devlog series here soon because I just don't think there's, I don't know. It's not going anywhere. Like I get views, but I lose subscribers every month anyway. I don't know. They do well, I guess, but I'll probably be making devlogs for this game too. We'll see though. And then short form content is something I want to start getting into. The problem is I just hate making videos. Like it's like, I'd rather go mow the lawn. You know what I mean? Like there's just so many other things I'd rather go do that I also don't like doing. I just don't enjoy it. I don't get any satisfaction from making videos. Like when I get done with a video, the only satisfaction I get is knowing that it's done. And I guess I like reading the comments. Like but not because like people enjoy the video, but because I like reading the comments of like what people thought about the updates in the game. So I'd much rather just release the update in the game and then read the reviews. You know what I mean? Read reviews and like watch the streamer play it and tell me what they think of it, you know, or ask my friends who play the game. Like that is way better to me than like making a video. Like making a video and putting it out there, like I don't get any satisfaction out of like, wow, I made that video, that's so cool. Like I just don't care, you know? It's like making a sandwich to me, like a really long-winded, annoying sandwich that you don't even get to eat at the end, you know? Like I'm not like proud of it. Like it's just I don't know. Video work is just something I hate doing, even if it's like short form. Like it's quick and easy, but I'm just like looking for the fastest way I can get it done. So I'm not looking at quality and like stuff like that. And so I think that's why like I'm not doing great at that. It's time consuming for sure. Yeah. He disappeared. Yeah. I follow your devlogs since the first one. Love your work. I've got contacts at art agencies that would be part-time or on-demand work. Thornberry, that would be awesome. If you want to message me on Discord or send me a message on here on Twitch or whatever, let me know, because yeah, I'd love to hear it. It's funny like how many people have like reached out and be like, oh, I think I know where you could like get a job like this stream, because I've been talking about it a lot. That's interesting. Cool, thank you. But yeah, I appreciate all the offers, guys, and all the information. Playing the long con. I run a dev agency for Unity, but I haven't started doing art. Nice. Dev agency, that's cool. He's a sleeper. He's partnering with Elemental Legion. He was partnering with Elemental Legion for about 8 months, bragging about being an epic lead developer with massive experience. He lined up meeting with huge company execs to get funding. and was eventually found out that he never knew. He was eventually found out that he never knew anyone, and that his projects he was showcasing were just project samples from the marketplace. It was a whole deal. Oh wow, well, that sucks. I'm really surprised he just like after he got found out, he just hopped back into another stream and was like, "Hey, I got contacts." Contacts don't mean anything though, you know what I mean? Like I literally went to the Crystal Dynamics like headquarters in Bellevue, Redmond, whatever, in Seattle, and worked there for a summer camp company, and like met the CEO and like met like the office manager and was like, you know, made contacts there. And then I went to apply for a job there, and I met all the experience, everything they asked for. Like I had all the experience in that plus some, and then I applied and I didn't even get an interview. I didn't even get I just got an email saying you weren't right for the job. Like, that was it. Like, and I even like followed up and like contacted like people personally, be like, hey, can you find out about that interview? That interview, I'm still waiting to hear back, and I didn't get anything. So I don't even think like who you know doesn't even matter anymore unless you like literally know the hiring manager and they owe you a favor, you know? Like I don't think it even matters anymore. It's just there's so much competition now in like the AAA like sphere. Like you just have to be the best of the best, period. And you have to, if you want to get a job in AAA, you literally have to have worked in AAA before, which is just insane to me. Like I don't know how you're supposed to get anywhere. But you could probably edit cuts of the stream. Yeah, so I've been doing that actually. The last few shorts I've posted have been that. And that, yeah, that actually has done a little bit. Like it's helped. It's no like pirate software, you know, but you know, we're getting there. And like I'm sure if I was just more consistent about it and like force myself to take the time to do it, then yes, it would probably go somewhere. I don't know. It's just something that I don't like doing. So it's like I find all the excuses in the world to like just go back to work on the game. So yeah, anyway. Not even from the TikTok stats. I don't know. I highly recommend copying Insim, who uses time on his stream to explain things and sends it off to a freelance editor who can do keywords research on tutorial topics people are Googling to learn Unreal. Oh, you can do keywords research. Got it. 1 or 2 videos that hit really good keywords would yield so much. Okay, so the problem I run into that is like, I'm not going to make money on YouTube unless I'm getting millions of views, right? And I'm not going to be a family vlog channel or whatever. Like, I'm not going to get money there. So the only way I'm going to make money is if I get a ton of viewers on YouTube and then I push my game like on YouTube, right? Or I push my Patreon. I guess Patreon would be actually a good place for that. I do make, like, I think our Patreon's like $400 a month or something. And like, that is a good place to grow. Like Patreon is a nice, like, that's a really handy spot to make some money on. But you have to offer. You have to make good on your offers, and like you have to like be pushing it constantly. So anyway, but yeah, and tutorials could be a good place to be like, hey, if you like these tutorials and you want to see more of them, then go check out my Patreon. Yes, support me on Patreon. That'd be good. Maybe that's a good way to do it. Also, I've also been considering just like making like a whole tutorial course of like just some, I don't know, just making a game of whatever kind, and then just throw that up on whatever. I don't know where you put tutorials anymore. What's it called? Something share something? I don't know. Whatever the tutorial places are called. I've been thinking about doing this myself. My streams are 4 hours and I do a lot of explaining on them. Where do you, hold on. Who does this? Insim. I need to look this up. Does he by chance talk about where he finds these editors? Because I imagine like going to Fiverr or something would be great, but like, yeah, and maybe, you know what? Maybe Fiverr would actually be a good idea, because like, it's not really the quality when it comes to TikTok. It's more about just like pumping them out. So if I could just pay like $20 a video, even, like, I don't know, that's kind of, right now it's kind of a lot for me. Depending on how many I want to make, I guess. But like $10 a video, I mean, it's Fiverr, who knows? That might be worth it. If I just send them a clip and I'm like, yeah, I'll give you like $10 for every like clip you make, whatever. It's just got to, and I'll obviously have to like verify or whatever, but anyway, that's a good idea. Could record the entire stream and then cut them up later. You can also just, I mean, yeah, you can also make clips in Twitch, and you can also download your entire stream if you don't want to record the whole thing. But I guess recording the whole thing means you don't have to download it later, which is nice. You're in Washington? Rhythmus, you are not. Wait, like that's where you were like born or you grew up? You didn't know I was in Washington? You are not from Puyallup. The fact that I know how to say that tells you I definitely live near or around, in or around Puyallup. You can make money on YouTube? No, yeah, like you can make money on YouTube, but like, I don't know. How do you make, you can't make that much money on YouTube. I've made like, I think I made like $1,000 on YouTube since I started. And I have videos on there that have like 250,000 views. Like there's like no money on YouTube. Especially not in game dev. The people who come for your tutorials will spill over into your games and Patreon. Yeah, that's true. If I can grow a big enough audience, that's the problem. That push your game via the tutorials. Yeah, I don't know. Tutorials sound like negative fun. No, I don't mind tutorials. I made a random like, I don't mind like just sitting down and hitting record and like walking through tutorial. If I have to sit down and like plan a whole thing out and like build the game first and then like copy it into a different project, that's a little different. It's a little more work, but that's a lot more fun than making devlogs, in my opinion. I hate making devlogs. Also, I know a guy named Rayuthamus that knows how to edit videos. Do you now? Who would maybe do it for free? I mean, we can talk, Rayuthamus. Downloading a whole VOD takes so much time, so damn long on Twitch. Yeah, it does. It really does. I made like $300 on YouTube. Yeah, there's like no money for game dev. Desperate for Unreal tutorials. There's so many. There's so many. There's some good ones now, but there's also some really bad ones. Okay, guys, I'm having fun talking, but my throat is killing me. Like my lymph nodes are swollen for talking so much. So I need to go get dinner and I need to get out of here. This is too much talking for me today. Let's go find someone to raid. This has been a great stream though. And I got a lot of work done, and I'm honestly like, I'm pleasantly surprised at how on board everyone is with me making a new game. I was like, I don't know what it is, but I'm always like afraid that everyone's gonna be like, no, don't do this. This is gonna be terrible. We're gonna go raid Jitspo because I don't want to look around for anyone else. Oh wait, is he just starting or is he? Is he just ending? Maybe he's just on break. Oh my god, a 2D auto battler. Never mind, we're reading this guy because he's doing the same thing I'm doing pretty much. Now I can finally get homework done, right? That's how I feel when I watch your stream. Other people's streams. There's a lot of bad ones. Wait, a lot of bad one what? Sorry, Waffles. I know you're here to party, but the party's ending. Oh, a lot of bad tutorials. Yeah, Crimson, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're good. It's my fault for not keeping up. Anyway, guys, let's go raid Zachavelli, I guess, who's making a 2D auto battler in Unity, but that's okay. We still love Unity. We hate Unity, the company. We love Unity, the engine, and we love Unity, the devs. Let's go raid. You guys are great. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. Let's go. Oh, I need to go shoot. Maybe we don't worry too much about the thing. Making me log in and everything. Hang on. Let's see if we can get it in time. It's going. Hold on. We're trying to do the end credits. There it is. I found it. Push the button. Go. Credits. There they are. Anyway, you guys are great. Thank you so much. Dominic, I'm sorry I missed you on YouTube over there. Hi. I will catch you guys next time. I will be streaming again on Thursday. Hopefully my voice is recovered by then because I did way more talking than I've done in like the last 3 months today. Lots of talking on the stream, but I had a lot of fun and we made some progress a little bit anyway. Good enough. And I can't wait to show you guys what I do next, what I finish next stream. And then we'll get some testers in. If you guys want to test, join the Discord, and we'll start a new channel for the game, I guess, here soon. Anyway, all right, guys. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Bye.